Chapter 276. Single-handed combat. What on earth is going on? Elliot was utterly bewildered. However, no one answered his question. The others were also completely confused at this moment. It wasn't until the monotonous, cold voice of the tower spirit sounded again that everyone suddenly snapped back to attention. Detecting a large number of life forms approaching, position 12 kilometers southeast, estimated contact in 3 minutes. Elliot looked at the army in the image with a gloomy expression and gritted his teeth as he issued the order. Engage. At this point, there was no turning back. They could only fight it out. They had 12 wizard towers on their side, so their chances of victory were still very high. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The two armies soon met on the vast wilderness, like two surging floods crashing together. Without any communication, the battle erupted in an instant. Deafening battle cries immediately rose to the sky. Looking down from high above, the front ranks of both armies had already become entangled in chaotic melee, slaughtering each other like a meat grinder. It was as if red ink had been splattered like raindrops on a sheet of white paper, slowly spreading out. In the blink of an eye, the vast wilderness was soaked in blood. At the same time, the battle in the sky above also entered a white-hot stage. Crack! The black iron chains on the hull of the black chain dreadnought suddenly broke free, their surfaces gleaming with dazzling magical light. They rapidly extended like iron whips, viciously lashing at the star fortress, causing its surface energy field to ripple and distort visibly with each strike. The star fortress did not back down, firing dense beams of runes and dissociation rays that swept towards the black chain dreadnought in an overwhelming barrage. At the same time, the wizard towers on both sides also opened fire simultaneously. Points of starlight appeared near the tops of the towers, rapidly expanding until they became dazzling spheres of light as bright as suns. In the next second, countless crimson beams shot out from the light spheres, densely firing towards each other. At the same time, large numbers of golem puppets flew out from the wizard towers, engaging in fierce combat high in the sky. Compared to the Black Chain towers, the Star Alliance side was clearly inferior in terms of numbers, whether it was wizard towers or war constructs. But the Star Alliance had the advantage of also having an air fleet. Thousands of flying magic ships charged aggressively towards the Black Chain towers, wizard towers and dreadnoughts, launching suicide attacks. Boom! 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 Dozens of ships turned into fireballs and fell to the ground in an instant under the covering fire of the Black Chain wizard towers. However, the magic ships showed no fear. The rune turrets and monocannons mounted on the ships all opened fire, instantly engulfing a Black Chain dreadnought in dense beams and shells. Boom! Although the firepower of the magic ships was not strong, many ants can bite an elephant to death. Under the saturated bombardment of the air fleet, the Black Chain dreadnought that was concentrated on only held out for 2 or 3 breaths before violently disintegrating, falling to the ground as scrap metal. Damn it! Elliot stared at those flying magic ships with an ashen face, cursing inwardly. In just this short moment, 4 Black Chain dreadnoughts had already crashed, while the other side had paid the price of over 100 magic ships. Although from the perspective of battle losses, their side held a huge advantage. But in reality, it wasn't calculated that way. The Black Chain dreadnoughts were extremely expensive to build, far exceeding those flying magic ships. Even if only one crashed, Elliot felt somewhat distressed. These were all his assets. Have the puppet army prioritize taking out those airships. Elliot issued new orders in irritation. But as soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate beside him said with a bitter expression, "My lord, I'm afraid that's not possible. Our puppet army does not have the advantage and cannot disengage to deal with those airships." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Elliot looked at the speaking wizard with a shocked gaze. Their 12 wizard towers built in puppet armies added up to over 100,000, with over 1,000 wizard-level puppets. The Star Alliance only had 6 wizard towers, so their built-in puppet armies couldn't possibly outnumber them no matter how you looked at it. But when Elliot turned his view to the battlefield of the puppet armies, he was stunned to find that this was indeed the case. The total number of puppet armies on the Star Alliance side was less than theirs, but the number of wizard-level puppets that served as the main force was almost the same. Even more shocking was that the Star Alliance's wizard-level puppets had some kind of trick. Whenever they were about to be destroyed, they would suddenly explode, taking their opponent down with them. For every Star Alliance wizard-level puppet the Black Chain towers destroyed, they had to pay the price of equal or even greater losses of wizard-level puppets. As this went on, the rate of losses for the Black Chain Tower's wizard-level puppets far exceeded the Star Alliance's, naturally putting them at a gradual disadvantage. Seeing this, Elliot was both shocked and furious. He also vaguely understood why Yuki's army had been defeated by the Star Alliance when the Star Continent seal was first lifted. He had thought it was because Yuki was too incompetent, but now it seemed that the Star Alliance was simply too powerful. As time passed, the war grew increasingly fierce. Almost every minute, magic ships or war fortresses would plummet trailing black smoke, like meteors with flaming tails, crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom and exploding into huge balls of flame. The intense flames and violent shockwaves disintegrated many golems that couldn't dodge in time. However, no one paid attention to the battlefield on the ground. Everyone's gaze was fixed tightly on the battle in the sky above. They all understood that the outcome of the battle in the heavens was the key factor that would truly determine the course of this war. And when the war had been going on for about half an hour, the first wizard tower to crash finally appeared. On the Black Chain Tower side, a medium-sized wizard tower fell towards the ground trailing smoke, its body battered and covered in cavities left by dissociation rays and scorch marks from plasma cannons. Elliot's face was so dark it looked like water was about to drip from it. The atmosphere in the hall was stifling, and the wizards all wore grim expressions. The combat power of that large Star Alliance wizard tower was unusually formidable. Even while withstanding the siege of one of their large wizard towers and 3 medium towers, it was still able to destroy a medium tower in return. It was simply inconceivable. That wizard tower's mirage protective energy field and elemental pool must have been enhanced. A wizard said through gritted teeth. And its firepower is ridiculously strong too, with over 300 rune turrets alone. Elliot glared at the speaking wizard, ignoring such obvious nonsense. He wanted to concentrate firepower to destroy the Star Alliance's only large wizard tower first, but the other wizard towers were either entangled with Star Alliance wizard towers or overwhelmed by the suicide attacks of those flying magic ships, unable to break free. The situation reached a stalemate for a while, and even seemed slightly unfavorable for the Black Chain Towers. Before starting the war, Elliot never imagined his side would end up in this situation. The confidence and certainty of victory he had felt not long ago had now completely dissipated. If he had known the Star Alliance had such power, he definitely would have acted more cautiously, at least uniting with other wizard factions before making a move against the Star Alliance. Unfortunately, realizing this now was too late. After his expression changed indecisively for a while, Elliot's gaze hardened as he made up his mind. Hand over control of all wizard towers to the tower spirits. All wizards deploy immediately. Since they couldn't gain an advantage in basic combat power and war constructs, they would have to rely on high-end combat power. He refused to believe the Star Alliance's number of wizards could exceed the Black Chain Towers. It should be known that for this operation, in order to seize as many benefits as possible, he had brought over 400 wizards. There were even over 20 level 2 wizards. By now, the energy of both sides' wizard towers had been largely depleted, greatly reducing the threat to wizards. So upon hearing Elliot's order, the Black Chain Tower wizards did not resist, but rather rubbed their hands in eager anticipation. From the outbreak of war until now, they had been constantly suppressed by the Star Alliance, and their hearts were long filled with frustration. They couldn't wait to launch a counterattack. Soon, a group of wizards rushed out from the wizard towers. Inside the Starlight Wizard Tower, Sunan, Liz, and the others also noticed this scene. Those guys have lost their patience, Liz looked at Sunan. Shall we go out to meet them in battle? The others also looked at Sunan with solemn expressions, waiting for his orders. The Star Alliance had only deployed just over 200 wizards this time, far fewer than the Black Chain Tower side. Even with the advantage of wizard-level puppets, it was foreseeable that it would inevitably be a bitter fight. But if they stayed holed up in the wizard tower without counterattacking, with so many Black Chain Tower wizards joining the battlefield, it would inevitably greatly affect the situation on the battlefield, causing the Star Alliance to lose the advantage they had worked so hard to establish. To deploy or not to deploy, this was undoubtedly a difficult choice. Faced with everyone's gaze, Sunan's expression remained as calm and composed as ever as he calmly issued orders. I'll make the first move. The rest of you deploy later. This strange order made everyone pause. Before they could react, Sunan had already left the Starlight Wizard Tower. Everyone looked at Liz. With Sunan absent, Liz was the highest-ranking person. Scepter frowned and said, "Is Lord Sunan planning to face the Black Chain Tower wizards alone? Isn't that too risky?" Yet, Rose said with some concern, the Star Eye monitoring network shows that the Black Chain Towers deployed over 400 wizards. Liz hesitated for a moment, but finally said, "Let's wait and see." Although she was also puzzled by Sunan's actions, past experiences still made her choose to trust Sunan. Seeing that even Liz said so, everyone looked at each other, not saying anything more, and turned their gazes to the light screen in unison. In the image, Sunan had already arrived above the battlefield. By now, the Black Chain Tower wizards had also noticed Sunan's arrival. When they saw it was only Sunan alone, Elliot and the others all showed bewildered expressions. Just one person. What is the Star Alliance planning? They can't be planning to stop us single-handedly, can they? What a joke, this is too disrespectful. Elliot snorted coldly, interrupting everyone's words, and said with a sneer, whatever they're planning, just kill him and be done with it. If the Star Alliance wizards want to hide in their wizard tower and not come out, all the better. The others thought about it and cold killing intent flashed in their eyes. Over 400 wizards hovered in the air, without dazzling armor or an imposing aura, but the mental field formed by the interweaving and convergence of countless externally scattered spiritual energies covered most of the battlefield. The heavy pressure made people feel as if a huge stone was pressing on their hearts, making it difficult to breathe. The soldiers on the ground below unconsciously retreated, avoiding the center of the wizard's confrontation. As the direct target of the mental field, Sunan immediately felt an invisible heavy and stagnant pressure hitting him head-on. He smiled faintly, expanding his absolute forbidden zone field, instantly dispelling the invisible pressure enveloping his body. Immediately after, talent specialization activated. After breaking through to level 3 liquefaction, the talent specialization alchemy engraving was strengthened again, with the amplification effect on talent abilities reaching more than 3 times, approaching 4 times the power. Before the Black Chain Tower wizards could make a move, Sunan struck first. And his opening move was his greatest killing technique. Falling Star Rain. The sky instantly darkened. Endless darkness rapidly engulfed the entire sky, and countless dazzling stars suddenly appeared, twinkling with cold silver light in the night sky. What is this? A talent ability. What are you standing there for? Kill him quickly. Elliot's cold shout awakened everyone. The Black Chain Tower wizards also realized the risk and launched attacks towards Sunan one after another. Magical light of various colors surged towards Sunan like a flood, but suddenly stagnated upon entering within hundreds of meters of him, as if hitting some kind of invisible object. They mutually annihilated and dissipated, finally disappearing completely when still over 10 meters away from Sunan. This scene left the Black Chain Tower crowd dumbfounded. A protective field? No, that's not right. A protective field couldn't be this powerful. It must be some kind of defensive talent ability. And that, it's an alchemy engraving. Elliot was inwardly shocked. What kind of defensive talent ability could block a joint attack from over 400 wizards without a scratch? Even with the enhancement of an alchemy engraving, this was too exaggerated. And Elliot quickly realized that if the opponent's defensive talent ability could have such terrifying defensive power with the enhancement of an alchemy engraving, then how powerful must this talent ability before him be? In an instant, a strong sense of unease arose from the depths of his heart. In the next moment, the tens of thousands of stars in the night sky began to vibrate simultaneously, pulled by an enormous force as they traced dazzlingly brilliant trajectories through the void, crashing down towards the crowd with an overwhelming momentum. Such a terrifying and shocking display caused the Black Chain Tower wizards to turn pale with fright in unison. They activated the magic items on their bodies without hesitation, while frantically casting various spells and talent abilities in an attempt to intercept the falling stars. But it was all in vain. The brilliant stars tore all attacks to shreds, trailing flames as they smashed into the crowd with a thunderous boom. In an instant, miserable screams rose and fell, as wizards were rapidly purified by the dazzling light, disintegrating and annihilating piece by piece. The falling stars continued for a full dozen breaths before the night sky dispersed and the sky returned to clear again. Elliot dispelled the black flames on his body and immediately looked around. What he saw made him feel ice cold all over. Of the over 400 wizards who had been following behind him, now less than 200 remained. Nearly 300 level 1 wizards had died in that single attack just now. Inside the Starlight Wizard Tower, Scepter and the others watched the scene on the light screen, feeling their mouths and tongues go dry as their minds reeled, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 277. The battle on the ground continued, but a brief silence fell from above. A silence as dead as the grave. Everyone stared blankly at Sunan, their faces filled with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of terrifying attack could kill nearly 300 first-level wizards in one blow? Is this really something a third-level wizard can do? Even Elliot, a true spirit descendant, couldn't possibly achieve such a feat. Sunan let out a gentle sigh of relief. The meteor shower could be used for single target attacks or area attacks, but the latter's damage was too dispersed, resulting in lower individual damage, only capable of killing first-level wizards and at most heavily injuring second-level wizards. Moreover, there was the issue of excessive consumption. That last strike had drained more than half of his mental energy, and he could no longer cast it a second time. Fortunately, his objective had been achieved. At this moment, the people in the Starlight Wizard Tower also reacted, and Liz immediately ordered, "All personnel mobilize." Everyone responded enthusiastically, their spirits lifted. Sunan's strike had brought the high-end combat power of both sides back to a roughly equal footing, greatly boosting his side's morale. As the Star Alliance wizards rushed out of the Wizard Tower, a new battle erupted once again. In contrast to the invigorated Star Alliance wizards, the morale of the Black Soda wizards had undoubtedly plummeted to the lowest point. Elliot watched this unfold, his face darkening, and in his anger, he directly approached Sunan. He couldn't believe that Sunan could unleash a second strike with such terrifying power. Moreover, such an attack must have consumed an incredible amount of energy. Sunan was now significantly weakened, making it the best opportunity to kill him. As long as he took down Sunan, it would greatly demoralize the Star Alliance and turn the tide of battle. However, while Elliot guessed correctly about the first part, he miscalculated the latter. Although he could not cast the meteor shower again, the enhancement from talent specialization to liquid metal and absolute forbidden zones was still in effect. With nearly 4 times the enhancement, the 2 super talent abilities unleashed astonishing power. As soon as they clashed, Elliot was nearly turned into a sieve by the powerful silver metal storm, and the high-level talent ability Extreme Cold Fire that Black Soda prided itself on was completely at a disadvantage against the liquid metal. Damn it! What kind of talent ability is this guy using? Elliot was both astonished and confused. He also had talent specialization alchemical marks, but after activation, the enhancement of his talent ability was far inferior to Sunan's. It was like 2 different levels. This left him utterly perplexed. After more than 10 breaths of combat, Elliot couldn't even get within 10 meters of Sunan. The omnipresent, invisible pressure enveloping him dimmed the black flames on his body, significantly reducing his flying speed, making it impossible to dodge the incoming metal storm. He could only take it head-on. Elliot had always been far ahead of his peers in strength. He had never fought such a suffocating battle, and the anger in his heart was about to erupt. Until he glanced around, his ashen face slightly eased. Despite suffering a great loss at Sunan's hands, their side's more than 20 second-level wizards had basically not suffered any casualties, far outnumbering the Star Alliance. Under their leadership, Black Soda still firmly controlled the situation. As time passed, they would surely gain the upper hand. As long as he could hold out until his subordinates dealt with the other wizards and came to support him, he would definitely be able to take down Sunan. Elliot took a deep breath and assumed a defensive stance. Though it was frustrating, he decided to play the long game. However, what Elliot could notice, Sunan naturally would not miss. The Star Alliance's accumulation of high-end combat power is still a bit weak. Sunan thought to himself. Having finally trained so many wizards, he didn't want to see too many casualties in this war. Otherwise, even if they defeated Black Soda, the fragments of the divine corpse obtained would not be enough to make up for the losses. As his thoughts raced, Sunan quickly devised a plan. With a flick of his wrist, a pitch-black spearhead appeared in his palm out of thin air. He then closed his fingers, and a deep black light instantly burst forth from between his fingers, coalescing into a pitch-black spear. Serpent-like black arcs of electricity danced and flickered across the surface of the spear, exuding a heart-pounding, violent aura. The Black Thunder of the Dark Throne. Elliot's gaze fell on the pitch-black spear, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes. But soon he felt something was off. The Black Thunder of the Dark Throne was merely a low-light magical item, it couldn't possibly have such an astonishing aura. The black spear in Sunan's hand even gave him a tingling sensation. However, Elliot quickly found himself without time to think, as Sunan suddenly hurled the spear, and a bolt of black lightning instantly tore through the void, shooting towards him like a meteor. After breaking through to the 3rd level of liquefaction, Sunan also began to enhance his wizarding tools. The Black Thunder was already an extreme attack type 3rd level wizarding tool, and after enhancement, its attack power had far surpassed that of ordinary 3rd level wizarding tools, nearly reaching 4th level. The black spear almost reached Elliot in the blink of an eye, and the violent lightning energy contained within it instantly broke through the layers of protection on his body, causing his skin to tingle. Under the intense sense of lethal threat, Elliot's expression changed drastically, and without hesitation, he activated his third-level wizarding tool. Crack! With a crisp sound of metal grinding, countless black iron chains, as thick as a thumb, appeared out of thin air, interweaving to form a massive iron wall in front of Elliot. The next second, the black spear crashed into the iron wall, and a dazzling burst of magical light erupted. Crack! Large cracks appeared on the surface of the iron wall, which then shattered with a loud bang. Fortunately, the black spear finally exhausted its energy and vanished without a trace. However, Elliot's expression was far from good. The black spear had broken through multiple layers of protection on him, consuming a significant amount of energy, yet it was still able to annihilate and cancel out with his wizarding tool. Didn't that indicate that Sunan's wizarding tool was far superior to his third-level wizarding tool? But how could this be possible? After all, his wizarding tool was given to him by his father, a true spirit wizard, and among many third-level wizarding tools, it was considered top-tier, yet it was outclassed by Sunan's wizarding tool. How could a wizard from a sealed plane, with no background or connections, possess such a powerful third-level wizarding tool? Elliot was filled with suspicion, but before he could figure it out, his eyes widened in shock once more. He saw Sunan flick his wrist again, and another identical pitch-black spearhead appeared in his hand. Are you kidding me? Elliot's gaze went blank. Such a powerful third-level wizarding tool, and Sunan had more than one? Whoosh! With a piercing sound of air being split, another bolt of black lightning shot towards him. Elliot's expression changed drastically, and he let out a fierce roar, flames erupting around him, wrapping him in layers, while various protective spells and magical items were activated. In the next instant, the black lightning accurately struck his body. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed repeatedly. In that moment, countless magical items on Elliot's body exceeded their defensive limits and shattered, while various magical lights flickered and vanished. The violent lightning erupted, engulfing Elliot entirely, from which came a heart-wrenching scream. Whoosh! The black flame surged back like a reflection, roaring and consuming the lightning, then quickly dimmed, revealing Elliot's form. At this moment, he was no longer the spirited figure he had been before. He was in a disheveled state, covered in charred wounds left by the rampant lightning, and even his robe was tattered. Elliot had never been this disheveled before, but he could no longer afford to be angry. He stared wide-eyed at Sunan as he produced another pitch-black spearhead, his twisted face displaying a mix of terror and despair. This book has recently updated at number 6 at 9 at book at bar. In the next moment, he suddenly vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already over 1,000 meters away, followed by another teleportation spell that took him another 1,000 meters away. In that instant, Elliot had completely lost any thoughts of victory or anything else. All that remained in his mind was the idea of escape. He was terrified by Sunan's seemingly endless array of techniques. Watching Elliot flee, Sunan smiled coldly and unhesitatingly hurled the black thunder. Whoosh! The pitch-black lightning instantly crossed several kilometers, striking Elliot like a bolt of lightning. All of Elliot's trump cards had long been exhausted in the previous battle, and now he had no way to counter it. He could only face the despairing onslaught of the erupting black lightning. A brilliant explosion of light erupted high in the sky, as if a black sun had risen from nowhere, with the violently dancing lightning scattering everywhere. Then the light suddenly collapsed, rapidly shrinking along with the lightning, finally turning into a black dot and disappearing. And Elliot was nowhere to be found. Only Sunan remained in place. He opened his palm, and several wizarding tools and spatial rings lay quietly in his hand. These were the few items he had managed to save during the earlier attack, or else they would have been reduced to ashes along with Elliot. After collecting his spoils, Sunan turned and charged towards the other black soda wizards. Seeing this scene, the black soda wizards were instantly filled with dread. They never expected that Elliot would fall so quickly at Sunan's hands. The two had been fighting for less than a quarter of an hour, and Elliot had been completely obliterated. As the harbinger of death approached, the black soda wizards were immediately terrified, losing all desire to continue fighting, and decisively turned to flee. Sunan casually threw a marking gem, which transformed into a bolt of lightning that struck one of the wizards. After breaking through to the third level of liquefaction, the number of marking gems he could synthesize had increased to 103, and their power had soared to the point of being able to kill second-level liquefied wizards in one hit. Even a second-level crystallized wizard would be heavily injured by a single hit. Among the Black Soda wizards present, the strongest was only a second-level crystallized wizard, and they were not in peak condition. Basically, being hit by a marking gem would result in immediate death. Sunan chased for over 100 kilometers, throwing out 70 or 80 marking gems, resulting in the deaths of as many as 93 wizards at his hands. Other Star Alliance wizards also took the opportunity to strike down many. The more than 400 Black Soda wizards who had come in with great momentum ended up with only about 20 or 30 managing to escape, and even that was an understatement of their losses. As the upper-level wizards either died or fled, the morale of the Black Soda army on the ground also collapsed. Aside from the golems and the wizard tower still resisting under the control of the tower spirit, the rest of the army quickly fell into disarray. In contrast, the Star Alliance army's morale soared, quickly gaining the upper hand and driving the enemy back step by step. With the war developing in this direction, the Star Alliance's victory was already a foregone conclusion. To capture the remaining Black Soda wizard tower intact, Sunan ordered everyone to slow their offensive, merely consuming the energy of the enemy's wizard tower, waiting for its energy to be exhausted before striking to take it down in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, far away, two wizards were intently observing the battlefield through a scrying eye. When they saw Elliot's death and the Black Soda wizards in disarray, the leading young wizard couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. "I didn't expect the Star Alliance to be able to send in so many troops." Cyril, who stood slightly behind the young man, smiled and said, "I felt something was off earlier, but I didn't expect the Star Alliance to have sent in so many troops. It seems they must have mastered some means of rapidly deploying forces." The young man nodded slightly but didn't take it too seriously. There were many miraculous means in the wizarding world. As a true spirit descendant, he had seen quite a few and wasn't overly surprised. Instead, he was more interested in the power Sunan had displayed. From the looks of Sunan, he should have broken through to the third level of liquefaction. To be able to kill a true spirit descendant like Elliot with just third level liquefaction, no wonder Misha values him so much and says he has a great chance of advancing to true spirit wizard in the future. Hearing the young man's words, Cyril smiled but remained silent. He knew that Ronan Ward and Misha were both true spirit descendants, and there was a competitive relationship between them. They had often tried to outdo each other. Therefore, after Misha recommended the Star Alliance to become an affiliated organization of the Codex of Wisdom, Ronan had taken an interest in the Star Alliance. This was also the main reason Ronan had brought him here. A sealed plane that has been closed for 2,000 years has actually produced such a genius. It's truly a miracle. Ronan sighed and turned to leave. "Let's go back. The remaining unclaimed fragments of the Divine Corpse are dwindling, and the Dark Throne has been restless lately. Those guys are probably about to make a move." Cyril hurriedly followed, asking, "Who do you think the Dark Throne will target?" Ronan chuckled and said, "The Dark Throne isn't foolish. Unless it's a situation like the Deep Blue Alliance or the Savage Spirit, they will only target weaker opponents, likely those second-rate wizarding forces." "That's true," Cyril agreed. There were only so many wizarding forces that could enter the Earth Crystal Plane. Aside from a few large wizarding forces and the affiliated organizations of the Codex of Wisdom, the remaining wizarding forces were limited. The Dark Throne could only choose from among them, and the options were quite limited. "What do you think we should do next?" Cyril then asked. Ronan pondered for a moment and said slowly, "The most important head of the Divine Corpse has yet to be found. We should focus our efforts on that. There are not many areas of the Earth Crystal Plane left that haven't been searched." End of chapter. Chapter 278. As the sun set, the war came to a close. The Star Alliance began to clean the battlefield. Reports detailing enemy kills and battle damage quickly arrived in front of Sunan and Liz. The main force of the Black Soda army is basically wiped out. The remaining few stragglers pose no real threat. They've essentially withdrawn from this struggle. Liz flipped through the documents in her hand, speaking in a calm, measured tone. "As for us, the greatest losses were in the air fleet. Out of 13 air fleets, 7 were completely annihilated. The remaining 6 have varying degrees of damage. If we break them up and reorganize, we can still field 3 fleets. Overall, our losses are close to 80%. Additionally, 23 star fortresses were completely destroyed, and the remaining 30 are also damaged to varying extents. They will need repairs, which will take at least 2 to 3 months." Sunan nodded calmly. The losses in the air fleets and star fortresses were expected. After all, their enemies were the Witch Towers. The Star Alliance, having developed for such a short time, was at a clear disadvantage in numbers compared to the witch towers. The creation of the air fleets and star fortresses was meant to make up for this shortcoming. However, despite the enormous losses, the spoils were incredibly rich. Among the spoils left by Black Soda were no fewer than 12 witch towers. 8 small-sized, 3 medium-sized, and 1 large. After repairs and modifications, these 12 witch towers would be usable by the Star Alliance, greatly enhancing its military strength. Compared to the 12 witch towers, the losses in the air fleets and star fortresses now seemed insignificant. The Golem Legion suffered around 250,000 casualties, but we captured about 130,000 Black Soda Golem puppets from the battlefield. After erasing their spiritual marks and repairing them, they will be usable for us. The numerous wrecks can also be dismantled for materials, which will make up for some of the losses. The Magic Rune Knight Legion's losses were relatively minor, fewer than 10,000. There were 435 casualties among the wizard-class puppets, but the puppets and wrecks captured from the enemy can also make up part of the losses. As for the wizards, Liz paused and sighed. 18 level 1 wizards tragically lost their lives in battle. Sunan shook his head slightly but didn't speak. Such is war, it's impossible to avoid casualties. Especially since the Black Soda army was far stronger than the forces from the Yuxi and Wolf-Tide dimensions. Had he not struck first, catching the enemy off guard, and taken down Elliot with a lightning-fast strike, even if the Star Alliance had ultimately won, the cost would have been several times greater. Besides the witch towers and golem, wrecks, the spoils from Black Soda also included fragments of divine corpses. Although the number wasn't as large as the Star Alliance's previous finds, combined with those, the Star Alliance now had enough divine corpse fragments to fit into the palm of a hand. How should we deal with the divine corpse fragments? Liz put down the documents and looked at Sunan. Our war with Black Soda was so loud that other wizard factions must have heard about it by now. They probably know that the divine corpse fragments are in our hands. At the moment, aside from a few large wizard factions, we should have the most divine corpse fragments. It's likely that many of them are coveting it. Sunan, well aware of this, replied without hesitation, the research on the divine corpse fragments is nearly complete. Once the divine energy is extracted, we'll pass this hot potato to the Wisdom Codex. Liz smiled slightly and nodded. It would be best to make a big show of it so the other factions are aware. The wizard factions coming here were mostly after the divine corpse fragments. Without any interest, even the Dark Throne, who held grudges against the Star Alliance, wouldn't have bothered with it. Liz acted quickly and sent an escort to deliver the divine corpse fragments to the Wisdom Codex headquarters with great fanfare. As expected, once the fragments were handed over, surveillance around the Star Alliance base diminished significantly. From then on, the Star Alliance stopped sending forces to search for more divine corpse fragments and focused instead on recuperating, gradually repairing their various war machines and golem puppets. As time passed, the remaining unclaimed divine corpse fragments grew fewer, and the various wizard factions shifted their focus to each other. Small and large skirmishes broke out frequently, and the atmosphere of the entire Earth Crystal Dimension became tense, filled with the scent of gunpowder. By the 4th month of the Earth Crystal Dimension's blockade, the Dark Throne launched a surprise attack on the Sea King Whale faction's base, obliterating their forces. After Black Soda, the Sea King Whale was the second wizard faction to be eliminated. The Dark Throne's attack seemed to open a floodgate, and war suddenly erupted between the wizard factions. Almost every day, different factions were at war, their battles relentless. In this environment, the Star Alliance base became one of the few places of peace. After the Star Alliance handed over the divine corpse fragments, the affiliated organizations of the Wisdom Codex followed suit, delivering their own hot potatoes. With the situation worsening, the Wisdom Codex began calling on its affiliated organizations to assist in battle. Cyril even personally visited the Star Alliance base, hoping to convince them to join the war. However, Sunan explained that the Star Alliance had just gone through a heavy battle and needed time to recuperate, only sending 2 large golem legions as a form of compromise. Cyril had no choice but to take the 2 golem legions back. This endless cycle of conflict continued for 2 months until one day, an event occurred that made all the wizard factions pause their attacks. So, the reason they stopped was because they found the head of the Toxic King. In the council hall, Sunan, after hearing Zeman's report, wore a thoughtful expression. Yes, teacher, Zeman confirmed confidently, the head was found in a secluded forest. The Deep Blue Alliance, Dark Throne, Star Spirit Bell Tower, and the bloodline jungle have all locked it down and are in a standoff. The other wizard factions are heading there as well. After 2 months of war, only about a dozen wizard factions remained in the Earth Crystal Dimension, 4 of which were affiliated with the Wisdom Codex. It shouldn't be, Fukado raised a doubt. The entire Earth Crystal Dimension has been searched thoroughly, even the deep sea, but there's been no trace. Why was the Toxic King's head only found now? Zeman shook his head. I don't know. Liz took over the conversation, saying, Cyril came again this morning, asking the Star Alliance to join the others at the Toxic King's head location. It seems the Wisdom Codex has now made up its mind to compete for the head. Should we agree? Everyone turned their gaze to Sunan, waiting for his decision. Sunan sat at the head of the table, his eyes flashing with thought. The Divine Corpse struggle had been ongoing for half a year, yet the question that had initially troubled him still hadn't been answered. Why had the struggle turned into a wizard civil war? Though the wizard factions had fought fiercely recently, their forces in the Earth Crystal Dimension were only a small fraction of the total. Compared to the entire wizard world, these were mere skirmishes. True spirit wizards hadn't even truly entered the fray. Once they left the Earth Crystal Dimension, everything would return to normal. If things continued as they were, there wouldn't be any wizard civil war. Unless something monumental happened during the latter stages of the struggle that could spark a civil war. And now it seemed that the head of the Toxic King might just be that spark. Was there something hidden in the location of the head? In a flash of insight, Sunan quickly devised a plan and spoke in a deep voice, agree to the Wisdom Codex's request. The army will immediately head to the location of the Toxic King's head. He paused for a moment, then added. But the Star Alliance will not participate deeply in the battle. Upon arrival, our forces will stay on the outskirts, keeping their distance and preparing to retreat at a moment's notice. The others exchanged confused glances, not fully understanding Sunan's reasoning. Liz was the first to catch on, frowning. Do you think there's danger there? There's a possibility. Though it was merely a guess without concrete evidence, Sunan didn't elaborate. The main forces fighting for the Toxic King's head will surely be the large wizard factions. Our participation will be little more than a sideshow. There's no need to exert too much effort. We'll send just enough to maintain face and leave as soon as necessary. Everyone considered this, agreeing with the reasoning. Though as an affiliated organization of the Wisdom Codex, they were obligated to help in the battle, they couldn't afford to commit all their forces. After all, their opponents were large wizard factions, and overexerting themselves could lead to heavy losses. Moreover, the Star Alliance's forces in the Earth Crystal Dimension already far outnumbered the other affiliated organizations, even with a partial deployment. The Wisdom Codex wouldn't dare protest. Seeing no further objections, Sunan immediately gave the order. Set out at once. Understood, my lord. The command was quickly obeyed. Soon, the Star Alliance base became bustling with activity. After 4 months of repairs, the air fleets and star fortresses damaged in the Black Soder battle were all restored. Though the Witch Towers hadn't fully recovered, they had regained flight capability. One after another, the Witch Towers and star fortresses, accompanied by a swarm of magic ships, began rising from the Star Alliance base, flying toward the destination, blocking out the sky. On the ground, the golem puppets marched in neat columns, their ranks stretching into the distance, seemingly without end. When the Star Alliance army arrived near the forest, they quickly attracted the attention of the major wizard factions. Deep Blue Alliance headquarters. A group of wizards stared at the image of the Star Alliance's army on the light screen, their expressions filled with surprise. A third-rate wizard faction, yet they can bring in so many troops. Not just that, the Star Alliance fought Black Soder, and their losses must have been heavy. They probably had even stronger forces at first. What kind of faction is the Star Alliance? A wizard faction from a blocked dimension is capable of this much. What does Lord Gaul think? The group turned to the young man sitting at the head of the table. He was handsome, tall, and had rare sea blue hair. This hair was often a sign of true spirit descendants in the Deep Blue Alliance. Facing the gaze of the group, Gaul smiled faintly. Compared to the Star Alliance, I'm more interested in their leader. Are you talking about Sunan? A wizard asked thoughtfully. According to intelligence, Sunan single-handedly eliminated over 200 level 1 wizards from Black Soder in the recent battle, securing the victory. Over 200 wizards? Are you sure about the intelligence? Someone questioned. It's true. Gal's sharp eyes stared at the light screen. If nothing changes, Sunan will undoubtedly ascend to become a true spirit wizard. It won't be long before the Star Alliance becomes a second-tier wizard faction. Hearing Gaul confirm the accuracy of the intelligence, the group stopped doubting, and admiration filled their faces. Eliminating over 200 level 1 wizards with a single strike, few, even among true spirit descendants at level 3 crystallization, could achieve such a feat. And Sunan was still only at level 3 liquefaction. Once he breaks through to level 3 crystallization and begins to comprehend the power of rules, how much stronger will his abilities be? Such a person is more monstrous than even a true spirit descendant. The Wisdom Codex got lucky to discover such a talent. If we had known, we should have entered the Starshine continent first. Maybe we could have absorbed the Star Alliance into our organization. Perhaps we could poach him. Hearing the murmurs around him, Gaul remained unmoved, a flicker of something unusual passing through his eyes. He had once thought that the younger generation would be dominated by their true spirit descendants, but now Sunan, this freak, had appeared. Not a true spirit descendant, yet his talent surpasses many true spirit descendants. Such a figure will surely carve out a place for himself in the wizard world. Meanwhile, Dark Throne headquarters. A group of Dark Throne wizards were also watching the Star Alliance's army. However, the entire council hall was eerily quiet, with no one speaking in hushed tones. Everyone either stared at the light screen, contemplated in silence, or subtly observed the figure seated at the head of the table, Bobbin. Everyone in the room knew that it was Bobbin's father, Lord Wood, who had initially sent Yuxi to invade the Starshine continent. When the Star Alliance killed Yuxi and annexed the Wolf-Tide dimension, it was a major blow to Lord Wood's reputation. Had it not been for the Star Alliance later becoming an affiliate of the Wisdom Codex, Bobbin would have already led an army to attack the Starshine continent. Even so, to this day, Bobbin still harbored a grudge against the Star Alliance. If not for the priority of the Divine Corpse fragments, he might have already acted against the Star Alliance. After a long silence, Bobbin finally withdrew his gaze from the light screen and broke the silence. "How is the situation in the forest?" Matic, sitting to his right, immediately responded. "We've pinpointed the location of the Toxic King's head. It's in a cave, but there are over 60 divine creatures nearby. A lightning-fast strike to seize the head seems unrealistic." Bobbin furrowed his brow and said in a low voice, "What about the other factions? The Deep Blue Alliance and the Bloodline Jungle have sent people here to talk. It looks like they intend to split the Toxic King's head among themselves." At this point, Matic paused and cautiously glanced at Bobbin before continuing. "Given the current situation, no faction will be able to take the head without facing opposition from the others. Even if one does manage to secure it, they'll likely face attacks from the others. So, I think splitting the head might be a good option." Bobbin fell silent for a moment and then nodded slightly. "Let's talk." Chapter 279. The various wizard factions have held talks and decided to divide the Toxic King's head. The day after they arrived at the forest, Cyril brought Sunan new news. "Divide it." Sunan's gaze flickered slightly. This outcome wasn't too surprising. The body of a god was fundamentally different from that of ordinary creatures. There were no fatal weak points or critical organs. Places like the head, throat, and heart were no different from any other part of the body. A head was no more valuable than the limbs of the same size. Thus, dividing the Toxic King's head wasn't unexpected. It was likely that there were too many wizard factions involved, and none of them could be sure of monopolizing the prize, so they reached an agreement to divide it. "Do you have an estimate of how many Divine Corpse fragments haven't been discovered yet?" Sunan asked. "I assume you've exchanged information on the fragments by now." Cyril shot him a curious look, unable to resist saying, "Sometimes, I really suspect you're a seasoned wizard who's lived for 5,000 or 6,000 years, with how well you understand the actions and styles of the various wizard factions." "That's right. We've exchanged intelligence," Cyril confirmed. "Now, we're just short of the head. Once we obtain it, the Divine Corpse of the Toxic King will be complete." Liz, who was listening, suddenly asked, "Which wizard faction has gathered the most Divine Corpse fragments?" Cyril shrugged. "The Star Spirit Bell Tower. They're always impressively efficient when it comes to matters related to divine beings." After a brief conversation, Cyril steered the topic back on track. "Tomorrow, each wizard faction will send some of their forces to work together to deal with the divine creatures in the forest. Lord Ronan has ordered that no affiliated organizations need to participate in this battle. You can prepare to withdraw. Once we get the Toxic King's head and claim our share, this struggle will be over, and you'll be able to leave the Earth crystal dimension." After delivering the message, Cyril hurried back to the Wisdom Codex headquarters to prepare for the coming battle. "It's finally going to end," Liz sighed in relief. This was her first time participating in the command of a dimensional war, and as the highest-ranking commander after Sunan, the pressure she carried was immense. Though the battle lasted just over 6 months, it felt like an eternity to her. And Sunan's gaze flashed thoughtfully. He was becoming more and more convinced that the spark for the wizard civil war might indeed have been the head of the Toxic King. This operation might not go as smoothly as Cyril and the others thought. "What's wrong?" Liz asked, noticing Sunan deep in thought. Sunan shook his head. "Have all the forces board the witch towers, star fortresses, and magic ships. Prepare for immediate withdrawal." After more than half a year of battle, the Star Alliance's Golem Legion had suffered heavy losses, and its numbers had drastically decreased. However, with the addition of 12 witch towers donated by Black Soder, the Star Alliance now had ample capacity to transport all its forces without needing the magic cubes. Liz looked at him in confusion, but she didn't ask further. She nodded and went to carry out the order. The next day, at noon, a gathering of wizards stood at the entrance of the forest. Considering the divine creatures they were about to face, the wizard factions had dispatched at least level 2 wizards, with the leaders being no less than 10 true spirit descendants. The combined mental energy of over 100 elite wizards intertwined, forming a powerful psychic field that enveloped the forest. Even from a distance, one could feel the oppressive force. Sunan stood far off, watching as the wizards, led by the true spirit descendants, entered the forest. Before long, intense energy particle fluctuations erupted from within the forest. According to Cyril, more than 60 divine creatures were wandering in the forest, making this the largest congregation of divine creatures they had encountered so far. Among them, several had reached level 2, and a few even reached level 3. However, in the face of the powerful array of elite forces from many wizard factions, the divine creatures were no match. Sunan could clearly feel the divine energy fluctuations in the forest rapidly diminishing. About half an hour later, the energy particle fluctuations stopped completely, signaling that the battle had ended. Now, it was just a matter of entering the cave to retrieve the Toxic King's head, and the operation would be a success. Now, it's up to what secrets are hidden in the cave. Sunan's eyes flashed with a glimmer of mystery. At the same time, the team from the Wizard Faction Alliance had arrived at the cave entrance. Sensing the dense divine energy coming from the cave, true spirit descendants like Ronan and Bobbin exchanged glances, and a faint look of satisfaction appeared in their eyes. Ronan and Bobbin, as outstanding young true spirit descendants, had naturally been appointed as the leaders of their respective factions for this operation. To prevent interference from the other, they naturally had to enter together for this final step. Other wizards remained outside to wait. The cave was not large, only about 200 to 300 square meters. The walls were uneven, covered with sharp protrusions, and there were many animal footprints on the ground, indicating that the divine creatures outside had passed through. As soon as they entered the cave, Ronan and Bobbin's eyes were immediately drawn to something on the ground deep within. It was a massive head, with greenish skin and a hideous, distorted face. The top of its hairless head was covered in tightly packed flesh lumps, which were thin and rounded, with greenish pus faintly visible inside. 2 sharp tusks jutted from its upper lip, emitting a cold, eerie glow. Even though it was the corpse of a fallen god and only a head, Ronan and Bobbin, upon facing it directly, still felt an indescribable sense of oppressive pressure. A formless thought suddenly entered their minds, turning into a vague prayer and chant that reverberated, attempting to twist their wills. Bobbin snorted coldly, channeling his mental energy to immediately dispel the thought from his mind. At the same time, Ronan's gaze only faltered for a moment before he quickly regained clarity. Even a dead god still holds such terrifying power. I can't imagine how terrifying a living god must be. Ronan sighed. Bobbin shot him a sidelong glance, sneering, "It's just a god. How many dead gods have there been under the hands of wizards? One day, I'll personally slay a god and bring its corpse back to the lab as material." Ronan smiled faintly and said, "Good ambition. Then the task of sealing the Toxic King's head will be up to you." Bobbin scoffed but didn't refuse. With a thought, his shoulder skin split open, and pale bone spines erupted, quickly expanding into a massive bone claw that reached for the divine head. But at that moment, the seemingly still head of the Toxic King suddenly opened its eyes, its grey-green pupils locking onto the incoming bone claw. In the next instant, a thick toxic gas exploded outward. Upon touching the toxic gas, the bone claw sizzled as if hit by strong sulfuric acid, quickly corroding and disintegrating, and the corrosion spread upward. Bobbin's expression changed drastically, and he decisively severed the bone claw. What's going on? Ronan's expression also turned grave. His eyes glowed with a faint bluish light as he focused, allowing him to see through the previously murky toxic mist. To his surprise, the toxic king's head began to melt like butter in heat, quickly transforming into a disgusting flesh ball that rapidly expanded to a height of 2 meters. Crack! The flesh ball suddenly cracked open, and a hideous figure emerged from within. Roar! A roar, akin to a prehistoric beast, echoed through the cave, causing rocks to fall from the walls. The creature that emerged was about 2 meters tall, with thick dark green skin. Its demonic face resembled a skull with a jutting jaw. Its muscular body was slightly hunched, and its claws were sharp like blades. A divine creature. Bobbin frowned. No. Ronan's face turned grave. Divine creatures are transformed by divine energy, and they can't come from a god's corpse. At Ronan's reminder, Bobbin's expression darkened as realization hit. A divine abomination. Most likely. A divine abomination was an incredibly terrifying creature. This was common knowledge among wizards. The origins of divine abominations were lost to history. Some believed they were created as living weapons during the ancient wars of the gods, while others thought they resulted from failed divine power experiments. But after years of research, wizards had determined that the only confirmed method of creating a divine abomination was when a god's corpse underwent a mutation under specific conditions, giving birth to one. The strength of these abominations depended on the power of the god's body that served as the origin and the corpse's level of integrity. The strongest could rival or even surpass gods themselves, while the weaker ones might only possess power similar to a true spirit wizard. Because divine abominations radiated powerful energy that could infect nearby weaker creatures, transforming them into destructive monsters, the appearance of each divine abomination usually heralded the collapse and destruction of a world or dimension. In dealing with such creatures, the multi-dimensional universe had only one consensus: total annihilation. Ronan and Bobbin never expected to encounter the birth of a divine abomination, an event of extremely low probability. A divine abomination can only be born if there's a god's corpse to act as the origin, and there must also be a massive energy source nearby for it to absorb. Ronan's eyes scanned around. His meaning was clear: there must be some energy source within the cave. But they didn't have to wonder for long. As the divine abomination took a step forward, the cave wall behind it suddenly shattered, revealing a cavity underneath. Inside, a swirling, multicolored light, like the brightest, most dazzling glow in existence, hung in the air, slowly spinning like a vortex. A strange wave of energy instantly engulfed the entire cave. The energy particles in the air became incredibly active. Even though Ronan and Bobbin hadn't consciously absorbed the energy, they could clearly feel the particles rushing into their bodies. In that moment, a sudden realization dawned upon them. Within a single breath, their understanding of the laws, which had been stagnant for so long, suddenly surged forward. Seeing this, the two of them could no longer hide their excitement and shock. Almost simultaneously, they blurted out, "The law source!" Roar! In response, a deafening roar echoed. Ronan and Bobbin quickly snapped out of their joy, realizing that now was not the time to rejoice. Seeing the divine abomination charging toward them, their eyes hardened, and they immediately unleashed their innate abilities. Crash! The cave suddenly rang with the sound of crashing waves. Countless waves of sea blue ripples appeared out of thin air, surging forward like an ocean tide. The moment the waves collided with the divine abomination, it was as if it had fallen into the deep sea, and the pressure from all directions halted its movement. Taking advantage of this moment, Bobbin suddenly thrust his right hand forward, stabbing his left palm forcefully. With a muffled thud, a wound the size of an egg appeared. Immediately after, a dark grey liquid began to pour out of the wound. Though the wound was small, it gave the impression of a great dam bursting, with waves of liquid flooding out. Whoosh! In an instant, a black-grey torrent formed, crashing toward the divine abomination with a deafening roar, intending to engulf and drown it. This was the Dark Throne's top 10 innate ability, Dark Water. Roar! The divine abomination roared, and thick, pale green mist surged from its body, enveloping it in a translucent mist armor. The moment the armor formed, its previously sluggish movement regained its speed, and it charged toward the oncoming dark water, smashing through it with violent force. The dark water, capable of corroding and assimilating all living beings, was shattered by the divine abomination's assault, scattering in all directions. As for the divine abomination, aside from the mist on its surface thinning slightly, it remained unharmed. Looking at this scene, Ronan and Bobbin were both horrified. Though they had read about divine abominations, only now, when faced with one, did they realize just how terrifying these creatures, feared and reviled by countless races, truly were. Any being below a true spirit wizard would probably have no chance against this divine abomination. The two exchanged a glance and nearly simultaneously turned to run, charging out of the cave without hesitation. The wizards outside, hearing the roar, sensed something was wrong. Just as they hesitated, wondering whether to enter, they saw Ronan and Bobbin charging out, looking unusually panicked. "Quick, leave! Get out of here!" Ronan and Bobbin simultaneously issued commands to their respective teams. Though their allies were confused, they obeyed without question, quickly retreating. The other wizards were still stunned for a moment, but then they saw a horrifying figure charge out from the cave. In the next instant, a torrent of green toxic mist engulfed the area, swallowing everything around it. Chapter 280. Above the forest. The group of wizards hovered in the air, each separated by a distance of over 1,000 meters, gazing in the direction of the cave. Only wizards from the major wizard factions involved in the search for the Toxic King's head were present. Other factions were excluded and could only watch from afar as the operation unfolded. Naturally, Sunan and Liz were no exception. They looked off into the distance while speaking in low voices. "This time, the divine corpse fragments we've collected in this battle should be enough to trade with the Wisdom Codex for significant resources. This will allow us to build several medium-sized and large witch towers," Liz estimated, considering the potential gains from this operation. The battle with Black Soder had made her more acutely aware of the Star Alliance's shortcomings regarding witch towers. She was determined to quickly fill this gap. This was a shared understanding between her and Sunan. At present, the Star Alliance earned substantial profits from the trade of secondary magic stones and regular magic stones, which were enough to support the expansion of their military and the popularization of magical energy technology. But the construction of witch towers had always been slow. One reason was the resource limitations. The resources required to build witch towers were scarce, and the Wisdom Codex didn't offer them for trade, so they had to be collected over time or synthesized by Sunan himself. Another reason was the shortage of personnel. The number of wizards in the Star Alliance was still insufficient. Tasks like golem crafting, potion brewing, and magical item production all required wizards, and there were few available to focus on the construction of witch towers. Of course, the Star Alliance could have had its wizards collect resources to build the towers themselves. But that would take far too long, perhaps 200 or 300 years to see any results. The Star Alliance was at a critical point where rapid growth was essential, and they couldn't afford to wait that long. Therefore, it was much faster to centralize all resources and build the witch towers under the Star Alliance's direct control. In fact, of the 18 witch towers the Star Alliance currently owned, only the Starlight Witch Tower had been built by them, the remaining 17 had been captured from enemies. Had the risks not been too great, Sunan might have considered engaging with other wizard factions in battles to capture even more witch towers. Currently, the witch towers of the Star Alliance were still under construction. At that moment, Sunan suddenly sensed someone approaching. Turning his head, he saw two figures flying toward them. One of them was a familiar face. It was Bryce, whom he had met previously at the Starry Tower in the City of All Things. He was affiliated with the 10,000 Birds, an organization also part of the Wisdom Codex's affiliates, just like the Star Alliance. "Lord Sunan, long time no see." With a broad smile, Bryce greeted him before introducing the person beside him. "This is Lord Gavin, the leader of our 10,000 Birds operation this time." "It's an honor, Lord Sunan." Gavin smiled and nodded at Sunan, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny and curiosity. Sunan smiled and returned the gesture. According to the intelligence Cyril had provided, the leader of 10,000 Birds for this operation was also a true spirit descendant named Gavin, which confirmed that the person before him was indeed Gavin. Black Soder's brutal actions have cost many of our 10,000 Birds wizards their lives at the hands of those dark wizards. "Lord Sunan, you've caused Black Soder to suffer a huge blow this time. It's truly satisfying," Gavin said with a hearty laugh. Sunan understood now why Gavin had approached him. He was here to express his gratitude. It seemed that 10,000 Birds had a deep grudge against Black Soder. "We were only retaliating," Sunan said with a faint smile. "Regardless, defeating the army led by Elliot, Lord Sunan, has certainly shocked many, Gavin continued, complimenting him further. After a few more pleasantries, Gavin's tone shifted. However, Black Soder is known for holding grudges. Given that the Star Alliance has dealt them such a severe blow, they won't let it slide easily. Sunan's gaze flickered slightly. Does Lord Gavin think Black Soder will initiate open conflict? We're backed by the Wisdom Codex, so Black Soder won't dare start an open war, Gavin replied meaningfully. However, underhanded tactics are unavoidable. We'd prefer to avoid unnecessary risks, but if the Star Alliance and Black Soder do come to blows, 10,000 birds would be more than happy to offer assistance. Sunan gave Gavin a deep look. So they wanted to ally with the Star Alliance against Black Soder. This was actually good news for the Star Alliance. Outside the Earth Crystal Dimension, the Star Alliance still had a considerable gap in strength compared to top-tier second-rate wizard factions like Black Soder. An alliance with 10,000 birds would reduce the pressure of facing Black Soder directly. Then I will gladly accept your offer, Sunan said. Upon hearing his agreement, Gavin's smile deepened. As allies on the same front, mutual support is only natural. With the cooperation agreement in place, the mood between the two sides became even friendlier, and their conversation grew more relaxed. Just then, an intense burst of energy particles erupted in the distance. Instantly, all four turned their heads to look toward the source of the disturbance. What immense divine energy! Gavin's eyes flashed with surprise. Is it a divine creature? Bryce asked, puzzled. Sunan shook his head, his expression growing serious. No divine creature could produce this level of divine energy. Even he, upon sensing the divine energy, felt a chill run down his spine. Right, Gavin agreed with Sunan's assessment. That is definitely not a divine creature. As a level 3 crystallized wizard, Gavin could feel the strength and terrifying nature of the divine energy even more keenly. Perhaps a divine creature could reach this level, but it wouldn't appear in the Earth Crystal Dimension at this time. Something had happened at the cave. Following the eruption of divine energy, another surge of over 100 powerful energy fluctuations erupted from the cave direction. It was clear that the wizards involved in the operation had launched their attacks. However, to Sunan and the others' shock, within a moment, at least 7 or 8 of these energy waves completely vanished. Sunan and Gavin exchanged glances, and their expressions became grim. It was evident that in just that split second, at least 7 or 8 wizards had suffered serious injuries or even died. Considering that the weakest wizards participating in the operation were level 2, and there were even several third-level true spirit descendants, the sheer scale of casualties in such a short time was unimaginable. Sunan took a deep breath, knowing his suspicions had been confirmed. Without hesitation, he turned to Liz. Order the army to withdraw, and the farther the better. Once we detect the dimensional blockade being lifted, open the dimensional portal and leave the Earth Crystal Dimension immediately. Liz was slightly taken aback, but she quickly understood and nodded solemnly. I understand. Recalling Sunan's previous actions, she realized that he might have anticipated such an event happening all along. Once again, Sunan proved his foresight, and without a shred of doubt, she fully supported his command. Liz swiftly turned and headed back to the temporary Star Alliance base to carry out the evacuation order. Gavin and Bryce exchanged puzzled glances. Clearly, something unexpected had happened at the cave, but the forest was currently filled with armies from over 10 wizard factions. With millions of troops and thousands of wizards, there was no way any surprise could overpower them, unless a true spirit wizard was involved. The urgency of the evacuation seemed overblown. However, Sunan paid no attention to their confused expressions. His gaze remained fixed on the cave. He was now certain that some kind of incident had occurred in the final stages of the struggle. And this incident, which had the potential to ignite a wizard civil war, was likely extremely dangerous. The fact that several energy fluctuations had vanished in an instant only confirmed this. But he was curious what exactly had happened. Just as he was contemplating, the situation in the distance changed again. Numerous figures shot up into the air, fleeing in all directions. Behind them, thick green mist surged upward, forming shapes of beast mouths and claws that quickly rushed toward the fleeing figures. What is that? Gavin and Bryce furrowed their brows as they watched the trees around them wither instantly upon contact with the green mist, turning to ash. Roar! With a deafening roar, a tall, fierce figure shot out from the mist, flashing in an instant to appear behind a wizard and striking with its claws. Slash! The moment the claws hit, the wizard's body was briefly surrounded by multicolored magical light, and layers of protection formed. But in the blink of an eye, all the protections shattered, and the claws pierced deeply into the wizard's body. The wizard let out a brief scream before instantly melting into a puddle of slime. "What kind of monster is that?" Gavin asked, his face pale. He recognized the wizard. It was a level 3 liquefaction wizard from the Savage Spirits faction. Yet, in the face of that monster, he couldn't even survive a single strike. What was that creature? Realizing the situation was dire, Gavin didn't hesitate. He spoke to Sunan before quickly leading Bryce back to the temporary base. The monster moved through the air in a blur, killing over 10 wizards in the blink of an eye. These wizards, powerful enough to conquer weaker dimensions, were like ants before the monster, easily crushed as if they were nothing. That monster! Sunan watched from a distance, his expression shifting. The creature exuded intense divine energy, yet it was utterly different from any divine creature he had encountered before. It carried a profoundly evil aura. It was like a divine abomination. Sunan suddenly realized, his mind flashing with vague memories. Though the creature's form was different, its aura was strikingly similar to that of a divine abomination. No wonder Ronan, Bobbin, and the others had fled in panic. Even the weakest of divine abominations could overwhelm second or third level wizards. This divine abomination must have been born from the toxic king's head as the origin. Sunan, who knew much about divine abominations, immediately deduced its origin. But with that realization came new questions. Besides the origin, the birth of a divine abomination also required a massive energy source to fuel its mutation. This energy source was far more powerful than anything that could be found in the Earth crystal dimension. In fact, it surpassed even the elemental furnaces of the floating cities. Sunan quickly recalled that there were only a few such energy sources in the universe. The Starborn Singularity, the Eternal Crystal Core, the Source of the Abyss, and the Source of the Laws. The first few options were impossible in the Earth crystal dimension, so the only remaining answer was the Source of the Laws. At that moment, Sunan's breath quickened. The Source of the Laws, simply put, was the point where the power of the laws converged. Once a dimension developed a Source of the Laws, it would gradually transform into a main dimension, giving birth to multiple sub-dimensions, eventually forming a dimension cluster. Because of this, the Source of the Laws was often seen as the embryo of a dimension cluster. Sunan never expected that the Earth crystal dimension would harbor a Source of the Laws. And now he understood why this event had escalated into a wizard civil war. The Earth crystal dimension's potential to become a dimension cluster made it incredibly valuable. From the moment the Source of the Laws was discovered, the Earth crystal dimension had become a coveted prize. All the top wizard factions would stop at nothing to claim it. Taking control of the Earth crystal dimension would allow a wizard faction to eventually obtain a dimension cluster. This was an irresistible temptation for any wizard faction. Perhaps it was this battle for ownership of the Earth crystal dimension that had ignited the civil war among the wizard factions. But if it were just that, Sunan would have merely observed from the sidelines and taken advantage of the forthcoming civil war to reap benefits. What truly excited him, however, was the Source of the Laws. It was the convergence of the power of laws, containing vast amounts of primordial law energy. Being close to it would significantly improve one's understanding and mastery of the laws. Even for a true spirit wizard, it would have an immense effect. For third-level wizards, simply getting close to the Source of the Laws could greatly enhance their mental clarity. Even better, if Sunan could extract a fragment of this primordial law energy and store it until he broke through to level 3 crystallization, it would drastically shorten the time needed to understand the power of the laws. As for whether this would harm the Source of the Laws, Sunan didn't care. The true spirit wizards outside will soon learn about what's happening here. Once they know about the Source of the Laws, the fight for the Earth crystal dimension will become irrelevant. They will definitely intervene as soon as possible. Breaking the dimensional blockade will take some time. I don't have much time left. If I'm going to act, it has to be now. Sunan's eyes locked on the direction of the battle. The wizards from the Deep Blue Alliance, Star Spirit B, LL Tower, and Dark Throne were already closing in on the divine abomination, preparing to attack. Seeing that neither side could spare attention for anything else, Sunan's gaze sharpened, and he quickly made up his mind. This was a rare opportunity. Strike now. Chapter 281. Boom. Boom. The deafening sounds of incantation beams, plasma cannons, and pulse rays tearing through the void filled the air. The multicolored flashes of magic illuminated the sky as they rained down on the divine abomination from all directions. The major wizard factions had united in an unprecedented assault. However, even so, they could not suppress the divine abomination. The mist surrounding the abomination held firm, blocking all firepower and spells. After every concentrated attack, the mist would thin slightly, but it quickly thickened again. Centered on the divine abomination, a dense toxic fog covered an area of over 100 kilometers. From high above, the landscape looked as if a greenish crystal had appeared out of nowhere in the barren land. The once lush forest had been completely corroded and consumed by the toxic mist. While the witch towers and war constructs could navigate through the mist, ordinary soldiers and golem puppets could not. Even the golem puppets, which had immense resistance to the toxic mist, melted into pools of metallic liquid as soon as they touched the mist. As for the soldiers with flesh and blood, they almost instantly turned to blood. In less than a quarter of an hour, the various wizard factions had already suffered significant losses and were forced to retreat their armies, leaving only wizards and wizard-class puppets to continue the battle. Watching the divine abomination surge through the assault, killing wizard after wizard and wizard-class puppet, Gavin couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Turning to look at the distant retreating army of 10,000 birds, his heart bled. Just moments ago, during the rapid spread of the toxic fog, 10,000 birds had lost over half their forces. They hadn't suffered such losses since entering the Earth Crystal Dimension months ago. At that moment, he couldn't help but admire Sunan's decisiveness and foresight. Among the many wizard factions present, only the Star Alliance, which had evacuated early, had suffered no losses. Had he known this would happen, he would have followed the Star Alliance's lead and retreated as well. Gavin felt a pang of regret. "Lord Gavin, what should we do now?" Bryce's voice interrupted Gavin's thoughts. Snapping back to reality, Gavin quickly replied without hesitation, "Retreat, the farther, the better. What about the Wisdom Codex? Our original agreement was only to assist the Wisdom Codex in collecting divine corpse fragments, and that mission has been completed. We have no obligation to help them fight that monster. Besides, that monster is beyond our capabilities. The true spirit wizards outside will intervene soon enough." Upon hearing this, Bryce let out a quiet sigh of relief. Truthfully, he didn't want to face such a terrifying monster. There was no benefit in participating in the fight, it could very well cost him his life. He didn't want to take on such a thankless task. Looking up, Bryce saw that Gavin was staring at a specific direction, puzzled. "Lord." Gavin frowned. "Have you seen Sunan?" Bryce paused, then shook his head. "No, he must have already left." "Really?" Gavin recalled seeing Sunan earlier, observing from a distance. However, in the blink of an eye, Sunan had vanished. He hadn't thought much of it, assuming Sunan had simply moved further away. But little did he know, Sunan had already ventured deep into the toxic mist. Zzzt. A faint sound reached his ears, the hiss of the toxic mist corroding the protective barrier. To avoid drawing too much attention, Sunan hadn't used his absolute Forbidden Zone but instead activated the Forbidden Zone magic tool on him. However, even as a top-tier level 3 magic tool, the Forbidden Zone, the protective field was being eroded at a visible rate under the onslaught of the toxic mist. This poison is so potent. True to form, this must be a divine abomination. Even a starfall rain enhanced by talent specialization would probably only injure the monster, but a true blow or fatal strike is out of the question. Sunan couldn't help but shudder as he quickened his pace. Though the mist obscured his sight, his mental energy sense soon led him to the cave. Just standing at the entrance, he could feel the massive energy fluctuations emanating from within. The intensity was the strongest he had ever encountered. Time was of the essence. Suppressing his excitement, Sunan carefully entered the cave. The walls of the cave bore clear signs of toxic mist corrosion, pocked and uneven, with a disgusting layer of green slime coating the floor, rising in faint green mist visible to the naked eye. As soon as the green mist touched the protective field, the corrosion accelerated. But Sunan paid no attention to this. His focus was entirely on the swirling, multicolored energy vortex deep within the cave. As soon as the vortex came into view, Sunan felt his consciousness stir. The fluid movement of his third talent crystal increased rapidly, and tiny new crystals began forming one after another. At the same time, the percentage representing the refinement of his mental energy on the interface began to climb. 0.13%, 0.15%, 0.18%. It really is the source of the laws. Sunan took a deep breath, his eyes bright with excitement. Close proximity to the source of the laws rapidly enhances a wizard's mental clarity, which is one of the key features of the source. However, this method consumes the source of the laws, drastically slowing the development of the dimension into a dimension cluster, which is why few wizard factions are wasteful enough to do so. Ordinary wizards would never have such an opportunity in their lifetime. In just 3 or 4 breaths, Sunan's mental clarity grew by 0.38%. This was nearly the same amount of progress he'd made in 2 years of regular training. Despite his joy, Sunan kept his true objective in mind. He took a deep breath and calmed himself, preparing to extract the law energy. The requirements for a carrier for law energy were extremely high, even higher grade magic crystals couldn't meet the standards. Fortunately, this wasn't an issue for Sunan. His space ring contained several divine energy crystals he had accumulated over the past period. Pure divine energy crystals were one of the best mediums for carrying law energy. To be on the safe side, Sunan also enhanced the strength of the divine energy crystals before proceeding. With a focused thought, his mental energy formed an invisible hand in the void, slowly reaching toward the multicolored vortex. The source of the laws contained pure primordial law energy, which was not tied to any specific attribute but was simply the highest level of foundational law energy. Compared to regular attribute-based law energy, its rank was half a step higher, and it far surpassed mental energy in terms of power. The gap between them was like that between heaven and earth. Thus, the moment Sunan's mental energy touched the vortex, he immediately felt his mental energy being rapidly absorbed and assimilated. In just an instant, nearly a tenth of his mental energy had been consumed. Sunan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly drew out a mental pearl from his space ring, holding it in his palm and rapidly absorbing it to replenish his mental energy. The mental pearl was a precious item he had acquired from the City of All Things. Since it was so valuable, he only had 3 left. They were meant for emergency use during battles. But given the current situation, he couldn't afford to be stingy. Focusing his mind, Sunan controlled the invisible hand of mental energy to extract a thread of the 7-colored light from the vortex, guiding it into the divine energy crystal. In an instant, the center of the divine energy crystal glowed with a faint 7-colored hue, slowly spreading outwards. Within just 10 breaths, all 3 mental pearls were consumed, and Sunan's mental energy was nearly depleted. Reluctantly, he stopped the extraction. At this point, the divine energy crystal had turned over 2/3 of its volume into the 7-colored color. Without wasting time, Sunan sat cross-legged to restore his mental energy. Under the influence of the source of the laws, his mental energy recovery speed was astonishing. In less than 15 minutes, Sunan's mental energy had fully recovered to its peak. He then resumed extracting the law energy. After 3 more attempts, the divine energy crystal was completely infused with the 7-colored glow. At the same time, Sunan's mental clarity had exceeded 30%. In the span of a few moments, his mental clarity had increased as much as it would have in over 100 years of training. Just as Sunan was preparing to form the second divine energy crystal and continue drawing mental energy, he suddenly felt a shift in the air. He looked up toward the cave entrance. In that instant, he clearly sensed that the invisible barrier, which had been shrouding the entire Earth crystal dimension, had disappeared. The true spirit wizards had lifted the dimensional blockade. "I've reached the limit." Sunan sighed in mild regret. If he had another hour or 2, he might have been able to directly break through to level 3 crystallization and extract more law energy to prepare for his ascension to a true spirit wizard. Unfortunately, the true spirit wizards acted too quickly. "Fine, the harvest has been substantial already. I can't be greedy." Making a decisive choice, Sunan quickly stored away the divine energy crystal and left the cave. If he were trapped in the cave by the true spirit wizards, the consequences would be unimaginable. As he left the cave, Sunan moved away from the battlefield, but his gaze was fixed on the center of the battle. The battle was still raging fiercely. Compared to half an hour ago, the divine abomination had clearly accumulated more injuries, and the surrounding mist had thinned considerably. However, the enemy was in a much worse state. The over 100 witch towers that had surrounded the divine abomination were now reduced to only 40 or 50. The tens of thousands of wizards and wizard-class puppets were now scattered and sparse, with fewer than 2,000 remaining, suffering catastrophic losses. At that moment, a grotesque giant, at least 10 meters tall, with grayish skin and protruding tusks, was battling the divine abomination. A thin mist of smoke surrounded it, vaguely forming faces in terror and agony. A Death Soul Giant. Sunan instantly recognized the giant's origin. The Death Soul Giant was one of the Dark Throne's most famous innate abilities. It was incredibly powerful but could only be used 3 times in a lifetime by any wizard below the true spirit level. Unless a genius believed they could ascend to true spirit, they typically wouldn't choose this ability. Back then, Yuxi had also used this ability. Sunan focused on the giant, and from its grotesque features, he could vaguely see the face of Bobbin. Looks like Bobbin is desperate, using even this trump card. As he was observing, a voice suddenly came from the distance. Lord Sunan! Sunan turned toward the voice, only to see Gavin and Bryce flying toward him. I thought you had already left. Didn't expect you to stay behind, Gavin said with surprise. Sunan responded casually, after all, it's the first time I've seen a living divine abomination. I'm a bit curious. Gavin's expression immediately grew serious. So it really is a divine abomination. I was still somewhat unsure. He turned his gaze toward the battlefield, his face filled with awe. No wonder so many wizard factions couldn't suppress that monster. But it ends here. Sunan looked up at the sky. In the once clear sky, more than a dozen cracks suddenly appeared, rapidly expanding. Figures began emerging from the rifts. An immense mental energy field instantly enveloped the entire dimension, causing Sunan and Gavin to feel a pressure that made it hard to breathe. At the same time, the divine abomination, in the midst of its battle, suddenly looked up toward the figures in the sky. The brutal and fearless creature that had been wreaking havoc now showed a human-like fear on its face. It instinctively took a step back, then let out a sharp roar, slashing the air with its claws, creating a rift to escape. But in the next moment, an invisible wave of energy descended, freezing the surrounding space in place. The rift the divine abomination had torn open instantly closed. Dimensional Anchor. A space-sealing spell. This minor level 4 spell cast by a true spirit wizard was devastatingly powerful. In an instant, it sealed off a 1,000-mile radius of space. The divine abomination was now trapped in this realm. In the next moment, a massive black hand appeared from the sky, descending like a mountain to crush the divine abomination. The black hand sent ripples through the air, tearing the surrounding void apart. Everything in its path turned to dust, only to immediately reform, repeating the process endlessly. The bright sky was suddenly overtaken by dark clouds, roiling and churning, as an overwhelming and relentless pressure surged from them, making it nearly impossible to stay conscious. Even from afar, Sunan could feel the immense pressure hit him, as if a massive stone had dropped into his chest, making it hard to breathe. It's wood from the dark throne. Gavin's expression was filled with a mix of fear and longing as he gazed at the massive black hand. He wields the dark laws, which are said to be an advanced law force, even above elemental force. Advanced law force. Sunan's eyes flickered as he focused on the black hand. Roar. As the hand descended, the pressure from all directions overwhelmed the divine abomination, forcing it to roar in fury, while green mist poured from its body, surging upward in retaliation. Before everyone's eyes, the black hand collided with the surging green mist in the air. Boom! The deafening sound of the impact exploded, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The void twisted and shredded in the wake of the collision. After a brief stalemate, the black hand broke through the green mist and landed squarely on the divine abomination, sending it crashing down to the ground like a falling star. Chapter 282. Boom! Boom! The ground-shaking sound of an explosion reverberated across the wilderness. A massive handprint, deep enough to measure tens of meters, appeared on the ground, as if a chunk had been hollowed out, the edges covered with spider-web-like cracks, creating a frighteningly stark image. At the very center of the handprint-shaped pit lay the divine abomination, badly injured, its body flowing with blue-green blood, in a miserable state. The blow had inflicted far greater damage than the previous barrage of attacks. Roar! The intense pain triggered the abomination's ferocious rage. Seeing that escape was impossible, it roared and charged upward, aiming to kill the one who had struck it. If you don't make a move now, this thing will belong to me once it's dealt with, came a cold voice from the sky. Stop talking nonsense. You alone can't handle this thing, another voice, tinged with faint amusement, replied. It was as though a switch had been flipped in the sky, and suddenly, a violent surge of energy particles erupted. Countless dazzling flashes of magic burst forth. The wizards watching from afar instinctively widened their eyes, afraid of missing a single moment. Opportunities to witness true spirit wizards in action from up close were rare, and many felt a sense of excitement. However, when the attack finally arrived, the dazzling brilliance overtook the entire field of vision. The onlookers could only see a blur of colors and feel the overwhelming shockwave of energy particles. When the view finally cleared, the divine abomination had vanished without a trace. In the sky, over a dozen streaks of light shot toward the cave like falling stars. "Is that it?" Bryce muttered under his breath, his expression filled with confusion. Sunan chuckled softly. After all, it was over 10 true spirit wizards attacking together. If only 2 or 3 had joined forces, the divine abomination, which had only recently been born, might have had a chance to escape. But as soon as more than 10 true spirit wizards appeared at once, the abomination's fate was sealed. Sunan glanced toward the cave, then turned away and left. What happened next was no longer of his concern. It was time for him to leave. Shortly after, Sunan arrived at the temporary Star Alliance camp where the army was working on establishing the dimensional portal. Upon his return, Liz and the others immediately greeted him. Before they could speak, Sunan calmly said, "Don't worry, everything has been taken care of." Hearing this, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Finally, Rosie couldn't resist asking, "Lord, what exactly happened?" "It was a divine abomination." Sunan briefly explained the events, though he kept quiet about his extraction of the law energy and only mentioned his guess that it was the source of the laws. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged looks, their faces full of surprise. Whether it was the source of the laws or the divine abomination, both were rare phenomena in the wizard world, and to encounter both in such a small dimension like the Earth crystal dimension was utterly astonishing. "It looks like the Earth crystal dimension will soon become highly sought after," Rosie remarked. "Regardless, the source of the laws is beyond our involvement. Our priority now is to speed up the construction of the dimensional portal and leave the Earth crystal dimension," Sunan instructed. "Understood, Lord." Once everyone dispersed, Sunan and Liz returned to the Starlight Witch Tower. Liz, still puzzled, asked, "Do you think those true spirit wizards will go to war over the Earth crystal dimension?" "Figured I couldn't hide it from you." Sunan smiled faintly. Having worked together for so many years, Liz was undoubtedly the person who understood him best within the Star Alliance. From just that sentence, she had grasped his underlying implication. A main dimension with the potential to become a dimension cluster, its value is obvious. No wizard faction would be willing to let it go. Even so, they might not necessarily fight. They could jointly develop the Earth crystal dimension. "That's a possibility, but just to be safe, we should leave as soon as possible." Sunan didn't elaborate further. After all, Liz didn't have his foresight about the future and didn't know that the Earth crystal dimension was the trigger for the impending wizard civil war. Her assumption was understandable. Only he knew that the true spirit wizards would soon come to blows, and the reasoning behind it wasn't that important. For now, the Star Alliance's priority was to leave the Earth crystal dimension before getting dragged into the conflict. A battle involving over 10 true spirit wizards was far more dangerous than any divine abomination. Liz thought about what Sunan had said and nodded, not saying more. An hour later, the dimensional portal was completed. The Star Alliance army immediately began passing through the portal and returned to the Starlight continent. In contrast to the 22 hours it had taken to transport the army here, the return trip only took about 4 or 5 hours. Once all the forces had passed through the portal, Sunan turned to look toward the cave again, just as he sensed an explosive burst of energy particles coming from that direction. The intensity was far greater than the previous battle between the divine abomination and the wizards. "Looks like they've really started fighting," Sunan's eyes gleamed. After watching for a moment, he turned and entered the dimensional portal. It was time to prepare for the civil war. The day after returning to the Starlight continent, Sunan immediately traded the Divine Corpse fragments for resources from the Wisdom Codex and invested everything into expanding the military. The first priority was, of course, increasing the number and rewards of golem crafting tasks to speed up the expansion of the golem legions. With the resources from the Wisdom Codex and the large number of golem corpses acquired from Black Soder, Sunan no longer had to worry about the materials for golem creation in the short term. After making up for the losses suffered by the golem legions during the Divine Corpse War, the Star Alliance quickly began forming its fifth army. In addition, the repair of the Witch Towers was also accelerated. To quickly strengthen the Star Alliance, Sunan issued a new policy allowing wizards to prepay a portion of their contribution points to exchange for Witch Towers, with the remaining balance to be paid in installments over the next century. This policy was immediately embraced by all wizards. Especially wizards like Corey, Atil, Tagana, and Fleming, who had accumulated most of their contribution points, exchanged them for Witch Towers as soon as the policy was announced. Those who had already exchanged witch towers, like the Staff, Fakadu, and Rosie, were the first to upgrade their small witch towers to medium-sized ones. Liz was no exception, and the only large witch tower obtained from Black Soder became hers. Apart from witch towers, the construction of the Star Forts was also progressing rapidly. The Star Forts had proven their combat effectiveness in the battle against Black Soder. Given that the Star Alliance needed time to gradually accumulate witch towers, the Star Forts were the perfect supplement to the war machines. Similarly, the construction of the Flying Fleet continued. As for the Magic Rune Knight Legion, its expansion had to follow the usual pace. After all, even with Dragon's Blood fruits and Dragon's Blood potions, it wasn't possible to cultivate knights overnight. It still required time. The Dragon Legion was no different. After establishing trading channels with the Wisdom Codex and the City of All Things, Sunan procured numerous resources to accelerate the cultivation of higher-tier sub-dragon species. For example, dragon crystals. These were rare crystals that formed from the remains of dead dragons, containing the essence of the entire dragon corpse. They greatly accelerated the growth of sub-dragon species. Thanks to these, the bloodline concentration of the high-tier sub-dragon species had accelerated significantly. Now, the Dragon Forest boasted several sub-dragon species with over 90% bloodline concentration, totaling over 10,000. That said, bloodline evolution remained a significant barrier. The Star Alliance had only about 50 dragons so far. Sunan estimated that they would need more time for the sub-dragon species to reach the next bloodline threshold and evolve, after which the number of dragons would likely experience explosive growth. Similarly, the Witch Hunter Legion needed to continue expanding. In the war between dimensions, wizard-level golem puppets were always the backbone of the army. Given that the Star Alliance's wizard numbers were still far fewer than most second- and third-tier wizard factions, they needed to rely on golem puppets as a supplement. Sunan's goal was to expand the Witch Hunter Legion to over 10,000. This was no small feat and would require an immense amount of resources. The Star Alliance currently controls two dimensions, the Starlight Continent and the Wolf-Tide Dimension. These two alone are enough to support a third-tier wizard faction. However, for expansion, they are still far from sufficient. To rapidly develop, the Star Alliance still has to rely on the profits from selling magic stones. The premature outbreak of the Wizard Civil War disrupted Sunan's plans. He had originally intended to conquer one or two more dimensions before the war broke out. With more territory and resources, the Star Alliance could develop even faster. Unfortunately, plans rarely survive contact with the enemy. However, on the bright side, this civil war may not be a bad thing for the Star Alliance. Sunan pondered. Under normal circumstances, the Star Alliance would need hundreds of years to ascend to a second-tier wizard faction. But if the civil war allowed them to conquer a few more dimensions and capture more witch towers, it could drastically shorten that time. Perhaps by the time the civil war ends, the Star Alliance would already have reached second-tier status. This wasn't impossible. In any case, with sufficient resources, everything was progressing steadily. After arranging everything and leaving the specifics to others, Sunan turned to focus on his cultivation. At the top level of the Starlight Witch Tower, next to the elemental pool, Sunan sat cross-legged, gazing at the seven-colored crystal in his palm. This crystal, which contained the power of laws, was only the size of an egg, yet its value far exceeded that of a large witch tower. If Sunan were to take this crystal and offer it for trade, many wizards would gladly exchange a large witch tower for it. After all, with this crystal, his chances of advancing to a true spirit wizard would increase by at least 1 or 2%. Though it may sound small, considering that the chance of a typical level 3 wizard advancing to true spirit was less than 1%, most level 3 wizards would gladly pay a huge price for even a 1 or 2% increase. Even true spirit descendants weren't exempt from this. Under normal circumstances, no wizard faction would risk damaging the source of the laws just to create a law crystal, which would only serve as a consumable. Sunan was fortunate enough to have encountered the right circumstances and synthesized a divine energy crystal to use as a carrier for the law energy, allowing him to obtain this crystal. After admiring it for a moment, Sunan stored the law crystal away and opened his panel. Mental clarity, 32.42%. Sunan estimated that with his current cultivation speed, he would reach level 3 crystallization in about 300 years. The opportunity from the Earth crystal dimension had directly shortened his breakthrough time by over 100 years. This was the biggest gain aside from the law crystal. By the original timeline, if the Wizard Civil War hadn't broken out before Starry Calendar 2600, I should have broken through to level 3 crystallization by then. Wait, that's not right. If I had followed that timeline, I might never have discovered the source of the laws, and my breakthrough would have been delayed by another 100 years. After a moment of reflection, Sunan shook his head and focused back on his cultivation. Even though he had left the Earth crystal dimension, Sunan kept a close eye on the developments. The emergence of a divine abomination in the Earth crystal dimension had caused quite a stir in the wizard world. The last appearance of a divine abomination occurred more than 3,000 years ago. That incident had destroyed 3 separate dimensions and wiped out countless species. 5 true spirit wizards had been dispatched to kill the abomination. However, this time, the divine abomination had much worse luck, as it was born amidst the conflict over divine corpse fragments and was quickly killed by over 10 true spirit wizards. Still, before its demise, the divine abomination had caused significant damage. Reports indicated that during the battle against the abomination, the various wizard factions had lost multiple witch towers, and hundreds of wizards had perished. Even for large wizard factions, this was no small loss. It was worth mentioning that the true spirit descendant from the Savage Spirits faction had died in this battle, joining Black Soder as one of the 2 true spirit descendants killed in this conflict. Soon after the Star Alliance's departure, the armies of the various major wizard factions entered the Earth crystal dimension. What happened next within the dimension remained unknown to outsiders. It wasn't until 3 months later that the wizard factions jointly sealed the Earth crystal dimension again. However, this didn't mean the conflict was over. The wizard factions simply didn't want the battle to destroy the Earth crystal dimension, so they tacitly shifted the war to other places. In Starry Calendar 2269, the Savage Spirits faction launched a surprise attack on the Green Pasture Dimension, an important sub-dimension of the Sky Sea Dimension Cluster. The Sky Sea Dimension Cluster, of course, was under the control of the Deep Blue Alliance. This marked the beginning of a large-scale battle. In Starry Calendar 2270, the Star Spirit Bell Tower and the Bloodline Jungle waged war in the Windspring Dimension, turning it into a bloody battleground in less than 2 days, nearly wiping out all the indigenous species. That same year, the Dark Throne frequently interacted with Black Soder, the Pale Mask, and the Flame Emblem Society, hinting at an impending war against the Wisdom Codex. The successive wars between major wizard factions plunged the entire wizard world into massive turmoil. Everyone was on edge. Chapter 283. Wolf-Tide Dimension, Valley of Dusk. The valley was completely covered with black wolves, stretching all the way to the farthest reaches of the canyon like a carpet, seemingly endless. Yet, it was eerily quiet. Above the canyon, Zeman, Corey, and Atil looked down at the massive wolf pack, their expressions filled with emotion. After all this time, we've finally achieved some results. Now the wolves should be ready for battle. After taking control of the Wolf-Tide Dimension, the Star Alliance immediately set to work developing the dimension, primarily focusing on opening up secondary magic stone veins and studying the Valley of Dusk. The former had already entered full swing, with over 50 large secondary magic stone veins established, producing a substantial yearly output that had become a significant source of income for the Star Alliance. However, progress in the latter was relatively slow. When they first took control, the Valley of Dusk could only hatch 45 black wolves a day, and only 1 dusk wolf per year. This speed was far from satisfactory to Sunan. So, after that, Sunan began to research and modify the Valley of Dusk. The modification of biological nests fell under the category of biological enhancement, which happened to be the skill with the lowest level in Sunan's repertoire of 4 major skills, currently at level 5. Fortunately, he also had the method of cube synthesis at his disposal. The entire modification process still relied on the method of bloodline fusion. Bloodlines were extracted from the vast wolf pack and synthesized, then reintroduced back into the Valley of Dusk. Although progress was painfully slow, after more than 200 years of modification, the Valley of Dusk had noticeably strengthened. Currently, the Valley of Dusk could hatch 62 black wolves per day, and the time needed to hatch a dusk wolf had been reduced to just over 7 months. While the increase in hatching speed wasn't particularly large, the growth in the hatching limit was significant. Originally, the Valley of Dusk could control up to 434,800 black wolves and 285 dusk wolves. Any wolf pack that exceeded this limit would no longer be under the control of the Valley of Dusk, and would threaten the very existence of the valley itself. However, this limit had now grown to 913,200 black wolves and 602 dusk wolves. This was more than a 2-fold increase. This number was truly astonishing. It was almost equivalent to a golem legion. Not to mention the 602 wizard-level dusk wolves. Undoubtedly, this would be a significant boost to the military strength of the Star Alliance. It's a shame the hatching time is still a bit long. The black wolves have reached their limit, but there are still far fewer dusk wolves, with only about 300 now, Atil said regretfully. That's close enough, Zeman smiled. With over 300 dusk wolves and more than 900,000 black wolves, the wolf pack's potential is no less than 2 golem legions. With this added strength, the upcoming battles should go more smoothly. He paused, then looked at Atil and asked, by the way, are the Wisdom Codex and the Dark Throne really about to go to war? At the mention of this, Atil's expression grew serious as he nodded. It's almost certain. The Dark Throne has allied with Black Soder, the Pale Mask, and several other Black Wizard factions. Recently, there have been frequent troop movements, and they've been secretly infiltrating the Sacred Tree Dimension cluster to gather intelligence. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be preparing to strike against the Wisdom Codex. I heard that Lord Cyril suddenly visited today. He probably came for this matter. Zeman sighed and said, what was supposed to be a small-scale conflict has unexpectedly evolved into this situation. Atil responded, it involves a new dimension cluster. No wizard faction could simply let it go. A war is the only way to determine who controls it. At this moment, Corey, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. This might not be a bad thing for the Star Alliance, considering our success in capturing witch towers. Zeman paused, then chuckled. That's true. Of the 18 witch towers currently possessed by the Star Alliance, 17 had been acquired as spoils of war. If the Star Alliance had to rely on building them itself, it would have taken them over 1,000 years to accumulate this many. In this regard, the war was not necessarily a bad thing for the Star Alliance. Most importantly, the Star Alliance was making substantial profits from the magic stone trade, so even if they lost significant numbers of golem puppets and flying fleets during the war, they could quickly replenish and recover. Though Zeman still didn't know where the Star Alliance kept acquiring all these magic stones. If the Dark Throne and Wisdom Codex really go to war, the Star Alliance will inevitably be involved, Zeman said, his gaze distant. It looks like we'll soon be joining the battle. Corey's voice was calm. Only by participating in the war can we earn more contribution points. Advancing to second-tier wizard requires a huge amount of resources. This war comes at just the right time. Zeman and Atil were already used to Corey's aggressive personality, so they weren't surprised by his words. They merely shook their heads and smiled. Let's go. We've been in the Wolf-Tide dimension for so long. It's time to report back, rest for a while, and prepare for the upcoming war. In the meeting hall, Sunan, Liz, and Cyril were seated opposite one another. The Dark Throne is making a strong move. They've allied with Black Soder, the Flame Emblem Society, the Pale Mask, and 5 other second and third-tier Black Wizard factions. Their combined strength is formidable. If we wait for them to prepare thoroughly and then launch their attack, we will be at a severe disadvantage. Therefore, we have decided to take the initiative, as this is the decision made after discussions by the Wisdom Codex. Cyril's solemn voice echoed through the hall. Sunan didn't respond immediately but fell into thoughtful silence. The situation was unfolding just as he had expected. The wizard civil war had indeed begun. And it was progressing rapidly, with the conflict about to escalate into a full-scale civil war in just 2 years. The Wisdom Codex had numerous affiliated organizations, and the Dark Throne had united many second and third-tier Black Wizard factions. Once these two factions went to war, nearly every wizard faction would be involved, whether willingly or unwillingly. A full-scale civil war was imminent. As an affiliated organization of the Wisdom Codex, the Star Alliance was, of course, inevitably drawn into it. But Sunan had been prepared for this. The Star Alliance had been making various preparations for this moment. Compared to the other affiliated organizations of the Wisdom Codex, which were caught off guard, the Star Alliance was in a much stronger position. Sunan had even planned to use this war to further strengthen the Star Alliance. What does the Wisdom Codex want us to do? Sunan exchanged a glance with Liz, then spoke casually. Cyril spoke solemnly, the Wisdom Codex wants the affiliated organizations to help deal with the Black Wizard factions outside the Dark Throne. At the very least, we need to suppress them so they can't interfere in the war between the Wisdom Codex and the Dark Throne. Of course, we won't ask the affiliated organizations to help for free. In addition to supplying some resources for the war effort, after the war, we will reward the affiliated organizations based on their achievements. Cyril waved his hand, and 2 lists floated toward Sunan and Liz. Sunan took a glance, and his eyebrows raised slightly. It was clear that the Wisdom Codex was investing heavily. Just the initial resource supply alone was worth tens of millions of intermediate magic stones. As for the later rewards, even if the Star Alliance didn't achieve any major victories and only managed to suppress the enemy, they would still receive resources worth 20 to 30 million intermediate magic stones. Moreover, as the war dragged on, both the initial supply and the later rewards would increase accordingly. And that was just the resources and rewards for the Star Alliance. For second-tier wizard factions like 10,000 birds, the resources and rewards would be even greater. But that was to be expected. After all, the war was over the ownership of the Earth Crystal Dimension, a new dimension cluster. If the Wisdom Codex won, they would secure part of the ownership. However, factions like 10,000 birds and the Star Alliance would gain nothing from the victory. If they lost, they would suffer severe losses. The Wisdom Codex had to offer some incentives or else they couldn't expect the affiliated organizations to put in any real effort. Sunan schemed through the list and remained unfazed. He then asked, "Who is the Star Alliance's opponent?" "Black Soder." Cyril replied gravely, noticing Liz's change in expression. He quickly added, "Of course, it's not just the Star Alliance fighting Black Soder alone. 10,000 birds will be involved as well." Liz's expression relaxed slightly. Even among second-tier wizard factions, Black Soder was one of the most formidable. For the Star Alliance to face them alone was more than just difficult, it was almost impossible. But with 10,000 birds as an ally, there was still a glimmer of hope. Seeing that Sunan didn't raise any objections, Cyril continued, "Black Soder currently controls 22 dimensions. The Star Alliance only needs to attack 3 of them." "Which 3? "The Ulan dimension, the Manro dimension, and the Zij dimension." Sunan thought for a moment and vaguely remembered these 3 dimensions. Unlike the Wolf-Tide dimension, which had been under Black Soder's control for only a few centuries, these 3 dimensions had been under Black Soder's rule for over 4 to 5,000 years, and each had its own indigenous intelligent civilization. After Black Soder's long cultivation, all 3 dimensions were now highly fortified and powerful, far surpassing the simple Wolf-Tide dimension. Attacking these 3 dimensions would not be an easy task. Sunan's gaze flickered slightly as he asked, "What about Black Soder's True Spirit Wizards?" "Black Soder has 3 True Spirit Wizards. The Wisdom Codex will send 2 of them, along with 10,000 birds True Spirit Wizard, to jointly contain them and ensure they cannot interfere in the war." Sunan silently nodded. True Spirit Wizards were like strategic weapons. If used at the right moment, they could easily alter the course of a large-scale war, introducing many unpredictable variables. Therefore, the first step in any wizard faction's war was often to neutralize or restrain the enemy's True Spirit Wizards so they couldn't interfere. After more than an hour of discussion and finalizing some details, Cyril finally took his leave. Once he was gone, Liz frowned and said, "Black Soder is not an easy opponent. Unlike in the Earth Crystal Dimension, where the Star Alliance had a massive advantage in troop transport, Black Soder was a true powerhouse outside that dimension. Even with 10,000 birds as an ally, the pressure was still considerable. It's tough, but most of the pressure will be on 10,000 birds. We only have to handle 3 dimensions, which is still manageable," Sunan said calmly. In Sunan's memory, this wizard civil war lasted a full 500 years. Although the timeline had changed, and the civil war broke out 300 years earlier than expected, the general trends would not change much. After all, the power gap between the 2 factions was not huge, so a decisive victory would not come quickly. Over such a long period, the Star Alliance, relying on the immense profits from magic stones, could fight while developing, using the war to accelerate its growth. This was the Star Alliance's unique advantage. However, Sunan couldn't explain everything to Liz, so he only mentioned part of his thoughts. "This war is likely to last a long time. We need to be prepared for a prolonged conflict. The magic stone trade should not stop. It's best to expand its scale, and all profits should go toward purchasing resources, as the upcoming war will likely be highly resource-intensive." Liz nodded and added, "Once the war starts, the Wisdom Codex may also face resource shortages, and they'll probably restrict the trade. Then we'll increase our procurement from the City of All Things," Sunan said without hesitation. It doesn't matter if the price goes up a bit. After all, the magic stone trade was almost like a no-cost transaction for him. As long as they could procure the resources, the price wasn't an issue. "I understand," Liz nodded slightly. How's the army expansion going? Sunan asked, changing the topic. Very smoothly. A faint smile appeared on Liz's face as she began detailing the progress. The 5th Golem Legion has been assembled, and the 6th one is in the works. Thanks to ample resources, the progress is rapid. However, considering that we'll be joining the war soon, we might have to pull a lot of manpower from the army, so the pace will slow a little. We've also completed 3 small witch towers, in addition to the original 18. They've already been claimed by the wizards under our command. We now have 75 star forts, and the flying fleet has recovered to its pre-Divine Corps war levels, with 13 fleets in total. Sunan nodded slightly. During the Divine Corps war, the flying fleet had suffered heavy losses, and the remaining magical ships could barely form 6 fleets. The fact that it had recovered to its previous level in just 2 years was already impressive. Overall, the Star Alliance's combined strength in war machines was already among the best of third-tier wizard factions. Of course, there was still a long way to go before reaching the level of a second-tier wizard faction. After all, their development time had been too short. Given the formidable strength of the opponents in the upcoming war, Sunan couldn't help but wonder if he should prepare some countermeasures to deal with Black Soder's war machines. It would be best if these measures could help turn the tide in the upcoming battles. After all, the confrontation between war machines would have a significant impact on the overall situation of the war. Chapter 284. The Dragon Legion hasn't changed, still at 58 dragons, Liz continued, interrupting Sunan's thoughts. Sunan wasn't surprised when he heard this. After all, it had only been 2 years, and it was normal that no high-tier sub-dragon species had broken through to evolve yet. And the Magic Rune Knights and Witch Hunter Legions. After the Divine Corps battle, we purchased a large amount of materials for making magic rune constructs from the Wisdom Codex. As you instructed, we increased the manufacturing of magic rune constructs. Progress has been quite good, and now the official members of the Magic Rune Knights have exceeded 100,000, with over 70,000 reserve members. 100,000 official Magic Rune Knights was equivalent to 100,000 legendary level combat forces. In smaller, less developed dimensions like Starry Continent 1,000 years ago, this would be enough to conquer the entire dimension. Not to mention the 70,000 reserve knights or senior knights. In terms of sheer combat power, the Magic Rune Knights alone could rival 3 to 4 army groups. Liz continued, as for the Witch Hunter Legion, we currently have around 2,300 puppets. Sunan had set a goal of having over 10,000 puppets for the Witch Hunter Legion, so 2,300 was still far from the target. However, considering that it had only been 2 years since the Divine Corps battle, and the Witch Hunter Legion had doubled in size, the progress was already quite impressive. Moreover, the Star Alliance didn't only have the Witch Hunter Legion. They also had the internal puppet army of the Starlight Wizard Tower. The number of wizard-level puppets there had increased to over 700, including high-level puppets such as the Supreme Golem, which were equivalent to Tier 3 wizards in strength. Altogether, the Star Alliance now had over 3,000 wizard-level puppets, far surpassing most third-tier wizard factions. This remarkable growth in such a short period was thanks to the resources obtained from the Divine Corps battle, most of which had been reinvested into military expansion. After hearing Liz's summary of the Star Alliance's military strength, Sunan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Overall, compared to the time of the Divine Corps battle, the Star Alliance's military strength had indeed improved significantly. Regarding the attack on Black Soder, what are your plans? Liz asked seriously. Although the Star Alliance's military has grown, attacking 3 dimensions at once is still a bit overwhelming. Sunan thought for a moment. We'll focus our main efforts on the Ulan dimension, while keeping the other 2 dimensions, Zuj and Manro, in check. Once we capture the Ulan dimension, we'll deal with the other 2. Liz realized that Sunan intended to tackle the dimensions one by one and was surprised. Are you really planning to take all 3 of these dimensions? Sunan chuckled. This is a rare opportunity. If we don't seize it to expand the Star Alliance's territory, that would be a waste. In fact, from a cautious standpoint, the best course of action for the Star Alliance would be to only neutralize the forces in the Ulan, Zuj, and Manro dimensions, preventing Black Soder from reinforcing their battle efforts from these dimensions. There would be no need to fully engage with these 3 dimensions. After all, the Wisdom Codex had only asked the Star Alliance to keep these 3 dimensions occupied, not to capture them. This approach would result in fewer losses for the Star Alliance, but it would also mean that they wouldn't gain much from the war. This was clearly contrary to Sunan's original goal of using the war to strengthen the Star Alliance. The multiverse had countless dimensions, but very few had high energy concentrations and rich resources, most of which were controlled by the major factions. Under normal circumstances, the Star Alliance could only expand its territory by constantly searching for suitable new dimensions. This wasn't an easy task, as many factions kept a close eye on new dimensions. Once a resource-rich dimension was discovered, it would immediately attract competition from many factions. The other option, of course, was to seize territory from other factions. Black Sodar's 22 dimensions were all resource-rich, high-energy dimensions. Under normal circumstances, the Star Alliance could never afford to seize these dimensions from Black Sodar. But now, an unprecedented opportunity had arrived. With 10,000 birds holding back much of Black Sodar's forces, the Star Alliance could seize the chance to take the Ulan, Zuj, and Manro dimensions. Once successful, the Star Alliance would control 5 dimensions, and after the Wizard Civil War ended, they would likely join the ranks of second-tier wizard factions. Liz understood this logic, but she also knew that taking these 3 dimensions from Black Sodar wouldn't be easy, and the risks involved were significant. But since Sunan had already made up his mind, she didn't argue further. After all, Sunan had never disappointed her before. She took charge of coordinating the war preparations, while Sunan retreated to his laboratory to focus on his next steps. Liz's concerns were not lost on him. Even with the current military expansion, the Star Alliance still didn't have an advantage over Black Sodar in the upcoming war. If they didn't have a trump card capable of turning the tide of battle, the war could easily turn into a stalemate. Looking at the current strength of the Star Alliance, the only asset that could potentially fulfill this requirement was the Starlight Wizard Tower. After continuous upgrades, the Starlight Wizard Tower's Tower Spirit, Elemental Pool, Energy Shielding, and long-range firepower were all superior to ordinary large wizard towers. Even on the front lines, Sunan was confident that it could outperform 2 large wizard towers in battle. But that alone wouldn't be enough. It would be best to upgrade the Starlight Wizard Tower to the next tier. Sunan summoned the 3D model of the Wizard Tower, staring at the glowing projection while lost in thought. At this point, it was difficult to take the Starlight Wizard Tower any further. The problem stemmed from energy limitations. Both the energy shielding and long-range firepower had already been upgraded to the limits of what the tower could handle. Further upgrades were possible, but they would push the tower beyond its energy capacity, causing more harm than good. As for the elemental pool, it was also nearing its limit and could not be further enhanced, unless more efficient energy supplies were introduced, such as the elemental furnace. In fact, Sunan had previously considered building a simplified version of an elemental furnace. The 2 key materials needed to build an elemental furnace were magic stone essence and elemental source crystals. The former could be easily synthesized by Sunan himself. The latter, however, could only be gathered when the elder of the elemental giants died, where there was a slight chance of the essence crystallizing. Although the drop rate was extremely low, with Sunan's current power, it was only a matter of time before he could enter the elemental space and retrieve the crystal. The real challenge, however, was that Sunan didn't have the design blueprint for the elemental furnace. He had been keeping an eye out for any wizard in the City of All Things offering the blueprint as a wager, but so far, no one had. It seems I'll have to approach the Wisdom Codex for help. Just then, a small voice interrupted Sunan's thoughts. Sunan! Sunan turned to see Amy leaping toward him and landing on his shoulder, wrapping her little claws around his neck and meowing loudly. I haven't seen you in so long, and you didn't even come find me, meow. Sunan smiled gently and stroked her head. The headquarters of the Wisdom Codex isn't a place for just anyone to enter. Next time you want to find me or Hidden Dragon, just come to Starry Continent. After comforting Amy, Sunan turned to face Mayusha. Mayusha, it's been a long time. It has been. After more than 200 years, Mayusha looked exactly the same, still the serene and quiet young girl. With his increased strength, Sunan could now more clearly sense the astonishing energy hidden beneath Mayusha's calm exterior. Just standing in front of her made him feel as though he were facing an endless starry sky. This was a true spirit wizard, one of the most powerful beings, rivaling the gods. I heard from Cyril that you wanted to see me. Indeed, Sunan said seriously. I urgently need the design blueprint for an elemental furnace. I wonder if Lady Mayusha could assist me, and I am willing to pay the appropriate price. As a true spirit wizard and a leading scholar of the Wisdom Codex, Mayusha held a very high position. Without Sunan's past connection with her and the fact that he was the leader of an affiliated organization, meeting her would have been nearly impossible. Thus, he didn't beat around the bush but directly came to the point. You wish to purchase the elemental furnace design blueprint from me? Yusha raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised that Sunan had come to her for this. But she quickly realized what was going on. She was aware of the Star Alliance's plan to join 10,000 birds in the fight against Black Soder. She also understood that Sunan wanted the elemental furnace to prepare for the upcoming war, likely intending to upgrade the Starlight Wizard Tower. The Starlight Wizard Tower, stronger than a large wizard tower, was no secret within the Wisdom Codex. Sunan's expertise in magic item manufacturing was also widely respected, and many within the Wisdom Codex admired him. Yes, Sunan admitted candidly. Yusha pondered for a few seconds before shaking her head slightly. The elemental furnace design blueprint is a core secret for any wizard faction. It is rarely sold outside, and if it is only the finished product, and the price is astronomical. Sunan's gaze shifted slightly. He knew very well how precious the elemental furnace was. While the Star Alliance could technically afford to buy it, the cost would be enormous. Given the upcoming war, spending a significant amount of resources to purchase the elemental furnace wasn't the wisest choice. Additionally, even if the elemental furnace was bought, it couldn't be installed in the Starlight Wizard Tower. Only massive war constructs like the floating city could bear the full capacity of a true elemental furnace. However, if they could get a finished elemental furnace, they could reverse engineer and replicate it. Creating an identical product was nearly impossible after all. No one could replicate the work of hundreds of expert magic item manufacturers who had spent thousands of years perfecting their craft. But it was very possible to create a weaker, makeshift version. Once this substitute was created, Sunan could use his cube synthesis to upgrade it to a level the Starlight Wizard Tower could handle. But the process of reverse engineering would take a long time, and whether it could be completed before the war was uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, Sunan asked, "If I only need a similar energy supply device, something weaker than the elemental furnace but still somewhat efficient, would the Wisdom Codex have anything like that?" Yusha hesitated briefly. "What are the specific requirements? Is there a standard?" Sunan answered seriously, "It doesn't have to be as powerful as the elemental pool. Work and efficiency are two separate matters. What he needed was the high efficiency of an elemental furnace. The actual power output could be weaker, as it could be enhanced through synthesis." Yusha glanced at Sunan with some confusion. What use would a device weaker than an elemental pool be? Such a device wouldn't contribute much to enhancing a wizard tower's combat strength. Although puzzled, she didn't press the issue and thought for a moment. "The Wisdom Codex doesn't have anything like that, but I do have some experimental data. These are the results of when I was researching lower-tier alternatives for the elemental furnace. I couldn't create a fully functional prototype, but it should give you some ideas." Sunan's eyes lit up. "Then I'll be deeply grateful, Lady Yusha. You've done me a favor with Amy. Helping you with this small matter is no problem." Yusha extended her hand, and 10 thick books materialized from thin air, floating toward Sunan. Sunan didn't bother looking at them closely, simply taking them. "I heard from Cyril that you plan to launch your offensive in half a month." "Yes." Sunan didn't hide it. He had recently met with Gavin from 10,000 Birds and agreed on the joint attack against Black Soder's dimensions in half a month. Suddenly, Sunan's expression changed, and he cautiously asked, "I heard the Wisdom Codex is sending 2 true spirit wizards against Black Soder. Do you know who they are?" Yusha smiled slightly. "One is me, and the other is Lord Darius Ward." As expected. Sunan's heart sank. He remembered Darius Ward well. He was the father of Ronan Ward. "Then I wish you a triumphant return, Lady Yusha. Thank you for your well wishes." Leaving the sacred tree dimension, Sunan couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had taken in Amy back then. It was through her that he had gained this valuable connection with Yusha. With a true spirit wizard backing him, dealing with the Wisdom Codex had become much easier. Had he not known Yusha, he would have had to purchase the elemental furnace and spend significant time and resources to reverse engineer a lower-tier substitute. Even with all that effort, convincing the Wisdom Codex to trade the elemental furnace would not have been easy. With this experimental data, I should be able to quickly develop a lower-tier alternative to the elemental furnace. Then, I can enhance it with synthesis. Sunan's spirits lifted. If this path succeeded, the Starlight Wizard Tower could continue to evolve and become the Star Alliance's trump card on the battlefield. Returning to the Starlight Wizard Tower, Sunan immediately immersed himself in studying the experimental materials. Chapter 285. On the vast plains, a dense army was assembling in an orderly fashion. High above, a group of wizards looked down at the scene below, occasionally exchanging a few words. Sunan, Cole, Atir, Ethan, Tagana, and Phelim, except for the second-tier wizards such as Scepter, Rose, and Ficardo, who went to the council hall for a meeting, had gathered almost all of the top-tier first-level wizards of the Star Alliance. I heard we're attacking 3 dimensions at the same time. Do you think we might be overreaching? Someone asked. Though it's called a simultaneous attack, there are priorities. Our main target is the Ulan dimension, and for the other 2 dimensions, we just need to hold Black Soder's forces in place and prevent them from getting involved in the battle, replied Sunan. Speaking of which, what's the Ulan dimension like? Another wizard asked. Everyone turned their gaze to Atir. Since remaking her body, Atir had focused most of her energy on cultivation but still handled some of the administrative tasks. Of everyone present, she was undoubtedly the one with the best intelligence, having previously served as Rose's assistant. Seeing all eyes on her, Atir smiled and said, I've just received the detailed intel, and it should be distributed to all the wizards and legion commanders today. Tagana asked, can you give us a sneak peek? Yeah, let's get a better understanding of the situation first, Phelim chimed in. Not rejecting the request, Atir said, the situation in the Ulan dimension is quite similar to Starry Continent. It is primarily inhabited by humans, with a unified government. The ruling state, the Noth Empire, is Black Soder's proxy for ruling the Ulan dimension. The group nodded in understanding. To maximize resource development and collection efficiency, wizard factions typically establish unified governments in dimensions controlled by civilized races. This is similar to how the Starry Empire rules Starry Continent. With Black Soder's typical black wizard style, I'm sure the living conditions in the Noth Empire are far from ideal, Sunan mused. Atir nodded. Indeed. Black Soder has exploited the Noth Empire to its maximum, with the imperial family and aristocracy passing on that exploitation to the lower classes. The living conditions of the common folk can only be described as miserable. Phelim chuckled. Looks like we're doing a good deed by attacking the Ulan dimension. The others all shook their heads and laughed. Tagana then asked, what about the military strength of the Ulan dimension? Atir pondered for a moment before replying, the exact numbers are unclear, but the intel we've gathered indicates that the Ulan dimension has at least 15 wizard towers and over 30 Black Soder giant warships stationed there. 30. Sunan furrowed his brows. The others immediately stopped laughing, their expressions becoming serious. Having such a strong defense in just one dimension explained why the Wisdom Codex wanted the Star Alliance and 10,000 birds to collaborate against Black Soder. Considering that the Star Alliance would need to divert part of its forces to invade the Zij and Manro dimensions, the actual number of war constructs available for the Ulan dimension invasion would likely be less than that of the Ulan dimension's own forces. Even though the Star Alliance had flying fleets to help make up the difference, it still wouldn't have the advantage. What about the puppet army? Cole asked in a deep voice. The exact number is unclear, Atir shook her head. But I do know that the Ulan dimension has stationed a Fire Fang Knight Corps, similar to our Magic Rune Knights. They're all at legendary combat power, and the number likely exceeds 30,000. Sunan mused, that's not too hard to deal with. The Magic Rune Knights now have more than 100,000 official members. Since we're set on focusing on the Ulan dimension, we can mobilize at least 50,000 troops. Taking out the Fire Fang Knight Corps should be no problem. The same goes for the puppets, Ethan added. No matter how many puppets the Ulan dimension has, at most, they'll have 2 army groups. We still have the advantage in this area. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although Black Soder was a top-tier second-level wizard faction, it couldn't possibly station large numbers of puppets in all 22 of its dimensions. For a single dimension, having 2 million puppets would already be impressive. Currently, the Star Alliance had 5 army groups, so the number of troops they could send to the Ulan dimension would likely exceed 2 million puppets. While the Star Alliance had fewer wizards, the presence of the Witch Hunter Legion made up for this discrepancy. In terms of wizard-level combat strength, the Star Alliance could likely match the combined forces of the Ulan, Manro, and Zij dimensions. Overall, while the Star Alliance didn't have a huge advantage in terms of overall strength, it wasn't at a disadvantage either except in the area of war constructs. War constructs were incredibly expensive and time-consuming to make, and wizard factions, including their wizard towers and war constructs, built their forces up over thousands of years. The Star Alliance, with less than 2,000 years of history, was still lacking in this department. Seeing the somber expressions on the wizards' faces, Sunan lightened the mood with a smile. But this is a great opportunity. If we can capture a few more wizard towers, it would significantly improve our war construct's strength. At his words, many wizards' eyes brightened. The Star Alliance currently had only 21 wizard towers, yet over 400 wizards, leaving many without their own towers. If they could capture more wizard towers in this war, some of them might finally be able to exchange for their own. Who wouldn't be excited by that? With Sunan leading us, we'll definitely come out on top in this war. Tagana said. Everyone instinctively nodded. After the dimensional blockade was lifted, the wizards had been exposed to more and more external information. The more they learned, the more they realized just how extraordinary it was that the Star Alliance had grown from nothing to its current size in just over 1,000 years. And all of this was achieved under Sunan's leadership. Now, the Star Alliance had blind trust in Sunan. As long as Sunan issued a command, no matter how unbelievable, they would follow it to the best of their abilities. This time would be no different. This is the military strength stationed in the Ulan dimension, Liz said, handing out documents to the second-tier wizards present. Once everyone had gone through the documents, she spoke again, her voice serious. Because of the time constraints, our intel is limited, most of it coming from the Wisdom Codex. However, it's still only a rough estimate. The defensive forces of a faction's subordinate dimension were a core secret, and it was always difficult to gather complete information, even if spies were sent to infiltrate the dimension. Everyone in the room understood this, so no one spoke up. They all turned their gazes toward Sunan, sitting at the head of the table. After a moment of silence, Sunan lightly tapped the armrest, deep in thought, before finally speaking. Then we'll proceed according to the original plan, focusing on the Ulan dimension while holding the other two in check. Scepter, you'll lead the Golem Legion's 2nd Army Group, along with the 3rd and 4th Magic Rune Knight Legions, to attack the Manro dimension. I'll provide you with 3 small wizard towers and 1 medium-sized wizard tower, 3 flying fleets, and 15 starry fortresses. The Magic Rune Knight Legions were divided into 10 units, with each containing 10,000 official members and 90,000 reserve members. Although the forces for the Manro and Zij invasions would just be for holding back, the troops couldn't be too small. If they were, they might be swallowed up by the enemy, making it impossible to reinforce the Ulan dimension. Sunan had to ensure that the forces in charge of attacking Manro and Zij could keep the enemy's forces in check. Understood, Lord. Scepter replied respectfully. The forces attacking the Zij dimension will be led by Ficardo. You'll draw from the Golem Legion's 3rd Army Group and the 5th and 6th Magic Rune Knight Legions. You'll receive the same number of war constructs as Scepter. Understood, Lord. Ficardo responded respectfully. Scepter and Ficardo were the most senior members of the Star Alliance, and both were among the strongest wizards. Having them lead the attacks on the Manro and Zij dimensions was something everyone fully supported. In terms of wizard-level combat strength, each of you will draw 1/5 of your wizards and wizard-level puppets. The logistics materials have already been included in the documents, and you have 5 days to prepare for the war. Remember, your mission is just to hold the line. You don't need to gain too much in terms of territory. The goal is to keep the enemy from reinforcing other dimensions while preserving your forces. Scepter and Ficardo both responded affirmatively. After discussing a few more details, the meeting was adjourned, and the wizards quickly left, each heading off to make preparations. Soon, the council hall was empty, with only Sunan and Liz remaining. Are you still working on the elemental furnace? Liz asked. Sunan nodded, not hiding anything from Liz. The Starlight Wizard Tower needs to be further upgraded, and we must improve the energy supply. The current elemental pool has reached its limit, and I can't strengthen it any further. I'll try to create a simplified version of the elemental furnace and see if I can improve its efficiency. Liz couldn't help but feel some admiration. Upgrading a wizard tower wasn't uncommon in the wizard world. For example, the true spirit heirs of major wizard factions often chose to upgrade their large wizard towers instead of building more advanced floating cities. However, due to limitations in resources and ability, most could only upgrade 1 or 2 aspects like the tower spirit, elemental pool, energy shielding, or remote firepower. But Sunan was different. His plan to upgrade every aspect of the Starlight Wizard Tower was unprecedented. If his plan succeeded, the Starlight Wizard Tower would reach a level that could rival even the floating cities. Liz could hardly imagine how powerful the Starlight Wizard Tower would become if Sunan succeeded. Perhaps this was the secret weapon Sunan had to confidently attack the Ulan dimension. Thinking back to Sunan's past victories, Liz couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Regaining her composure, Liz asked, "Has the transformation of the Twilight Valley been completed? The wolf pack has reached the incubation limit. Are we deploying them in this war?" Sunan nodded approvingly. "While the wolf pack's combat power isn't as strong as the golem legions, they'll make great cannon fodder." The Twilight Valley had significantly increased the speed of black wolf incubation, and even if all 90,000 wolves were wiped out, they could be replaced in about 40 years, so Sunan wasn't concerned about using them as cannon fodder. However, the Twilight Wolves took 7 months to incubate a single one, and it would take over 300 years to reach the maximum of 602. They were slow to reproduce and needed to be used wisely. "But the primary force at the start will still be the Golem Legion," Sunan said. In essence, dimensional invasions were a race against time. The invaders needed to deploy as many troops as possible before the defenders could react and gather their forces. This would allow the invaders to establish a foothold and open up a forward base. The speed at which an invasion went smoothly in its early stages largely depended on how quickly the invaders could deploy enough troops before the defenders could respond. In the case of the Wave Dimension, Yuxi had lost largely because the Star Alliance was able to respond quickly. Within just a couple of hours, enough forces had been mobilized to block the Dark Abyss's invasion and prevent them from expanding their forward base and establishing more dimensional channels for reinforcements. This was the Star Alliance's unique advantage. The actions taken during the Earth Crystal Dimension proved how significant the cube was in transporting troops. In just 24 hours, the Star Alliance was able to deploy 53 starry fortresses, 13 flying fleets, 2 golem army groups, and 120,000 magic rune knights into the Earth Crystal Dimension. In other words, if the Star Alliance wished, it could easily deploy an entire golem army group in half a day and launch a quick assault. Unless the Ulan dimension had established a dimension-wide surveillance and transport network similar to Starry Continent, it would be impossible for them to gather enough forces to counterattack within such a short time. And this time gap would be enough for the Star Alliance to establish a foothold in the Ulan dimension. Since the wolves couldn't be transported through the cube, their deployment in the Ulan dimension would take longer, so the initial phase of the invasion would still rely on the golem puppets. Once the troops were fully deployed, the Star Alliance should have a strong position in the Ulan dimension, at which point the wolves could be used to coordinate and launch a more aggressive assault. After discussing a few more points, Liz left the council hall to handle the preparations. Sunan, still focused on researching the elemental furnace, couldn't be distracted by other matters. Most of the pre-war preparations had been entrusted to her, and she had been busy. Sunan then left the council hall, heading straight to the lab. Chapter 286. The experimental data that Misha provided was very detailed and gave Sunan significant insights. In just a few days, Sunan successfully produced a finished product. The reason Misha had abandoned this research wasn't because of failure, but because the simplified version of the elemental furnace that was created had almost no practical use. Its efficiency was high, but its output was lower than that of the elemental pool, and the key cost was higher, making the cost-to-performance ratio extremely poor. After completing the product, Misha shelved the research. Had it not been for Sunan's request, she might have forgotten about the research altogether. However, for Sunan, who possessed the synthesis cube, the flaws in this research were nothing. The synthesis and enhancement of the cube could improve or even eliminate all flaws. After producing enough products, Sunan immediately began synthesizing and enhancing them, quickly obtaining what he wanted. In the uppermost level of the Starshine Wizard Tower, the control center. At the center of the spacious hall, the original elemental pool had been replaced with a large construct occupying over 100 square meters. The entire construct resembled a combination of a magical crystal forging furnace and a water basin, made entirely of magical steel ingots, with various magical gems embedded inside, radiating a deep glow under the light of the magic stone lamps. Sunan carefully inserted the final elemental source crystal into the construct. To acquire this elemental source crystal, he had spent 5 days in the elemental space, killing over 10 elemental giant elders before he was lucky enough to drop one. During that time, he had nearly been discovered by an elemental lord, narrowly escaping after putting in a lot of effort. As a surge of bright light appeared, the faint purple crystal transmission pipes began to glow. A rush of overwhelming elemental energy poured out, filling the entire wizard tower in an instant. Feeling the rapid increase in the energy particle concentration in the air, Sunan smiled with satisfaction. Number 1. Scan the wizard tower status. Received instruction, scanning wizard tower status. Scan complete. A 3D model instantly appeared, accompanied by dense text data. Wizard tower, starshine. Level, large, enhanced. Current remaining energy, 5.68%. Intelligent auxiliary life, Tower Spirit 1, enhanced, Tower Spirit 2, enhanced, Tower Spirit 3, enhanced. Facilities, Elemental Furnace, Simplified, Floating Ring, Central Crystal Energy Transmission System, Living Area, Warehouse Area, Laboratory, Practice Area, Meditation Area, Planting Area. Minions, Clay Golem X1500, Water Spirits X1140, Flower Fairies X1266. Protective Device, Maze Lock Protection Energy Field, Super Large / Enhanced. Combat Devices, Incantation Cannon 3x300, Disintegration Cannon 3x30, Plasma Cannon 2x10, Pulse Cannon 2x1, Golem Core, Fine Gold Golem X10000, Touch Master Puppets X550, Secret Puppets X75, Shadow Steel Golem X50, Diamond Golem X30, Supreme Golem X8. After upgrading to an elemental furnace, the original storage function of the elemental pool disappeared. Since it had just been completed, the elemental furnace's energy wasn't yet fully charged, with less than 6% of its energy, but even so, the energy scale of the wizard tower had already nearly caught up to the full charge of the original elemental pool. Sunan estimated that, at 100% power, the energy would be about 11 times that of the original. The original elemental pool had 150% energy capacity. This was undoubtedly a huge improvement. Even though it was just the simplified version of the elemental furnace, its energy supply was on an entirely different level compared to the elemental pool. This was still an enhanced large elemental pool. If it were a standard large elemental pool, the energy supply might only be 1/30 or even 1/40 of the simplified version of the elemental furnace. With the new energy supply system, other facilities can be further enhanced. Sunan was overjoyed and quickly began planning. Upgrading all the facilities would take decades. Moreover, with the war approaching, while most of the command could be handled by Liz, he couldn't be a complete bystander. The time he could spend upgrading the wizard tower was limited, so it was best to prioritize upgrading a few facilities first. Considering the need to strike the enemy, upgrading the long-range firepower would be the most appropriate. Let's upgrade the pulse cannon first. Shaking off his excitement, Sunan immediately threw himself into his work. Ulan Dimension, Noth Empire. A majestic city stood tall in the vast plains, surrounded by 13 walls forming 13 concentric rings, with a pitch-black castle at its center. This was Ulan City, the heart of the entire Ulan Dimension. Even the capital, Noth City, which served as the military, political, and economic center of the Noth Empire, was a mere minor place compared to Ulan City. For this was where Black Soder's wizards resided. Luke Harris had just finished his meditation and returned to his study when Fabian hurriedly walked in. "Lord Luke, new orders have come from headquarters." Luke took the quill and scribbled on the parchment without raising his head. "What is it? Are they urging us to mobilize troops?" Surprisingly, Fabian shook his head. "No, headquarters said we don't need to mobilize troops for the time being." Luke froze for a moment, then looked up at Fabian, puzzled. "What's going on?" "Headquarters says that they've noticed increased activity from the 10,000 birds side, which may be due to orders from the Wisdom Codex, and they are preparing to attack us. To be cautious, headquarters has decided to halt the mobilization of troops from the other dimensions and asked us to stay alert." 10,000 birds. Luke scoffed disdainfully. "Those guys who associate with beasts, when did they ever dare to confront us directly?" Luke wasn't particularly surprised by the Wisdom Codex's actions. With how significant the Dark Abyss was acting, it would have been strange if the Wisdom Codex hadn't noticed, so making some counteractions wasn't unexpected. However, sending only 10,000 birds to deal with Black Soder seemed a bit too dismissive. Fabian said with a strange expression, "It's not just 10,000 birds. According to the intelligence we've gathered, it seems Star Alliance is involved too." "Star Alliance?" Luke furrowed his brow. In recent years, Star Alliance's reputation had risen rapidly. After breaking the dimensional blockade, they repelled the Dark Abyss invasion, killed a candidate wizard of the Royal Robes, and later decimated Black Soder's army in the Divine Corpse War. One after another, their achievements were impressive. Especially considering that Star Alliance had emerged from the Starshine continent, which had been sealed for 2,000 years, it was truly astonishing. However, Black Soder, being one of the stepping stones for Star Alliance's rise, was far from pleased. Even with multiple Star Alliances, 10,000 birds still aren't our match. Luke sneered, thinking for a moment, then said, "Send orders, all armies go to a level 1 alert status, ready to fight at any time." "Yes, my lord." Fabian respectfully responded and turned to deliver the orders, but before he could leave, a colleague rushed in with a grim expression. "My lord Luke, the stationed wizards in Gale Fortress have reported that a huge energy particle disturbance has been detected about 30 kilometers southwest of Gale Fortress. Preliminary scans suggest an intruder from another dimension." Luke's expression tightened as he exchanged a glance with Fabian, immediately understanding the situation. "Looks like our enemies are efficient, launching an offensive so quickly." Luke didn't panic, sneering and instructing the messenger, "Send orders to gather all the forces within 1,000 kilometers of Gale Fortress, immediately mobilize nearby garrisons to the invasion site and block them. We cannot let them leisurely deploy their troops." "Yes, my lord." The messenger quickly left to carry out the orders. Luke then swiftly wrote several commands on the parchment. With a wave of his hand, 4 black crows formed from swirling black mist in the air. Caw, caw. The 4 crows landed on the table, each grabbing a piece of parchment, swallowing it whole, and then flew away. Once the army mobilization orders were transmitted, Luke turned to Fabian, "Contact the stationed wizards in Gale Fortress, have them send magic eye birds to investigate the situation at the invasion site." Fabian nodded and left. After a short while, he returned with a greyish orb about the size of an egg, in which countless interwoven patterns resembling an eye could be seen at its core. As Fabian infused the orb with mental energy, it suddenly burst into dazzling light, and a virtual image formed in the air. The image was an aerial view from a distance, showing a vast army spread across the plains, knights in armor riding black panthers, neatly arranged in formations. Nearby, a golem army stood motionless like stone statues. Further away, golem puppets and cavalry were constantly arriving, joining the formation. In the sky above, thousands of metal giant ships hovered, surrounding 13 wizard towers and over 40 massive castles like a constellation. When Fabian saw the shape of the castles, he immediately exclaimed, "Starry fortresses!" Luke's eyes narrowed, and a cold gleam flashed in them. Star Alliance. Having fought Star Alliance in the Earth Crystal Dimension, Black Soder had a deep impression of their starry fortresses. They had conducted extensive analysis and research on them, so it was immediately apparent. "Immediately contact the other dimensions," Luke said suddenly. Fabian quickly reacted, using internal means to contact the other dimensions. He soon received a response. All 21 other dimensions have been invaded, with Star Alliance invading Ulan, Zudge, and Manro. The invaders in the other 18 dimensions are 10,000 birds. Indeed, Luke's face turned icy. Star Alliance really has some guts, attacking 3 dimensions at once. Luke's gaze remained fixed on the image. Due to the great distance and the fleet blocking the view, the location of the dimensional portal was unclear, and it was impossible to observe how Star Alliance was transporting their troops. But Luke didn't mind. With the third-rate wizard faction attacking 3 dimensions at once, their invading forces would surely be limited. Given Ulan Dimension's defensive forces, they should have no trouble handling it. Just then, a lightning bolt suddenly struck through the image, and in the next moment, the image vanished. The magic eye bird monitoring the invasion had been discovered and killed. Luke didn't mind, standing up and saying, "Summon all the wizards, deploy all the wizard towers. This time, we will crush Star Alliance's hand in Ulan Dimension." After the heavy loss in the Earth Crystal Dimension, Black Soder had long harbored deep resentment toward Star Alliance. Only out of caution for the Wisdom Codex had they held back. Now that both sides had torn off the mask, with Star Alliance invading Ulan Dimension, it was the perfect opportunity for revenge, to wipe out all the invading forces of Star Alliance and vent their anger. Fabian nodded and quickly went to deliver the orders. Ulan Dimension, although lacking a Star Eye network, had set up teleportation arrays in all major cities. Many wizards quickly gathered at Ulan City. At the same time, the 16 wizard towers and 35 Black Soder giant warships stationed at Ulan Dimension were ready to deploy. After receiving your orders, the Fire Fang Knights and Golem Corps are immediately mobilizing and heading to Gale Fortress. They are expected to arrive in 2 to 3 hours. Within the exclusive Magus Tower, more than 10 wizards gathered in the conference hall, discussing the next actions. Though Star Alliance's invasion had been sudden, Ulan Dimension had already been preparing to dispatch troops to the headquarters, so they were not caught off guard. In less than half a day, armies from all regions had been mobilized and were rapidly advancing to intercept the enemy. The speed was swift. Have we gathered the full scale of Star Alliance's invasion? Luke asked. The magic eye birds sent for reconnaissance had been wiped out by Star Alliance, so Luke gave orders to have the stationed wizards in Gale Fortress personally gather the intelligence. Considering the timing, the information should have arrived by now. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly moved, extending his hand towards the void. A black crow appeared from his empty palm. With a wave of his fingers, the black crow disintegrated into mist, and a piece of parchment fell from it, which Luke quickly grabbed and unfolded. When he saw the contents, Luke's face turned grim. "My lord?" Fabian asked, puzzled. Luke, with a dark face, said, "Just now, including Gale Fortress and Wutong City, 12 cities have already been captured by Star Alliance forces." As soon as the words were spoken, the hall fell silent. Everyone wore expressions of shock. After a long while, Fabian finally reacted and said in disbelief, "How is that possible?" Gale Fortress was garrisoned by a golem army of 50,000, and the surrounding cities had over 100,000 troops, both golem and regular forces combined. How could they be captured so quickly, just after Star Alliance's invasion? Luke said nothing, tossing the parchment to Fabian. Fabian took it and his eyes widened. According to the intelligence, Star Alliance used at least 500,000 golem puppets to capture 12 cities. At the same time, more golem armies were advancing toward other cities, although they hadn't yet arrived due to the distance. It seemed that Star Alliance had transported at least 60 to 70,000 golem puppets to Ulan Dimension in less than half a day. How did they manage this? Chapter 287. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy. The wizards were all confused and uncertain. Luke's face was as dark as if it were about to drip with water. Previously, a defeated wizard who had escaped from the Earth Crystal Dimension had mentioned that Star Alliance had transported an unusually large number of troops into the Earth Crystal Dimension, and it was likely that they had mastered some form of rapid troop transportation. Luke had not taken this seriously at the time, but now, he suddenly realized just how exaggerated Star Alliance's so-called rapid transportation method was. In less than half a day, they had transported at least 6 to 70,000 golem puppets. Such a method used for a dimensional invasion could catch any opponent off guard, just like they had now. Once Star Alliance had quickly secured a foothold and seized enough land as a forward base, it would be several times more difficult to push them back. With this thought, Luke's face grew even darker. Fortunately, he knew this was not the time to be angry. He took a deep breath to calm himself before giving a firm command. "Move out." With a hum, in a dazzling light of magic, numerous wizard towers and black soda giant warships shot toward the horizon like flowing lights. Gale Fortress. After swiftly taking Gale Fortress, Star Alliance turned it into the center of their forward base. Thousands of flying magic ships hovered over the city, casting large shadows that made the hearts of those below tremble. The streets of the city were deserted as local residents hid in their homes, while fully armored magic rune knights and golem puppets walked through the streets. Above the former lord's residence of Gale Fortress, 13 wizard towers stood tall. In the central Starshine Wizard Tower, the top officials of Star Alliance gathered, joyfully listening to the continuous battle reports coming from below. Brilliant City has been captured, 2 level 1 black soda wizards killed, over 3,000 golem puppets and over 43,000 human troops wiped out. Iron Tower City has been captured, 3 level 1 black soda wizards killed, over 2,000 golem puppets and 35,000 human troops wiped out. A black soda giant warship has been discovered near Cotton Cloud City, and the 3rd Flying Fleet has destroyed it. Good, remember to recover the wreckage. Sunan waved his hand, signaling the reporting magic rune knight to retreat, then turned to Liz. "How many towns have we captured so far?" 25. Liz reported the progress calmly. "Centered around Gale Fortress, all the towns within a 600-kilometer radius have fallen into our hands. At present, Ulan Dimension has yet to deploy its main army. Our forces have a significant advantage over the defending troops in these towns, so our casualties are minimal. As of now, 1 Golem Corps, 3 large golem legions, and 3 magic rune knight regiments have been sent to Ulan Dimension. We expect that by the day after tomorrow, the golem legions and magic rune knight regiments will be fully deployed, and in another 2 days, the Black Wolf packs will be transported into Ulan Dimension. Excellent. Sunan nodded in satisfaction. The senior officials of Star Alliance also had bright smiles on their faces. No matter how the invasion war unfolds in the future, at least in the early stages, Star Alliance's invasion has been quite smooth. With a firm foothold now, the worst-case scenario is a stalemate with Ulan Dimension, but the minimum goal of restraining Ulan Dimension has already been perfectly achieved. Within half a day, we should be able to capture all the towns within 1,000 miles of Gale Fortress. The Star Eye network and teleportation network are already being set up. In addition, scouts sent out have reported that large numbers of golem puppets and human cavalry are heading towards us. If nothing goes wrong, they should be the golem legions and Fire Fang Knights defending Ulan Dimension. We will likely engage them in battle within 5 hours. Quite fast, Sunan raised his eyebrows. In less than a day, they had rapidly mobilized troops, and their speed had been swift. It seemed that Black Soder had also been preparing for war recently, which allowed them to respond so quickly. Sunan pondered, since the 2 main armies have already been dispatched, Black Soder's wizard towers and giant warships should also be on their way. A tough battle is about to begin. The faces of the others also grew serious. As Sunan had expected, an hour later, scouts reported that large numbers of wizard towers and Black Soder giant warships had been spotted more than 1,500 kilometers away from Gale Fortress. Sunan immediately gave the order to move out. 13 wizard towers and over 40 starry fortresses, under the protection of countless flying magic ships, surged toward the distant battlefield. At this time, Star Alliance's occupied territory had expanded to over 800 kilometers from Gale Fortress. The Star Alliance army, which had just captured Yakan City, had not yet had time to rest when they suddenly saw large numbers of wizard towers and Black Soder giant warships appear in the distance, quickly reaching the town above. In the next moment, countless spell rays descended from the sky, killing many legendary golem puppets and magic rune knights. Immediately after, large numbers of golem puppets flew out from the wizard towers and Black Soder giant warships, landing in the city and starting to slaughter the Star Alliance forces. When the Star Alliance wizard towers arrived at Yakan City, the scene they witnessed was their own army being mercilessly slaughtered. Black Soder immediately noticed the arrival of the Star Alliance reinforcements. As enemies meet, they grew even more furious, and both sides launched their attacks at once. In an instant, countless rays of cannon fire collided in midair, forming an intricate web of death. The deafening explosions mixed with the dazzling light of magic almost covered the entire sky. Black Soder had 16 wizard towers in total, including 2 large wizard towers, 5 medium-sized wizard towers, and 9 small wizard towers. Star Alliance had 13 wizard towers, including 2 large wizard towers, 4 medium-sized wizard towers, and 7 small wizard towers. In terms of the number of wizard towers, Star Alliance was undoubtedly at a disadvantage compared to Black Soder. However, Star Alliance's starry fortresses outnumbered Black Soder's, and with the support of flying fleets, their overall combat power was not weaker than Black Soder's. For a time, both sides were engaged in intense combat, with no clear winner. Sure enough, it's hard to gain an advantage in war constructs, Sunan observed quietly. The long-range firepower of Starshine Wizard Tower had not yet been fully upgraded and wasn't enough to establish overwhelming dominance on the front lines. Sunan didn't plan to make Starshine Wizard Tower stand out too much at this stage to avoid drawing the enemy's attention. Therefore, he kept things within a reasonable level. After a fierce battle lasting more than half an hour, both sides suffered losses, and the energy in the wizard towers was running low. Both sides reluctantly ceased fighting. Watching the Black Soder wizard towers and giant warships gradually retreat, Liz glanced at the battered Yakan city and murmured, "We'll have to proceed cautiously from here on." Sunan nodded slightly. Black Soder had now reacted, and Star Alliance's war constructs couldn't gain an advantage. Relying solely on ground troops, the advancement speed would definitely slow down. But it didn't matter. The pulse cannons were already in production, and in a year or two, they would have upgraded Pulse Cannons 3, which could break the current deadlock. "I'll focus on improving the pulse cannons. The command of the battle is in your hands," Sunan said, transferring the control of Starshine Wizard Tower to Liz. "No need to rush to expand the occupied area, the key is to proceed steadily." Liz had already understood Sunan's intentions and nodded solemnly. I understand. From now on, we'll focus on consolidating our gains. I'll complete the Star Eye network and teleportation network in the occupied areas as quickly as possible. Dark Dragon Dimension. At Black Soder's headquarters, towers rose high and buildings of all shapes stood side by side, stretching out for thousands of meters. From a distance, it resembled a giant black dragon coiled on the ground. Wizards in robes hurried through the buildings, the air filled with an ominous atmosphere. In the tallest black tower at the center, which rose over 1,000 meters, a spacious and bright conference hall was filled with dozens of wizards discussing how to deal with the sudden war. I told you, we shouldn't have delayed things. If we had started the war earlier, we wouldn't be in such a passive position now. It's easy to say, but the Pale Mask and Flame Pattern associations are greedy, wanting to take more than half of the profits. If we hadn't fought for it, wouldn't we be giving it all to them? All right, arguing about this won't help. The priority now is to find a way to fight back. What's the current situation? 10,000 birds and Star Alliance have simultaneously attacked the 22 dimensions we control. The enemy is aggressive, and they're not easy to handle. What about the Three Lords? The Three Lords are trapped in the realm of truth by the True Spirit Wizards of the Wisdom Codex and 10,000 birds. With Misha Edwards involved, they are unlikely to escape in the short term. When Misha Edwards' name was mentioned, the hall fell into brief silence. Everyone furrowed their brows. Although Misha Edwards had just recently entered the ranks of True Spirit Wizards, and could be considered a newcomer among True Spirits, her strength far surpassed that of many seasoned True Spirit Wizards who had been in the position for thousands of years. It was said that she was once forced to flee Starshine Continent by a True Spirit Wizard from the Dark Abyss. After she ascended to True Spirit, she sought revenge, and in a direct confrontation with that True Spirit Wizard, she severely wounded him, nearly killing him. After that battle, Misha Edwards' reputation echoed throughout the entire wizarding world, and her strength was recognized by many True Spirit Wizards. With her involvement in the restraint, it was unlikely the Three Lords could break free. However, it was common knowledge that in wizarding conflicts, the primary task was to restrain the True Spirit Wizards, so the others weren't too surprised. They frowned slightly and continued discussing. The priority now is to concentrate forces against 10,000 birds. Among the 19 dimensions they're attacking, several of our core dimensions are included, and we absolutely cannot afford to lose them. In my opinion, we should deal with the weaker ones first. After we've dealt with Star Alliance, we can focus all our efforts on 10,000 birds. No, Star Alliance is not something we can handle quickly, and if during this process the other dimensions can't hold off 10,000 birds, what do we do? Exactly, the defenses in Zudge, Manro, and Ulan are more than enough to deal with Star Alliance. We can focus our forces to handle 10,000 birds first. 10,000 birds are the real threat. The group debated, each holding their ground. Finally, a man sitting at the head of the table coughed, and the hall instantly fell silent. Everyone turned their gaze to the man at the head. There were only a few True Spirit heirs in Black Soder, and among them, Elliot and Lucius were the leaders. After Elliot died in the Earth Crystal Dimension, Lucius became the highest-ranking True Spirit heir in Black Soder. At this moment, with the 3 True Spirit Wizards trapped in the realm of truth, Lucius was the highest authority in Black Soder, holding the most weight. Looking around the room, Lucius spoke slowly. I've just received news. Although Star Alliance is attacking 3 dimensions at once, their main target is Ulan Dimension. They've only sent a small amount of troops to the other 2 dimensions. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged puzzled glances. One wizard hesitated and asked, "What's Star Alliance up to? Do they plan to conquer Ulan Dimension?" In their expectation, Star Alliance's main role should have been to restrain part of Black Soder's forces, easing the pressure on 10,000 birds. For this, they should have balanced their forces across the 3 dimensions. But from the current situation, it seemed Star Alliance wasn't doing this and was instead focusing on attacking Ulan Dimension. The only explanation for this was that they intended to conquer Ulan Dimension. Star Alliance is getting too greedy, aren't they? Don't they fear overextending themselves? Where does their confidence come from? They're too arrogant. Lucius raised his hand, interrupting the discussion, and said slowly. Luke reported to me that Star Alliance has mastered a method for rapidly transporting troops, which caught Luke off guard in the initial stages of the invasion. In just 3 days, they've captured nearly 80,000 square kilometers of territory. Everyone was stunned. No one expected Star Alliance to be so formidable. A wizard said uncertainly, what about Ulan dimension? Lucius waved his hand, cutting off the question. Don't worry. Star Alliance only gained an advantage through surprise, but after Luke responded, he mobilized troops to contain Star Alliance's expansion. Although we can't expel them for now, we won't let them expand further. Upon hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. As long as Ulan dimension wasn't at risk of falling, things were manageable. Lucius said with a blank expression. Star Alliance does have some strength, but that's about it. It's nothing to worry about. Our focus should still be on 10,000 birds. Actually, this works out well for us. We don't need to face the Wisdom Codex directly, dealing with 10,000 birds is not that difficult. If we can defeat 10,000 birds, we can take a step further and shorten the gap with larger wizard factions. Upon hearing Lucius' words, the others exchanged glances, and no further objections were raised. They all nodded in agreement. Lucius is right. Let's focus on dealing with 10,000 birds first. Let Star Alliance show off for a while longer. Chapter 288. Boom! A deafening thunderous sound rang through the skies above the town. Countless incantation rays tore through the void, almost simultaneously striking the energy field surrounding the wizard tower, causing large areas of distortion to appear. The entire field violently fluctuated, as if it would collapse at any moment. Facing the siege of over 300 magic ships and 2 starry fortresses, Black Soder's wizard tower, after destroying over 70 magic ships, finally couldn't hold up anymore and prepared to break out. However, just as they were about to act, a dazzling, thick lightning beam suddenly shot out from the left starry fortress, striking the wizard tower with a resounding boom. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back, the wizard tower's energy field suddenly collapsed. Plasma cannon? Damn it, how could even a non-wizard tower war creation have this kind of cannon? The Black Soder wizards inside the wizard tower roared with rage. But anger couldn't change the situation. Without the energy field, the wizard tower was immediately exposed to the firepower of numerous war creations. In an instant, countless artillery beams swept toward the tower, drowning it in a torrent of destruction. Despite desperately fighting back and destroying more than 10 magic ships, the wizard tower still fell, shrouded in smoke, crashing to the ground. Over a dozen figures shot out from the falling wizard tower, scattering and flying in all directions. However, Star Alliance had been prepared. The sounds of howling wolves rang out as dozens of dusk wolves emerged from the surroundings, roaring as they blocked the Black Soder wizards' escape. Following them, Star Alliance wizards also surged out of the wizard tower and joined the pursuit. Caught between the wizards and the dusk wolves, the dozen or so Black Soder wizards were quickly wiped out. After collecting the spent Black Thunder into a spatial ring, Shaman glanced at the damaged Black Soder wizard tower not far away and smiled slightly. We've been fighting for over a year, and this is our first time capturing a Black Soder wizard tower. Atiril walked over, also wearing a smile. Shaman laughed, there's nothing we could do. Black Soder is too cautious. Their wizard towers rarely move alone, and they immediately flee when things look bad. If we hadn't set a trap, we wouldn't have had such an easy time capturing them. They had prepared for over 2 months for this operation. Without hesitation, they had taken the risk of being ambushed and sent a wizard tower alone to wander on the edge of the occupied area, slowly luring the enemy into the trap. Fortunately, the result was good. Though nearly 100 magic ships were lost, compared to capturing a small wizard tower, this loss was entirely acceptable. The battle within the town had also neared its end. Countless black wolves rampaged through the town, tearing apart the remaining resisting enemies. The defenseless civilians and surrendering soldiers were ignored. After the entire army had been transported to the Ulan dimension, Star Alliance changed its combat approach. Using wolf packs and golem legions as the main offensive force, and the magic pattern Knight Corps as support, they began attacking town after town in Ulan. Compared to the longer breeding cycle of the magic pattern knights, the manufacturing, hatching, cycle of golems and black wolves was much shorter. Even if there were more casualties, it didn't matter. Under Star Alliance's relentless assault, the territory they occupied had expanded nearly fourfold in the past year. Though this area was less than 1% of the entire Ulan dimension, considering the disadvantage in war creations, and relying solely on ground forces, achieving such results was quite impressive. After eliminating the last resistance in the town, Shaman left some people behind to clean up the battlefield and then headed back to the Gale Fortress with the damaged wizard tower. Well done! After listening to the reports from Shaman and Atiril, Liz nodded with a smile. The strength of war creations between Star Alliance and Ulan Dimension was almost on par. Losing a wizard tower for Ulan meant Star Alliance could repair it and add another to their collection. The difference between them was just 2 small wizard towers. After praising Shaman and Atiril, Liz had them leave, and then she arranged for repairs on the wizard tower. Once all this was done, she headed to Sunan's laboratory. In the spacious laboratory, a giant cannon stood at the center, its metal surface engraved with dense and mysterious runes. At each intersection of the runes were various magical gems. Sunan stood beside the cannon, seemingly making final adjustments. "Is this the newly developed Pulse Cannon 3? Liz asked with interest. Sunan, already knowing of her arrival, didn't look up as he responded, "Yes, it will be finished today." The synthesis of the Pulse Cannon 3 was not difficult. What took time was manufacturing enough pulse cannons to synthesize, and conducting the compatibility tests with the Starshine Wizard Tower. The Pulse Cannon 3 was now the best version after multiple adjustments by Sunan. One shot from the Pulse Cannon was powerful enough to reduce the energy field of a large wizard tower's maze lock protection energy field, standard, unenhanced, by more than 80%. If it were a medium-sized wizard tower, a single shot could destroy both the energy field and the tower. Its power was on an entirely different level compared to the pulse cannons installed on regular large wizard towers. However, such incredible power came with a massive energy cost. Even with the energy supply from the simplified elemental furnace, it could only support the Pulse Cannon 3 for 3 shots. After 3 shots, the remaining energy would be under 10%, and the tower would basically lose all combat capability. Sunan and Liz had discussed the power of the Pulse Cannon 3, and hearing that this new weapon was ready, Liz's eyes couldn't help but gleam. "With this weapon, we can break the current stalemate." Sunan nodded slightly and then added, "Actually, from a cost-effectiveness standpoint, the Pulse Cannon 3 consumes too much energy. If we reduce its power appropriately, upgrade and improve other cannons, and balance the energy field on the battlefield, we could achieve better results than simply using the Pulse Cannon 3. While the Pulse Cannon 3 was extremely powerful, it was also a one-time weapon. After its 3 shots, the Starshine Wizard Tower would lose its combat effectiveness. If the energy used by those 3 shots were more evenly distributed between offense and defense, the Starshine Wizard Tower could achieve more impressive results in a single battle than destroying 3 wizard towers. However, to reach that level, the other facilities of the Starshine Wizard Tower needed further upgrades. Time was too short, and Sunan didn't have the opportunity for a full upgrade. Therefore, this was the only method he could use. Soon, Sunan finished the final adjustments, ordered Tower Spirit 3 to control the golems to lift the cannon and install it into the wizard tower, and then turned to Liz and asked, "How's the current battle situation?" "It's going smoothly. Shaman and Atiril just captured a small wizard tower. In a few months, we'll have another wizard tower to add. How about the losses for the ground forces? We have plenty of resources. The golem puppets can be continuously manufactured, and the golem legions have only suffered minimal losses. The wolf pack has taken heavy losses in recent battles, with the death rate of the black wolves far exceeding the hatching speed. And the losses for Black Soder's forces." Without hesitation, Liz replied, "Their losses are even greater than ours. Ulan Dimension lacks biological nests and cannot rely on the same large profits from magic stone trading as Star Alliance. Relying solely on local and headquarters resources, they couldn't deploy as many forces or afford the losses like Star Alliance could. As time passed, the military strength of both sides would only increase, and Star Alliance would gradually gain the upper hand. Even without the Pulse Cannon 3, Sunan was confident that within 100 years, Star Alliance would dominate the war. By the time the Wizard Civil War ended, they might even capture Ulan Dimension. But Sunan didn't want to wait until then. "It's time to ramp up the offensive," Sunan said. Liz solemnly replied, "We've pinpointed the location of Ulan City, about 5,000 kilometers southwest of the occupied area. Once we attack there, we can force Ulan's garrison to fight us directly, and if we capture Ulan City and destroy their command center, the enemy will fall into chaos for a while." Sunan made his decision immediately, "Let's attack Ulan City." With the command given, Gale Fortress quickly became busy. Large numbers of magic ships and starry fortresses left Gale Fortress, guarding the Wizard Tower as they headed straight for Ulan City. Tens of thousands of ground forces also marched toward Ulan City. Ulan City immediately learned of Star Alliance's movements. While mobilizing troops to prepare for battle, they summoned their leaders for strategic discussions. What does Star Alliance plan to do? They don't really intend to capture Ulan City, do they? Not likely. They've tried before. In the past year, Star Alliance and Ulan City had clashed in full-scale battles several times, but neither side could gain the upper hand, only wasting soldiers. Thus, for most of the time, Star Alliance had used their more advantageous ground forces to advance and rarely deployed many war creations in the recent past. Star Alliance's sudden move now truly left people puzzled. Luke raised his hand, interrupting the conversation, and said in a deep voice, "No matter what Star Alliance's intentions are, since they're attacking, we cannot retreat. Ulan City is our stronghold. Are we really going to be afraid of Star Alliance?" Everyone realized this too and stopped arguing, responding with a unanimous call for battle. Soon, numerous wizard towers and black soda giant warships rose into the air over Ulan City. At the same time, large numbers of golem puppets and knights emerged from the city, forming formations across the plains, ready for battle. The golem legions were at the center of the formation, with countless knights on scaly, panther-like mounts on either side. These elite knights were armored, holding fine steel swords, their morale high, exuding a powerful aura. Those are the Fire Fang Knights of Ulan City. In a wizard tower, Sunan gazed at the elite cavalry displayed on the screen with great interest. "Yes," Liz said, "these Fire Fang Knights have the strength of great knights, and their mounts, the Fire Fang beasts, are no weaker than the Black Rock Panthers. They also all wear magical pattern constructs, so their combat power is comparable to that of the magic pattern knights. The knight legions cultivated by wizard factions typically come with magical pattern constructs and exotic beasts as mounts, all generally possessing legendary combat power. The magic pattern knights of Star Alliance weren't unique, but they did have the advantage of having a higher proportion of knights equipped with second and third level magic pattern constructs, thanks to their ample military funds." While Sunan and Liz talked, the Star Alliance army had completed their rest and was ready. Seeing this, Sunan immediately issued the order to attack. A loud horn blared, echoing over the plains. As the sound reverberated, Star Alliance's army began to slowly advance, like an enormous, unstoppable beast rolling forward. At the same time, a deep voice rang out from above Ulan City's army. "Attack!" The war drums were immediately struck on the city walls. The army began to slowly move, gradually picking up speed, charging toward the enemy with overwhelming force. The two armies collided like two raging torrents, and in an instant, blood splattered, and limbs flew through the air. The deafening roar of battle echoed to the heavens. From above, both armies were already locked in a chaotic melee in the front lines, fighting in a brutal, meat-grinder-like battle. At the same time, war creations in the sky clashed, raining artillery fire upon each other. Almost instantly, dozens of magic ships from Star Alliance were destroyed. And Black Soda also had one of their giant warships crash to the ground in flames. Looking at Star Alliance's forces, which seemed no different from their previous formations, Luke's eyes flashed with confusion. He had thought Star Alliance's attack on Ulan City was a strategic move with hidden trump cards, but their forces didn't seem to reflect that. It's probably just a test from Star Alliance. Luke fully relaxed and focused on commanding the battle. Star Alliance's recent offensive had become more intense, and since they had come to Ulan City of their own accord, it was an opportunity to weaken their forces. Just as the battle raged on, the Starshine Wizard Tower remained at the rear, floating in the sky, motionless, with no sign of action. Sunan's gaze remained fixed on the distant Wizard Tower. That was a large wizard tower, surrounded by others in a formation, like stars surrounding the moon. Even another large wizard tower was among them. If nothing else, the high command of Ulan City should be inside that large wizard tower. Sunan patiently waited, watching the streams of artillery fire pass through the array of wizard towers and Black Soda warships, occasionally striking the large wizard tower, slowly wearing down the energy field's durability. Once it seemed like the time had come, he finally issued the command. Number 1, activate the Pulse Cannon 3. Received instruction, activating Pulse Cannon 3. At the top of the Starshine Wizard Tower, points of starlight suddenly appeared, rapidly expanding into a dazzling light cluster, like a miniature sun. In the next moment, an incredibly bright beam of light shot out, piercing the void like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, crossed thousands of meters to accurately strike the heavily guarded large wizard tower. Under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, the energy field surrounding the large wizard tower distorted for a moment, and then instantly collapsed. How is this possible? Watching this scene, Luke's face turned ghostly pale. Chapter 289. After being hit by multiple rounds of artillery fire, the energy field durability of the large wizard tower where Luke was located had already dropped below 80%. So, under the attack of the pulse cannon 3, it naturally collapsed in one strike. Sunan was not surprised by this. However, Luke and the others were not thinking the same way. What they saw before them completely exceeded their expectations. They had never seen any wizard tower's long-range firepower capable of destroying the energy field of a large wizard tower in one hit. The scene before them felt surreal, as if they were in a dream. What was that ray just now? That was a pulse ray, right? But why was its power so strong? Damn it! What the hell is going on? The group snapped back to reality, completely panicked. Luke, too, was in a state of panic, never imagining that Star Alliance had such a hidden trump card. Now that the energy field had collapsed, if another hit landed, wouldn't the wizard tower be destroyed? Just as if to confirm Luke's thoughts, the starshine wizard tower in the distance again emitted a dazzling light, and in the next moment, another thick pulse ray shot through the air. Seeing this, Luke and the others' faces immediately changed drastically. Boom! The pulse ray effortlessly pierced through the wizard tower, and the violent surge of energy exploded, instantly destroying the entire energy transmission pipeline of the wizard tower. The tower hummed as it fell, smoking, crashing to the ground. The wizards and wizard apprentices inside the wizard tower immediately scattered like birds and beasts, flying out of the tower. Boom! The wizard tower fell from the sky, crashing into the ground behind the Ulan City army. Many golem puppets and fire fang knights, unable to dodge in time, were instantly killed, and a massive cloud of dust rose. Looking at the ruined wizard tower, Luke felt like his heart was bleeding. This was his wizard tower. It had been reduced to this, and even if it could be repaired, the cost would be substantial. The problem was, he might not even have the chance to repair the wizard tower. A violent wave of energy particles erupted again. Luke's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the starshine wizard tower in the distance, which had just fired another pulse ray. This time, the target was a medium-sized wizard tower. The pulse ray almost effortlessly shattered the energy field, piercing through the tower. In the blink of an eye, another destroyed wizard tower appeared on the battlefield. Since advancing to the rank of wizard, Luke had never seen this type of combat. In battles between wizard towers, it was always a matter of exchanging firepower, deploying golem armies to fight, and slogging through a long battle until one side ran out of energy or the energy field's durability reached zero, determining the victor. Even when a large wizard tower fought against a small one, it was impossible to destroy the smaller tower with just 2 hits. The firepower exhibited by the Starshine Wizard Tower was beyond anything Luke had imagined. Seeing that Star Alliance's war creations were quickly closing in, and surrounding wizards and wizard-grade golems were also gathering, Luke knew the situation was dire. His expression changed, and after a brief moment of indecision, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Retreat. No matter what, he could not afford to lose the remaining 13 wizard towers here, or they would be completely powerless to fight back. The other wizards also understood this logic. Although they were frustrated and unwilling, they followed the order. Soon, the Black Soda wizard towers began to retreat. The ground forces in Ulan City also started pulling back. They were planning to give up Ulan City entirely. These guys are quite decisive, Sunan commented, somewhat surprised by their swift retreat. He sneered and, after a symbolic pursuit from his forces, he ordered a ceasefire. After 3 pulse rays, the Starshine Wizard Tower could no longer continue fighting. With only the remaining war creations, even if they could capture the Ulan City Wizard Tower, it would come at a heavy cost, which was not in Star Alliance's best interest. Since they had already established an advantage, it was better to wait for the Starshine Wizard Tower to recharge, then gradually wear down Black Soda's war creations. After the Wizard Towers and most of the ground forces had retreated, Ulan City quickly fell into Star Alliance's hands. The Star Alliance army took over Ulan City and began mopping up the remaining enemy forces inside. Looking at the towering city below, everyone in Star Alliance was a bit dazed. Did we just win? The speed at which the war ended left everyone almost unable to comprehend. What was that just now? The pulse cannon. Fei Laming still had an astonished look on his face. Shaman, Atiril, Kor, and Tagana all shared the same stunned expression. Those 3 pulse rays, let alone Black Soda, even they were shocked. When Sunan had ordered the attack on Ulan City earlier, they were all full of doubts about the purpose of the move, never expecting that the Starshine Wizard Tower would have such terrifying firepower. It must be the new pulse cannon developed by the master, Shaman said after some thought. Everyone nodded in agreement. The modifications to the Starshine Wizard Tower were famous within Star Alliance, surpassing even large wizard towers. But no one had expected such an incredible modification. Even though the energy field durability of the wizard tower had already been worn down, a single shot destroyed the energy field in an instant. The power was simply terrifying. How much energy did that consume? How did the Starshine Wizard Tower handle the energy consumption? The more they thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed, and the more their respect for Sunan grew. Inside the Starshine Wizard Tower, Sunan and Liz looked down at the Black City below. Gale Fortress, among the many towns in the occupied area, was one of the largest, but compared to Ulan City, it seemed small. This majestic city, built by wizards, surpassed Gale Fortress in terms of both area and defense systems. Moreover, its geographical position was highly advantageous, located right at the center of the Ulan dimension, on a vital node of the Earth's veins. From Ulan City, it was able to radiate influence across the entire Ulan dimension, giving them an edge in strategy. Let's move the command center here, Sunan said. From now on, Ulan City will be our base. Liz nodded slightly. This is indeed a good place. After a pause, she turned her keen eyes to Sunan and asked, "Can we ramp up the offensive now?" Sunan smiled and nodded, then waved his hand, causing a full-scale map of Ulan Dimension's terrain to appear in front of him. The war today had undoubtedly been a turning point in changing the situation. In the past, when Star Alliance attacked towns, they had to worry about Black Soder's wizard towers and Black Soder giant warships, which made their moves cautious and restrained. But from now on, Star Alliance had the confidence to overpower Ulan's stationed forces with their war creations, and they no longer had to worry. They could freely take over Ulan's native towns. Now, it was the enemy's wizard towers that dared not engage in direct combat. Otherwise, as soon as they appeared, they would face the full force of the Starshine Wizard Tower's deadly assault. Repair the 2 wizard towers we captured and add them to the exchange list once upgraded, Sunan instructed. Liz acknowledged. The introduction of the advance payment installment policy allowed Star Alliance to quickly increase the number of wizards able to exchange for wizard towers. With the outbreak of war, wizards had more opportunities to earn contribution points, and a significant amount had accumulated over the course of the war. At this point, Star Alliance had no shortage of wizards eager to exchange for wizard towers. As soon as a wizard tower appeared on the exchange list, it was immediately snapped up, with no concerns about it being unsold. Once the 2 captured wizard towers were repaired and in use, Star Alliance's number of wizard towers in Ulan would increase to 16, including 3 large wizard towers. The combat power of their war creations would increase substantially. In contrast, Black Soder's wizard towers in Ulan were now reduced to 13. The balance of war creation strength had completely reversed. Even without counting the Starshine Wizard Tower, Star Alliance, with 15 wizard towers, over 40 starry fortresses, and thousands of magic ships, now outmatched Ulan's stationed forces in terms of war creation power. And as time passed, the gap in strength would only grow wider. Unless Black Soder sent reinforcements into Ulan, the situation where Ulan's stationed forces were at a disadvantage was already set. However, Liz wasn't worried in the slightest. Star Alliance and the 10,000-headed bird had kept an open line of communication throughout the war, always staying updated on each other's battles. With Star Alliance tying up some of Black Soder's forces, 10,000-headed bird had been going back and forth with Black Soder. While Star Alliance might not have gained the upper hand, they were certainly able to prevent Black Soder from sending reinforcements to Ulan. As for other Black Wizard factions, they were embroiled in fierce battles with the Wisdom Codex's affiliated organizations, and they couldn't spare forces to support Black Soder. Even if they could, Liz didn't believe that the self-interested Black Wizard factions would think of assisting their allies. If there was any unexpected twist, it would only be from the West GE and Manro dimensions. If Ulan faced a critical situation, these 2 dimensions might send reinforcements to support Ulan at all costs. However, even in that case, Liz didn't see it as necessarily bad for Star Alliance. If they could pull some of the forces from West GE and Manro into Ulan, it would be easier to defeat them later on. Thinking back to when Sunan had initially expressed his intention to capture Ulan, Liz couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Back then, although she supported Sunan's plan, deep down, she thought he was being overly optimistic. How could capturing Ulan be easy? But now it seemed that Star Alliance had a very real chance of achieving this goal. In the end, Sunan had never disappointed anyone. The simplified elemental furnace could hold more energy, but it would take longer to fully charge. The remaining 90% of the energy gap would take almost half a month to fill. Fortunately, Ulan's stationed forces had been scared witless, and they probably wouldn't dare send out their wizard towers in front of Star Alliance anytime soon. Back in the laboratory, Sunan returned to his work. This war proved the strength of the Pulse Cannon 3, and it also showed the importance of firepower in direct combat. Sunan had originally planned to continue upgrading the other facilities of the Starshine Wizard Tower, but he changed his mind. Compared to regular wizard towers, the Starshine Wizard Tower was already overwhelming. Even if he upgraded other facilities, the changes would be minimal. On the other hand, upgrading the combat power of Star Alliance's other wizard towers would have an immediate effect on boosting the overall strength of their war creations. This approach was clearly more effective in the short term. As for upgrading the Starshine Wizard Tower, that could wait until after the Wizard Civil War, when he could slowly improve it. In fact, by that time, if he were to be promoted to True Spirit Wizard, he might even begin preparations to build his own floating city. After a brief thought, Sunan quickly made up his mind. First, reinforce Star Alliance's other wizard towers. First, the elemental pool. To upgrade other facilities, we must first increase energy supply. I can synthesize reinforced versions of various levels of elemental pools and add them to the exchange list. Also, the maze lock protection energy field devices and various second and third level cannons. With the decision made, Sunan immediately put it into action. The basic facilities could be manufactured by the other wizards, and he only had to handle the synthesis. Thus, the plan progressed quickly, and not long after, the exchange list had added a batch of upgraded elemental pools, maze lock protection energy fields, and cannons. Most wizards didn't want to leave the modification of their wizard towers to others, even when the towers were captured. They preferred to modify them themselves to avoid leaving any back doors. However, with facilities from their own faction, there was no such concern. As soon as these upgraded facilities appeared, they were immediately exchanged. Sunan also took the time to personally upgrade Liz's Wizard Tower. After the Starshine Wizard Tower, Liz's Wizard Tower became Star Alliance's second tower, exceeding the large level. Time passed, and 6 months went by in the blink of an eye. With no need to worry about Black Soder's wizard towers and Black Soder giant warships, the ground forces' pace of advance significantly increased. In just half a year, Star Alliance's occupied territory expanded by more than twice its original size. During this period, Black Soder's wizard towers did try to intervene, but after being defeated twice, losing 1 large wizard tower and 3 medium wizard towers, they pulled back and stopped appearing. In the year 2273 of the Starlight calendar, Star Alliance launched a surprise attack on the capital of the North Empire, killing hundreds of royal family members, including the Emperor, and the capital fell. By 2275 of the Starlight calendar, Star Alliance had occupied half of the Ulan dimension. Facing Star Alliance's growing strength, Ulan's stationed forces were no match. Every time they clashed, they were pushed back. In 2276 of the Starlight calendar, when Star Alliance attacked Amber City, one of Ulan Dimension's large towns, reinforcements from West Ge and Manro appeared. 12 wizard towers and 42 Black Soder giant warships attacked Star Alliance's army from both the front and rear. However, after the upgrades, Star Alliance's wizard towers were no longer what they used to be. After a fierce battle, Luke, the leader of Ulan, was killed, and Black Soder's war creations were completely wiped out. West Ge and Manro suffered crushing defeats, with only 5 wizard towers escaping in disgrace. Star Alliance achieved a great victory. After this battle, Star Alliance's offensive was unstoppable. Wherever Star Alliance's forces went, the native towns either surrendered at the sight of them or fought to the death, only to have their city gates blasted open by wizard towers and fall within a day. Almost every other day, the territory controlled by Star Alliance expanded a ring. In 2278 of the Starlight calendar, the last town in Ulan Dimension fell into Star Alliance's hands, marking the complete control of the entire dimension by Star Alliance. In just 8 years of war, while many wizard factions were still locked in a stalemate, Star Alliance took the lead and captured its first dimension, taking a hefty chunk out of Black Soder's power. News of this spread, causing a stir throughout the wizarding world. Chapter 290 Star Alliance has taken Ulan Dimension. When Gavin heard this news from Bryce, his expression was very complex. In fact, when he first heard about Luke's death, he had already guessed that Star Alliance would eventually conquer Ulan Dimension. But when it actually happened, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of emotion. When they first collaborated with Star Alliance, Gavin only hoped that they could tie down the forces of Ulan, Manro, and Zudge. He never expected that Star Alliance not only achieved that but went above and beyond, directly capturing Ulan Dimension. Bryce was also full of amazement and said, "I really didn't expect Star Alliance to capture Ulan Dimension." At the beginning, Star Alliance's forces weren't even in an advantageous position, they were even slightly at a disadvantage. Who would have thought they could turn the tables in the end? "The speed at which Star Alliance's strength is growing is just too fast," Gavin said with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "For others, war weakens them, but Star Alliance seems to grow stronger with each battle." Gradually, Ulan Dimension couldn't keep up. Bryce looked puzzled. Star Alliance has been able to grow so quickly because they have an abundance of magic stones, but where are they getting all these magic stones? Gavin thought for a moment. Perhaps they discovered a large vein of magic stones in some dimension. It wasn't uncommon for a wizard faction to discover a large vein of magic stones in a dimension, allowing them to quickly develop. Bryce thought about it and agreed, this was probably the most likely explanation. Anyway, Star Alliance's capture of Ulan Dimension is quite beneficial for us. This news will likely prompt Black Soder to send more troops to Zudge and Manro dimensions, which will make things easier for us. Gavin smiled maliciously. I can already imagine the ugly look on Lucius' face. As Gavin had predicted, Lucius was indeed in a terrible mood. He had considered the possibility that Black Soder might lose control of a dimension during this war and had mentally prepared for the worst. However, no matter how hard he tried to think of it, he never imagined that the dimension Black Soder would lose would be the first one, Ulan, captured by the very faction he had looked down upon, the Star Alliance. This filled him with both surprise and rage. Inside the conference hall, the atmosphere was as frozen as ice. The senior members of Black Soder were either frowning or looking serious, all of them silent. At the beginning of the war, they had never thought Star Alliance would become a serious threat. They all decided to deal with 10,000-headed bird first. But the developments of the situation slapped them in the face. It was Star Alliance, which they had most underestimated, that first inflicted a major loss on Black Soder. After a long silence, Lucius broke the quiet and said, "Let's hear it, what's our next move?" A wizard coughed lightly and said, "I think we should send some forces to support Zudge and Manro dimensions. If Star Alliance could capture Ulan Dimension while attacking 3 dimensions simultaneously, now with only 2 left, they probably won't be able to handle both." However, before he finished, someone immediately contradicted him. "I disagree with that. We've just managed to suppress 10,000-headed bird. If we pull forces away now, it could give 10,000-headed bird a chance to strike back. The situation could spiral out of control. But if we don't support them, once Zudge and Manro dimensions fall, Star Alliance will turn and help 10,000-headed bird, and the situation will still get worse. I think we should focus our main forces on Star Alliance, deal with them first, and then go after 10,000-headed bird." "No, that would be a huge mistake. 10,000-headed bird isn't stupid, they're probably already preparing for this. If we move our main forces, 10,000-headed bird will definitely take advantage of the situation and escalate their attacks. We might end up with a repeat of what happened in Ulan Dimension. Then what do you propose?" The arguments grew more intense, slowly escalating into a full-blown quarrel. Lucius listened, his face growing darker with each passing moment, and deep down, he felt helpless. He suddenly realized, Black Soder was completely powerless against a small faction like Star Alliance. No matter what they did, the situation would likely worsen. A faction that he had once scorned, a small third-rate wizarding power, was now giving him an unbearable headache. "Enough! All of you, shut up!" Lucius shouted impatiently, silencing everyone in the hall. His cold eyes swept across the room, and he said sternly, "Send some forces to support Zudge and Manro dimensions, and have Heimdall and Quiven guard the dimensions. If Zudge or Manro fall to Star Alliance, they won't be coming back. As for the main forces, continue dealing with 10,000-headed bird." Star Alliance was indeed troublesome, but 10,000-headed bird posed an even greater threat to Black Soder. If they let 10,000-headed bird take advantage of the situation, Black Soder could face annihilation. At that point, it would no longer be a matter of losing 1 or 2 dimensions. Regardless, 10,000-headed bird's threat couldn't be ignored. On the other hand, if Black Soder gained the upper hand on the battlefield with 10,000-headed bird, they could then reallocate forces to support Zij and Manro. Lucius believed Black Soder could manage this. That is, if Zij and Manro could hold out long enough. Ulan Dimension, Ulan City. In the Lord's Mansion study, Sunan sat behind the desk, listening to Liz's report on recent developments. After capturing Ulan Dimension, Star Alliance didn't rush to attack Zij or Manro dimensions. Instead, they took the time to consolidate their control over Ulan, only sending a portion of their forces to support Quill and Fakado. After half a year of consolidation, Star Alliance had essentially taken full control of Ulan, removing all of Black Soder's influence. As one of Black Soder's major controlled dimensions, Ulan Dimension's resources were far superior to those of the Wave Dimension and even outstripped Starshine Continent, which had been cultivated and developed for 1,000 years. Just the 2 medium-sized magic stone veins and 1 small vein were enough to make Ulan a highly valuable find. Additionally, the most valuable asset in Ulan was its human population. Whether it was for training wizards or cultivating knightly armies, having a sufficient population was key. This made human-populated dimensions far more valuable than those with non-human species. For example, in the Wolf-Tide dimension, while it had biological nests a powerful military asset if Sunan had to choose, he would prefer a similar-sized dimension populated by humans, which would likely provide more wizards, apprentices, and magic pattern knights. Though Black Soder exploited Ulan Dimension heavily, they still made substantial investments here. Liz put down the papers in her hand and smiled, saying, "The overall quality of the human population in Ulan is quite impressive. For every 1,000 people, there are about 7 or 8 knights, and for every 10,000, there are 3 to 5 wizard apprentices." Star Alliance had built numerous knight academies on Starshine Continent, and after planting and improving dragon blood fruit across the continent, their knight population had slowly increased over 1,000 years, but it only reached a ratio of about 2-3 per 1,000. The ratio of wizard apprentices was even lower, barely reaching 1 in 10,000. In contrast, the human population of Ulan Dimension had far better average quality. But this made sense. Unlike Starshine Continent, which had only recently been liberated from dimensional lockdowns, Ulan had been under Black Soder's rule for thousands of years, allowing for a much better environment. With proper management, in 100 or 200 years, Star Alliance's wizard population will definitely grow significantly. Liz said with a smile. Star Alliance now had ample resources. As long as there was enough population, they could quickly cultivate large numbers of wizard apprentices. With the base of wizard apprentices growing, the number of wizards would naturally increase rapidly. "How are the repairs on the captured wizard towers coming along?" Sunan asked. "They are all fully repaired. As soon as they were put on the exchange list, they were snapped up immediately. Many couldn't get them and are now clamoring for us to march into Zij and Manro to capture more wizard towers," Liz replied. Sunan chuckled. War truly was the driving force of development. "What about the upgrades to the wizard towers?" "They're going well. Almost all wizard towers have had their elemental pools and long-range firepower upgraded. The team has been very proactive on this, especially since it directly affects their contribution points in the upcoming wars. The Maze Lock Protection Energy Field upgrades are a bit fewer, only about a third of the people have exchanged for the enhanced devices, and fewer still for other upgrades." Sunan nodded slightly. Due to the limited time, the number of enhanced wizard tower facilities was still a bit small and couldn't cover all of Star Alliance's wizard towers. But even so, the combat power of many wizard towers had been boosted. Star Alliance now had a total of 44 wizard towers, and the number of starry fortresses had increased to 68. However, the flying fleets had suffered significant losses in the recent wars and had yet to fully recover, with only 12 fleets remaining. But when it came to war creations, Star Alliance could now easily crush Zij and Manro. "We need to continue developing Ulan Dimension, we can't let up. But it's also time to march into Zij and Manro dimensions," Sunan said decisively. Liz asked, "Which dimension will we focus on first?" Sunan had already made his decision. Without hesitation, he said, "Zij Dimension." Unlike Ulan Dimension, Zij had a human population, though it wasn't the majority. The dominant species was a subspecies called Dragon Beastmen, a creature with both dragon and orc bloodlines. Adult Dragon Beastmen were at least knight level in strength, making them fierce and suitable soldiers. However, their power ceiling wasn't very high. Due to the weak dragon bloodline, dragon beastmen could only reach a peak of the 4th ring legendary level. No bloodline knights or elemental knights had ever appeared, let alone wizard-level warriors. Experiments had been conducted in the past to modify dragon beastmen and push them past their limits, but they were eventually abandoned. In comparison, Manro Dimension's main species was made up of giants, highland giants, sand giants, hill giants, forest giants, swamp giants, and so on. These giants were typically at the Great Knight level, with some of the leaders having strength comparable to that of wizards. However, they had a relatively low reproductive rate. According to reports from Quill, the total number of giants in Manro was less than 2 million, with only about half of them being warriors. Furthermore, the environment of Manro was harsh, and its resources were not as abundant as Zuj's. It didn't even compare to Ulan Dimension. While Zuj had 2 small magic stone veins, Manro had none. Considering all these factors, Sunan decided to focus on Zuj Dimension as the second target. Taking control of this resource-rich dimension would allow for earlier development. Seeing that Sunan had made his decision, Liz didn't object. With the command given, Star Alliance's forces quickly mobilized. Just to be safe, Sunan left 3 wizard towers, 8 starry fortresses, 1 magic golem legion, and 2 magic pattern knight legions to guard Ulan. Additionally, he sent 3 wizard towers, 10 starry fortresses, and 2 flying fleets to assist Manro. The remaining forces advanced towards Zuj. After nearly 10 years of war, although Quill hadn't gained an advantage in Zuj, he had at least secured a foothold, conquering over 50,000 square kilometers of land. With a buffer zone, Star Alliance's forces no longer had to rush to transport more troops. Upon arriving at Zuj, Sunan went straight to the Star Alliance Army's headquarters. Quill and the wizards had already gathered in the conference hall. "My lord!" They all bowed respectfully. Sunan waved his hand, signaling them not to stand on ceremony. As soon as he sat down at the head of the table, he asked about the situation in Zuj. Quill was well prepared and spoke calmly. The ruling power of Zuj is an empire founded by the Dragon Beastmen, with them as the dominant ruling class. However, in my opinion, it's more like a giant tribe. The total population is estimated to be at least 20 million, and the standing army is around 3-4 million. Adult Dragon Beastmen are at least knight level in strength, which means that all 3 to 4 million soldiers are knight level. However, the gathered wizards weren't particularly concerned. After all, considering the incoming reinforcements, Star Alliance already had 3 magic golem legions in Zuj, which accounted for 3 million knight level combatants. Not to mention the magic pattern knight legions and black wolf packs. More importantly, the Dragon Beastmen couldn't send all their forces into battle, as they would still need to keep some troops to defend their homeland. With 3 million soldiers, they were already in a solid position. As far as ground forces were concerned, Star Alliance was just as strong, if not stronger, than the Dragon Beastmen. Chapter 291. Where is the main army of Dragon Keen now? Sunan asked. B. Just over 30 kilometers away in Blackstone Canyon, there are more than 2 million troops stationed. Scepter handed over a report. Sunan took it and saw the status of the Star Alliance Army's battles with Zuj Plain over the years. Besides the Dragon Keen Empire, Blackstone Tower had also stationed 12 wizard towers, 30 Black Zuo giant ships, and over 500,000 golem puppets in Zuj Plain. In nearly a decade of war, both the Star Alliance and Zuj Plain suffered losses, mostly on the ground forces, with neither side's wizard towers sustaining any damage. The largest loss occurred not long ago during Zuj Plain's support of the Ulan Dimension, where they lost 4 wizard towers and 25 Black Zuo giant ships, severely weakening their morale. With the fall of the Ulan Dimension, Zuj Plain's army's momentum had significantly dropped, no longer pressing forward as they once did with the intent to annihilate the Star Alliance army, but instead gradually retracting their front lines and adopting a defensive posture. Sunan could roughly guess Zuj Plain's intentions. With the Ulan Dimension's fate as a cautionary tale, Zuj Plain's only thought now was likely to withstand the Star Alliance's offensive until Blackstone Tower's headquarters could spare the main forces for support. He casually handed the report to Liz, waiting for her to finish reading before saying, "The upcoming war will be under your command." Currently, the Star Alliance's combat power in war constructs had completely overwhelmed Zuj Plain, and their ground forces also held the advantage. This war was already without suspense, the only question was how long it would take for the Star Alliance to conquer Zuj Plain. Due to the war, Sunan's cultivation speed had decreased significantly over the years, and he planned to devote more energy to his training moving forward. Expanding territory and strengthening the Star Alliance's power was certainly important, but his own strength as the controller was equally crucial. Whether the Star Alliance could rise to the ranks of second-tier wizard forces depended not only on its own strength but also on whether he could advance to true spirit wizard. Returning to the top floor of Starlight Wizard Tower, Sunan sat down beside the elemental furnace. Inside the massive elemental furnace, a deep blue liquid surged silently, releasing a faint blue mist visible to the naked eye. These were nearly materialized energy particles. The entire top floor hall was filled with a high concentration of energy particles. In such an environment, the efficiency of cultivation was unimaginable. In fact, after the simplified version of the elemental furnace was completed, Sunan's cultivation efficiency had also improved significantly. Originally, he had expected it would take at least 300 more years to break through to the third level of crystallization, but now with the simplified version of the elemental furnace, he was sure he could achieve that breakthrough within 300 years. Gathering his thoughts, Sunan calmed his mind and began to meditate on his cultivation. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. While Sunan immersed himself in his training, occasionally taking time to synthesize enhanced wizard tower facilities, the war with Zijplane was also raging on. Faced with the numerous enhanced wizard towers of the Star Alliance, Zijplane's Blackstone Tower Wizard Tower was simply no match. Even after Blackstone Tower headquarters sent over 10 more wizard towers for support, they still retreated step by step against the Star Alliance's overwhelming military strength. In the year 2283 of the Starlight calendar, the Star Alliance and Zijplane's garrison engaged in a major battle in Lanja Canyon, with both sides deploying a total of over 5 million troops and more than 60 wizard towers. This battle lasted nearly half a month, and ultimately, after the Zijplane garrison's wizard towers were completely defeated, their ground forces also fell into rout. After the battle, it was reported that the Zijplane garrison lost 12 wizard towers, all of which fell into the hands of the Star Alliance. The losses of golem puppets exceeded 100,000, and the casualties and captures of the Dragon Keen army surpassed 1 million. After this battle, the Star Alliance broke through the encirclement of the Zijplane garrison and began to advance into the surrounding areas, capturing cities and territories. Over the course of more than 10 years, the Star Alliance occupied more than 2/3 of Zijplane's territory. However, just as the Star Alliance planned to press on and capture the remaining territory, they discovered that the Zijplane garrison had mysteriously withdrawn. What's going on? Upon receiving the message, Sunan arrived at the council hall and immediately inquired with Liz. Liz, with a strange expression, said, according to the investigation, the wizards and war constructs of Zijplane, along with their golem legion, have disappeared, as have the royal family and nobles of the Dragon Keen Empire, including the Dragon Keen army and their families. Sunan raised an eyebrow and said, so, Zijplane is now left with only the old, weak, sick and disabled. Exactly, Liz nodded. What is Blackstone Tower up to? Sunan asked, slightly puzzled. Did they see they couldn't win and decisively abandon Zijplane? Suddenly, Sunan had a thought and said, contact Fakado and have him keep an eye on whether any Dragon Keen army has appeared in Manloil Plain recently. Liz was momentarily taken aback but quickly understood and turned to give the order. 3 days later, Fakado sent word that a large-scale Dragon Keen army had been discovered on the battlefield of Manloil Plain. Indeed, Blackstone Tower plans to concentrate their forces in Manloil Plain to confront us there. Liz could understand Blackstone Tower's actions. After all, it was clear that Zijplane had already been conquered by the Star Alliance. Rather than continue to resist stubbornly, it was better to preserve their valuable forces and transfer them to Manloil Plain to strengthen its defensive capabilities. Blackstone Tower is quite decisive, Sunan chuckled, since they have voluntarily given up Zijplane, we should not hold back. Let's send out our troops and quickly capture the remaining towns. Liz nodded and then asked, what about the situation in Manloil Plain? The enemy has suddenly increased their forces, do we need to divert troops to support Fakado? Let's send some reinforcements, Sunan agreed, then inquired about another matter, how is the situation with the other wizard forces? Liz shrugged, it's all very stalemated, with both sides exchanging blows. The Deep Blue Alliance has driven the army of the Savage Spirit out of the Tianhai Dimension cluster and has counterattacked into the territory of the Savage Spirit, capturing 2 dimensions, which gives them a slight edge. The Starlight Clock Tower and Bloodline Jungle are evenly matched, with neither side planning to expand the battlefield, still focusing on the Windspring Dimension, continuously pouring in large amounts of troops and war constructs. It has now turned into a hellish meat grinder, and it's likely that by the end of the war, the Wind Spring dimension will be nearly destroyed. The war between the Star Alliance, Myriad-Headed Bird, and Blackstone Tower was spread across 22 dimensions, all fighting fiercely and affecting many. Meanwhile, the military strength of either the Starlight Clock Tower or Bloodline Jungle, if taken individually, was more substantial than the combined forces of the Star Alliance, Myriad-Headed Bird, and Blackstone Tower. With such two colossal forces clashing in a single dimension, the destruction caused was unimaginable. Even if the Wind Spring dimension miraculously escaped complete destruction, it would likely take thousands of years to recover its vitality after the war ended. What about the Dark Throne and the Codex of Wisdom? Sunan asked. Liz replied, the Dark Throne has repelled the army of the Codex of Wisdom and has counterattacked into the Holy Tree dimension cluster. The Codex of Wisdom is now at a disadvantage, having lost 5 dimensions to the Dark Throne. This was in stark contrast to the situation between the Deep Blue Alliance and the Savage Spirit. However, Sunan was not surprised. The reason the Codex of Wisdom could stand alongside the Dark Throne and Deep Blue Alliance was that it had gathered a number of affiliated organizations through resource ties. Its own war potential was not on par with other large wizard forces. Now that the affiliated organizations of the Codex of Wisdom were busy dealing with Blackstone Tower, the Pale Mask, and the Flame Pattern Society, it was predictable that they would be at a disadvantage in a direct conflict with the Dark Throne. However, the Codex of Wisdom was large and prosperous, so there was no need to worry about being defeated. In Sunan's memory, after the Wizard Civil War ended, several large wizard forces remained intact without being destroyed, with only a few suffering significant losses. Other affiliated organizations and the Black Wizard forces are also locked in stalemates, and it seems unlikely that a victor will emerge in the short term. Sunan nodded in understanding. All the wizard forces involved in this civil war were deeply rooted, with vast resources at their disposal that could continuously be converted into military strength for the war. Even if temporarily at a disadvantage, they would not face total defeat. This was also why the Wizard Civil War had lasted for over 500 years. Only later, after prolonged high-intensity warfare depleted some wizard forces' reserves, did the situation take a sharp turn, leading to the eventual emergence of winners and losers among many wizard forces. In this grand context, the Star Alliance, a third-tier wizard force, managing to seize 2 dimensions from Blackstone Tower stood out remarkably. In the year 2296 of the Starlight calendar, the Star Alliance captured the last town of Zij Plain, completely bringing this dimension under their control. As before, the Star Alliance did not immediately shift their focus to Manluo Plain but instead took the time to consolidate Zij Plain and digest their gains. Having captured 2 dimensions in succession, the Star Alliance was reaping rich rewards but also felt somewhat fatigued, making it a perfect opportunity to rest and digest their gains before advancing to Manluo Plain. Under Sunan's orders, the entire logistics operation kicked into high gear, vigorously producing puppets, magic constructs, magic ships, and star fortresses. With ample resource supply, the war machine known as the Star Alliance grew stronger by the second. In the forest surrounded by giant trees, the surroundings were vast and desolate. In the air, dozens of meters above the treetops, clouds and mist swirled, with lightning flashing within, as if a dragon was soaring through the clouds. Occasionally, points of light appeared in the void, slowly drifting away with the breeze. These were highly concentrated crystallized energy particle aggregates. Mai She hovered in the air atop a tree, gazing at the distant flashes of thunder. Behind her, a wizard was respectfully reporting on the recent developments in the war. The Star Alliance has already conquered Zij Plain and is currently resting to recover military strength. It won't be long before they advance into Manluo Plain. The disparity in strength between the two sides is evident. Unless Blackstone Tower headquarters reallocates troops for support, it's only a matter of time before the Star Alliance captures Manluo Plain. After hearing the wizard's report, before Mai She could respond, Oliver, beside her, remarked with a hint of surprise, "I didn't expect the Star Alliance to be the first to break the deadlock. I thought Myriad-Headed Bird would perform better." He turned to Mai She and smiled, "Your insight remains as sharp as ever. This organization called Star Alliance has been quite impressive in recent years." Mai She smiled faintly and said, "A wizard force that has developed from the Starlight continent, which was sealed for 2,000 years, is inherently remarkable. I merely happened to seize the opportunity to bring them in." Roning cast a deep glance at Mai She, smiling but saying nothing. Back when he witnessed the Star Alliance defeat the Blackstone Tower army and Sunan single-handedly take down hundreds of wizards in the Earth Crystal Dimension, he knew that Sunan and the Star Alliance were extraordinary. However, he never expected that the Star Alliance would be the first to conquer Zij Plane and the Ulan dimension. Blackstone Tower, which had not suffered losses at the hands of myriad-headed bird, was instead bitten hard by a third-tier wizard force, which was indeed unexpected. Recommending a promising affiliated organization was also one of the merits of a true spirit wizard. It was easy to imagine how the scholars at the Wisdom Society would elevate their evaluation of Mai Sha upon hearing this news. Thinking of this, Roning couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Why didn't he have such good luck to encounter a new wizard force with such immense potential like the Star Alliance? Oliver chuckled. This wizard civil war might just be where the Star Alliance, myriad-headed bird, and Blackstone Tower first determine their winners and losers. Perhaps, Mai Sha casually replied, her gaze flickering slightly. She was already aware of the critical battle in which the Star Alliance captured the Ulan dimension. While she was surprised by the formidable firepower displayed by the Starlight Wizard Tower, she also felt a sense of realization. It seemed that Sunan had developed a more advanced energy supply device based on the experimental notes she provided, which significantly enhanced the long-range strike capabilities of the Wizard Towers. That guy Sunan really knows how to surprise people every time. Mai Sha mused inwardly. She had a premonition that Sunan and the Star Alliance's future development might far exceed her expectations. Suddenly, a thunderous roar from afar interrupted Mai Sha's thoughts. She fixed her sharp gaze on the distance, where a swirling array of colorful light shot up into the sky, weaving a massive door-like shape in the void, accompanied by intense spatial fluctuations. Seeing this scene, a cold smile appeared on Roning's face. Those three guys are still unwilling to give up, always thinking about leaving the realm of truth. Oliver chuckled. After losing 2 dimensions at once, they must be feeling a bit anxious. Then we can't let them leave, Roning said expressionlessly. The current situation was more favorable for them, and they could not allow the 3 true spirit wizards from Blackstone Tower to return and interfere in the war. Before the wizard civil war ended, these 3 had to stay here obediently. Let's take action, we can't let the spatial passage form. Mai Sha was the first to transform into a streak of light and rush out. Roning and Oliver followed closely behind, also shooting out like meteors. In an instant, the 3 streaks of light reached the location of the colorful glow. In the next moment, a powerful wave of energy suddenly swept through the surroundings. A battle between true spirit wizards erupted. End of chapter. Chapter 292. Ulan Dimension, Ulan City. Under the management of the Star Alliance for over 30 years, the area of this city has expanded 4 to 5 times, transforming it into a massive arms factory. Every day, various puppets and war constructs flow out of Ulan City, integrated into the Star Alliance's military. A vast amount of resources continuously pours into Ulan City, nourishing the military strength of the Star Alliance, allowing it to grow steadily. At the very center of Ulan City, the Starlight Wizard Tower stands tall and imposing. In his study, Sunan sat behind his desk, reviewing reports on the military expansion. It has been nearly 10 years since the conquest of the Zij Plane. The Star Alliance has deliberately slowed its offensive pace, partly to avoid overly provoking the Blackstone Tower, lest they shift more focus onto the Star Alliance, and partly to allow more time for development, thoroughly digesting the gains from the Ulan dimension and the Zij Plane. It must be said that capturing the Ulan dimension and the Zij Plane has indeed greatly promoted the development of the Star Alliance. In just over a decade, the number of wizard apprentices in the Star Alliance has nearly doubled. If not for the short time frame, the number of wizards would have seen a significant increase as well. In addition, the expansion of territory has provided the Star Alliance with more resource points, including various metal veins and the magic plant gardens left behind by the Blackstone Tower. At the same time, the Star Alliance has also artificially opened up a large number of sub-grade magic stone veins in both dimensions. With ample resource supply, the military strength of the Star Alliance has expanded rapidly in recent years. Just 3 months ago, the 7th Golem Group Army of the Star Alliance was established, and they are now working on forming the 8th Army Group. The number of Magic Knight orders has also surpassed 200,000, officially implementing the Legion structure. The original brigade structure has been changed to 10,000 formal members and 40,000 reserve members. Every 5 brigades form a legion, totaling 50,000 formal members, plus 200,000 reserve members. In total, 4 legions have been formed. The excess reserve members are temporarily organized into an external legion, waiting to be incorporated into the formal troops once more magic constructs are available. Calculating it all, the number of reserve members in the Magic Knight Order has already exceeded 1 million. In the next period, we need to focus on increasing the production of magic constructs, converting as many reserve members into formal members as possible, Sunan said, looking up at Liz, who was sitting across from him. Liz pondered, we have a lot of things to manufacture now, and our logistics are already operating at full capacity. It's unlikely we can spare more energy to invest in producing magic constructs in the short term. If we want to acquire more magic constructs, I suggest we procure them from outside. Are you suggesting the city of all things? Sunan stroked his chin and said. The external trading list of the Wisdom Codex includes magic constructs, but during wartime, they are also tight on resources and cannot allow the Star Alliance to purchase in bulk. Other wizard factions are even less likely to do so. Currently, in the entire multiverse, only the City of All Things has the capability to sell large quantities of magic constructs. Liz nodded and said, I've sent someone to inquire. The major trading houses in the City of All Things, especially the House of All Things and the Hall of True Laws, have quite a few magic constructs on hand. We can procure from them, but the only issue is that the prices are a bit high. The prices of goods in the City of All Things are already higher than the internal trading prices of the Wisdom Codex, and now, during wartime, the prices of various goods have skyrocketed. Purchasing magic constructs from the City of All Things would be significantly more expensive than trading with the Wisdom Codex. However, this is not a problem for the Star Alliance. Sunan waved his hand decisively and said, no problem, let's procure from the City of All Things. The Star Alliance currently has no shortage of magic stones. In a few decades, once the subgrade magic stone veins in the Ulan dimension and the Zij plane are fully cultivated, producing large batches of lower-grade magic stones, the Star Alliance's reserves of magic stones will be even more abundant. Don't worry about the magic stones, just procure the magic constructs and quickly establish another Magic Knight Legion. I understand. Sunan returned his gaze to the documents in hand. In recent years, he has focused his energy on cultivation, upgrading the Starlight Wizard Tower, and manufacturing enhanced Wizard Tower facilities, leaving no time to further upgrade Twilight Valley, so the incubation limit of the biological nest remains the same as before. Over the past decade, the Black Wolf Pack, which suffered heavy losses in the war, has returned to its maximum number. The Twilight Wolves, however, due to their long incubation time, have only just exceeded 400, still far from the maximum of 602. On the other hand, the number of Witch Hunter legions has finally surpassed 2,000, reaching 2,282. Including all the Wizard Tower internal golem legions of the Star Alliance, the number of wizard-level puppets has now exceeded 3,000. Even among second-tier wizard factions, this number of wizard-level puppets is quite impressive, significantly compensating for the Star Alliance's shortfall in the number of wizards. In another 200 to 300 years, once the population advantage of the Ulan dimension is fully realized, the number of wizards in the Star Alliance will at least double. Sunan thought to himself. By then, the number of wizards in the Star Alliance will barely catch up with those second-tier wizard factions. In terms of war constructs, the Star Alliance currently possesses 56 wizard towers. Among them, only 4 wizard towers, including the Starlight Wizard Tower, were built by the Star Alliance itself, the rest were acquired through war and then repaired and modified. Looking at the many wizard factions, the Star Alliance is unique in this regard. In ordinary wizard faction wars, there are mutual losses and gains, but rarely does a faction like the Star Alliance end up with more wizard towers through warfare, almost building its wealth through conflict. In terms of the number of wizard towers alone, the Star Alliance can now be said to far surpass third-tier wizard factions, comparable to some weaker second-tier wizard factions. Not to mention that all these wizard towers have been enhanced, their combat power is undoubtedly superior to that of the same level wizard towers. Beyond the wizard towers, the star fortresses and flying fleets have also been key targets for the Star Alliance's massive resource investment in recent years. Currently, the Star Alliance has a total of 103 star fortresses, nearly double the number before the war broke out. The number of flying fleets has also surged to 23. The reason for focusing resources on these two types of war constructs is due to Sunan's own considerations. One reason is that the construction time for star fortresses and flying magic ships is much shorter than that of wizard towers, allowing for a rapid enhancement of the Star Alliance's war construct combat power. Another reason is to acquire more wizard towers. The Star Alliance has been able to seize so many wizard towers precisely because of the high battle losses of star fortresses and flying magic ships. In every war, the Star Alliance can be said to have exchanged star fortresses and flying magic ships for wizard towers. With every wizard tower captured, there are inevitably significant losses of star fortresses and flying magic ships. However, in Sunan's view, this kind of trade is entirely worthwhile. If it weren't for this, the number of wizard towers in the Star Alliance wouldn't have grown so quickly. Flipping to the last page, Sunan's expression shifted slightly. 125 dragons, the number has increased so quickly. Liz smiled slightly and said, in recent years, the number of high-level sub-dragon species evolving has clearly increased, it seems to have entered a period of rapid growth. Sunan nodded thoughtfully. The bloodline enhancement plan for high-level sub-dragon species has been in effect for just over 1,000 years. The accumulation can be said to be quite profound. Calculating the time, it is indeed about time for quantitative changes to lead to qualitative changes. It is likely that in the future, there will be more and more high-level sub-dragon species breaking through in evolution. In a few hundred years, the Star Alliance might even be able to form a true dragon legion. In that case, we can invest more resources into the dragon forest to accelerate the evolution speed of the high-level sub-dragon species, Sunan said. Liz nodded, I was just about to suggest that. After discussing the details of military expansion, Sunan set down the documents and said seriously, the Star Alliance has rested enough, it's time to take the next step. With our current strength, capturing the Menlo Plain is no problem at all. Liz pondered slightly, the key is what happens after we capture the Menlo Plain? Should we support the myriad-headed bird? The Star Alliance's goals certainly extend beyond just 3 planes, even if they capture the Menlo Plain, they will not stop there. That said, the subsequent plans need to be considered carefully. Supporting the myriad-headed bird is not an issue, but how to allocate the benefits is crucial. The myriad-headed bird has invested a massive amount of troops and resources in the war over the years. If the Star Alliance intervenes at this time, will the myriad-headed bird be willing? Even if the myriad-headed bird is willing, how should the benefits be distributed? How much pressure will the Star Alliance have to bear? All of these need to be discussed in advance by both parties. After pondering for a moment, Sunan quickly came up with a plan. After capturing the Menlo Plain, we won't rush to support the myriad-headed bird, we'll wait and see how things develop on their side. Liz immediately understood his meaning and raised an eyebrow, you want to wait for the myriad-headed bird to ask for help first. Sunan smiled meaningfully, rushing in isn't a good deal. Liz wholeheartedly agreed. Unlike the Star Alliance, the myriad-headed bird has been the one under pressure throughout the war with the Blackstone Tower. Even though the Star Alliance has consecutively captured 2 planes, forcing the Blackstone Tower to divert some troops to support the Menlo Plain, it has indeed alleviated some pressure on the myriad-headed bird. However, as time passes, the myriad-headed bird is still gradually showing signs of fatigue. Perhaps after a while, the myriad-headed bird will have no choice but to seek help from the Star Alliance. By then, as the party being sought for assistance, the Star Alliance will be in a position to demand a higher price. And they can do this without any pressure. After all, the original mission of the Star Alliance was to contain the Ulan, Menlo, and Zij plains, and they have already exceeded their obligations, having no duty to assist the myriad-headed bird. If the myriad-headed bird wants their support, they will certainly have to offer sufficient benefits. Even the Wisdom Codex cannot interfere with the actions of the Star Alliance. Moreover, during this time, the Star Alliance can also consolidate the Menlo Plain, further enhancing its strength. For the current Star Alliance, what they lack the most is time. With each passing day, the strength of the Star Alliance can increase. As long as there is enough time, even a powerhouse like the Blackstone Tower, they are confident they can eventually trample it underfoot. Notify everyone to prepare for the advance into the Menlo Plain. Sunan issued the command. Once Liz turned to get busy, he returned to the top of the Wizard Tower. During this time, he has been taking the opportunity to upgrade the Starlight Wizard Tower, including the Tower Spirit, Mizzou Defensive Energy Field, Floating Ring, Central Crystal Energy Transmission System, and various turrets, all of which have been correspondingly enhanced. The current Starlight Wizard Tower has completely surpassed the category of large wizard towers, it is on an entirely different level. Even if facing 5 opponents at once, against 5 large wizard towers, Sunan believes that victory would ultimately be on his side. On the front lines, unless a true spirit wizard intervenes to suppress, the Starlight Wizard Tower is an unstoppable war machine. The Star Alliance's formidable strength in war constructs can be said to derive significantly from the Starlight Wizard Tower. It's a pity that the current simplified version of the elemental furnace has reached its limit, the energy supply cannot be upgraded further, and the Starlight Wizard Tower has also reached its maximum upgrade level. Sunan sighed with some regret. To advance further, he would have to wait until he ascends to True Spirit Wizard and then start constructing a sky city. In the year 2309 of the Starlight calendar, the Star Alliance launched a full-scale attack on the Menluo plain. In just 3 days, the Star Alliance army broke through the blockade line surrounding their base set by the Menluo garrison, spreading out like a swarm of ants and beginning a rapid campaign of conquest. The mainstream race of the Menluo plain consists of various giant races, with a sparse population. Only about 1 million can be considered combat capable. Despite their individual strength, they are gradually being worn down by the Star Alliance's sea of troops strategy. Moreover, the Golem legions and war constructs stationed by the Blackstone Tower in the Menluo plain are far inferior to those of the Star Alliance in every aspect. After several direct confrontations with the Star Alliance, the Golem legions and war constructs of the Blackstone Tower suffered heavy losses, allowing the Star Alliance to capture 7 more wizard towers. In the year 2313 of the Starlight calendar, the Star Alliance captured the stronghold of the Golden Giant tribe, known as the Giant Royalty, successfully defeating the giant forces of the Menluo plain. Throughout this process, the Blackstone Tower's garrison in Menluo seemed to have vanished, never appearing at all. In the year 2316 of the Starlight calendar, the Star Alliance completely occupied the Menluo plain, bringing it under their control. Thus, the Star Alliance achieved a great victory. The news sent ripples through the wizard world. In less than 50 years since the outbreak of the Wizard Civil War, the Star Alliance has consecutively captured 3 plains, expanding its territory by more than double, and snatching food from the jaws of the Blackstone Tower, showcasing a level of determination and strength that has garnered much attention. In contrast, the situation for the myriad-headed bird has become increasingly dire. Upon realizing that they could not stop the Star Alliance's advance, the Blackstone Tower decisively abandoned the Menluo plain to preserve their precious troops, redirecting them to the battlefield against the myriad-headed bird. As a result, the pressure on the myriad-headed bird has only increased. Especially after the Star Alliance halted its advance and focused on consolidating its gains, the Blackstone Tower seemed to sense an opportunity, unhesitatingly intensifying its offensive against the myriad-headed bird, as if aiming to take advantage of this chance to crush them, or at the very least, weaken their strength as much as possible. In this situation, it wasn't long before the myriad-headed bird could no longer hold out. In less than 3 years after the Star Alliance captured the Menluo plain, the myriad-headed bird came knocking at their door. End of chapter. Chapter 293. Lord Sunan, has the Star Alliance been a bit too relaxed lately? After the initial pleasantries, Gavin's tone carried a hint of grievance. Sunan smiled faintly and replied, not exactly relaxed. The 3 new planes we've just acquired have plenty of matters to handle. The Star Alliance has been quite busy during this time. Such a Versailles-like remark made Gavin's lips twitch slightly, and his gaze grew even more melancholic. While their myriad-headed bird and Blackstone Tower fought fiercely, suffering significant losses, they had yet to capture even a single plane. In contrast, the Star Alliance had swiftly taken 3 planes, significantly expanding their territory and practically overflowing with resources, which was quite enviable. In comparison, myriad-headed bird felt particularly disheartened. With a sigh, Gavin got to the point. What conditions would the Star Alliance require to join us in counterattacking Blackstone Tower? When it came to business, Sunan's smile faded, and he said seriously, the Star Alliance can team up with myriad-headed bird to deal with Blackstone Tower, but the premise is the same as before, both sides will handle different planes. Not a problem. Gavin agreed without hesitation. For armies of different factions, coordinating joint operations would only lower efficiency. It was better to each take responsibility for different planes, which would be more effective. Both sides had already reached a tacit understanding on this point, so there was no need for further debate. What truly needed consensus was the next question. Which plane does the Star Alliance want to take responsibility for? Gavin asked solemnly. Among the remaining 19 planes of Blackstone Tower, some were resource-rich, while others were barren. Some planes had humans as the dominant race, while others were primarily non-human civilizations. The value disparity between different planes was enormous. Both the Star Alliance and myriad-headed bird wanted to focus on the higher value planes. Sunan waved his hand, and 19 three-dimensional models suddenly appeared in the air. Gavin looked over, his gaze sharpening slightly. Those three-dimensional models represented parts of the terrain of the 19 planes of Blackstone Tower. It was evident that the Star Alliance had done their homework in advance, making it much harder for him to deceive them. Among the 19 planes of Blackstone Tower, there are 3 with humans as the dominant race, and 6 that can be considered resource-rich. The only one that possesses both characteristics is the Dark Dragon Plane, where Blackstone Tower's headquarters is located. Let's skip the Dark Dragon Plane, but I want the Tino Plane and the Purple Moon Plane. As the base of Blackstone Tower, the Dark Dragon Plane's defenses would undoubtedly be extremely strong, making it something the Star Alliance could not covet, so Sunan decisively excluded it. The Tino Plane was one of the other 2 planes with humans as the dominant race, aside from the Dark Dragon Plane. It was also quite resource-rich, akin to another starlight continent before the elemental desert struck 2,000 years ago. The Purple Moon Plane was similarly one of the other 5 resource-rich planes, aside from the Dark Dragon Plane. Notably, the Purple Moon Plane did not have a civilized intelligent race, it was inhabited only by various exotic beasts and remained in a primitive state. However, the Purple Moon Plane was home to tens of thousands of rare magic plants, featuring vast areas of naturally formed single-species magic plant gardens, equivalent to an extremely rich, oversized natural magic plant garden. In addition, the environment of the Purple Moon Plane was also very suitable for growing magic plants. According to Sunan, Blackstone Tower had established many plantations in the Purple Moon Plane. If they could take this plane, the Star Alliance would be able to achieve self-sufficiency in potion materials, allowing them to cultivate more magic pattern knights and wizard apprentices. After hearing Sunan's words, Gavin showed hesitation. After frowning and pondering for a moment, he said, "That's fine, but the Star Alliance will also need to take responsibility for 2 more planes." "Which 2? The Baikal Plane and the Barton Plane?" Sunan pondered for a few seconds and nodded in agreement. "All right." Unlike the Purple Moon Plane and Tino Plane, the Baikal Plane and Barton Plane had no human races and were somewhat resource-poor. Moreover, the indigenous races of both planes were quite formidable, making them tough nuts to crack. Sunan had anticipated Gavin's request. It was clear that Myriad-Headed Bird would not allow the Star Alliance to reap benefits without shouldering responsibilities. While granting the Star Alliance 2 high-value planes, they would certainly require the Star Alliance to bear more pressure. Assigning the Star Alliance to attack the Baikal Plane and Barton Plane, which were of relatively lower value, would effectively tie down a portion of Blackstone Tower's forces. This way, the number of planes Myriad-Headed Bird had to face would be reduced to 15, significantly alleviating their pressure. Although they lost the high-value Purple Moon Plane and Tino Plane, the overall benefits still outweighed the drawbacks. After all, Myriad-Headed Bird might not have been able to capture the Purple Moon Plane and Tino Plane anyway, they were never theirs to begin with, so what was there to sacrifice? Pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Once the agreement was reached, Gavin hurriedly left Hulan City. As the person in charge of Myriad-Headed Bird, he had many matters to oversee and could not stay outside for too long. By sending out forces from 4 planes, Myriad-Headed Bird will likely intensify their offensive next. After Gavin left, Liz walked into the study. She had been listening to the conversation. Sunan smiled and said, "Isn't this better? With Myriad-Headed Bird at the forefront, our pressure will be less." For Blackstone Tower, regardless of the Star Alliance's previous achievements, they were always less of a threat than Myriad-Headed Bird. After all, the disparity in strength was evident. Myriad-Headed Bird's overall strength was greater than that of the Star Alliance. Once Blackstone Tower focused its energy on dealing with the Star Alliance, Myriad-Headed Bird could take advantage of the situation, and the losses would likely far exceed 3 planes. Unless the Star Alliance's offensive was exceptionally swift, capturing the Purple Moon and Tino planes in a short time, Blackstone Tower might then shift its main attack target. In reality, while the Star Alliance helped Myriad-Headed Bird divert some pressure, Myriad-Headed Bird was also shielding the Star Alliance from much of the pressure. The foundation of their cooperation was mutual benefit. "What's the plan moving forward?" Liz asked. Sunan thought for a moment and said, "As usual, focus on the Purple Moon Plane and Tino Plane, while the other 2 planes can be used to tie down the enemy. However, we can slow down the pace of the attack to avoid drawing too much attention from Blackstone Tower." With 3 new planes in hand, the Star Alliance was already well fed. They could adopt a strategy of low-intensity warfare to develop steadily and cautiously. Once they had amassed enough strength, they could suddenly strike and swallow those 4 planes whole. By then, the war between Blackstone Tower and Myriad-Headed Bird would likely have reached its most intense phase, and they probably wouldn't have the capacity to deal with the Star Alliance. During this period, the command of the war could be handed over to others, allowing Sunan to focus on his cultivation and strive for an early breakthrough to level 3 crystallization. In the year 2320 of the Starlight Calendar, the Star Alliance simultaneously launched attacks on the Taino Plain, Purple Moon Plain, Baikal Plain, and Barden Plain. After fierce battles in the early stages, the Star Alliance quickly established a foothold in the four plains by capturing a series of outposts. However, after this, the Star Alliance did not launch a fierce offensive, despite their initial victories. Instead, they steadily built up their occupied territories, transporting troops and expanding outward at a slow yet cautious pace, leaving the garrisons in the four plains somewhat bewildered. Yet, with the Star Alliance having captured 3 plains, Blackstone Tower, despite its uncertainty, had to brace itself for a response. Thus began a protracted war. Meanwhile, Myriad-Headed Bird, having drawn forces from the 4 plains, had more strength to invest in attacking other plains. Eager for results, Myriad-Headed Bird did not choose a slow advance strategy but instead launched an exceptionally rapid offensive. The war between Blackstone Tower and Myriad-Headed Bird suddenly escalated to a fever pitch. Time flew by. As time passed, the Wizard Civil War showed no signs of ending. Instead, it grew increasingly intense, gradually spreading from the upper echelons to the lower levels, pulling in more and more second and third-tier wizard factions. In the year 2343 of the Starlight Calendar, Steel Construct declared war on the Greenfield Society, with millions of golem puppets marching into the latter's Green Plain. In the year 2384 of the Starlight Calendar, the Mithril Council launched a surprise attack on the Long Feather Plain under White Egret Tower, killing over 100 wizards, including 2 level 3 wizards. White Egret Tower was furious and launched a massive counterattack against the Mithril Council's headquarters, Silver Sub-Plane. In the year 2400 of the Starlight Calendar, Myriad-Headed Bird and Blackstone Tower erupted into a great battle in the Sabas Plain, with both sides deploying over 5 million troops, more than 100 wizard towers, and 400 to 500 war constructs. This battle lasted nearly 2 years, ultimately ending in a Pyrrhic victory for Myriad-Headed Bird. The Blackstone Tower forces were expelled from the Sabas Plain, and Myriad-Headed Bird successfully captured this resource-rich plain. This was also the first plain of Blackstone Tower that Myriad-Headed Bird had captured since the outbreak of the Wizard Civil War over 100 years ago, officially marking the beginning of the counter-offensive. In the year 2424 of the Starlight Calendar, 2 True Spirit Wizards from Neptune Whale were ambushed by multiple True Spirit Wizards from the Flame Crest Society, Pale Mask, and Magic Cocoon Society in the Realm of Truth. After a fierce battle, one Neptune Whale True Spirit Wizard was killed, and the other escaped. The news shocked the wizard world. This was the first instance of a True Spirit Wizard dying outside of God's laying battles in over 2,000 years. After this battle, the intensity of the Wizard Civil War suddenly escalated to a new level, with many wizard factions casting aside their concerns and launching increasingly fierce attacks, leading to a more heated war. In the year 2487 of the Starlight Calendar, a True Spirit Wizard from Pale Mask encountered a joint ambush by True Spirit Wizards from Wisdom Codex's affiliated organizations, Sky Raven, Cliff Society, and Abyssal Dawn, resulting in the deaths of both True Spirit Wizards. In the year 2502 of the Starlight Calendar, Wisdom Codex deployed 5 True Spirit Wizards to ambush Blackstone Tower's True Spirit Wizards in the Realm of Truth, in collaboration with Myriad-Headed Bird's True Spirit Wizards. 2 of Blackstone Tower's True Spirit Wizards were killed, and 1 was injured, severely wounding Blackstone Tower's strength. In the following decades, frequent ambushes targeting True Spirit Wizards occurred among various wizard factions, leading to True Spirit Wizards becoming increasingly reclusive and reducing their appearances in the Realm of Truth. In the year 2533 of the Starlight Calendar, various wizard factions reached an agreement to cease hostilities against True Spirit Wizards, but True Spirit Wizards were also prohibited from participating in wars. Those who violated the agreement would face attacks from all wizard factions. In the year 2587 of the Starlight Calendar, after over 100 years of recuperation, Myriad-Headed Bird suddenly launched a powerful offensive, capturing the Kirhi Plain. In the year 2596 of the Starlight Calendar, Myriad-Headed Bird captured the Gehu Plain, further expanding their occupied territory. However, in the same year, Blackstone Tower executed a feint, dispatching its main forces to launch a surprise attack on the Kirhi Plain, reclaiming it. The back and forth between the two sides soon led to a stalemate. In the year 2658 of the Starlight Calendar, Steel Construct captured the Green Plain, and the Steel Torrent, renowned throughout the multiverse, obliterated the headquarters of the Greenfield Society, killing all the high-ranking wizards of the latter. The Greenfield Society became the first wizard faction to be annihilated since the outbreak of the Wizard Civil War. It was also the first wizard faction to be destroyed in nearly 10,000 years. Although it was merely a third-rate wizard faction without even a true spirit wizard, it still caused a tremendous uproar, with its impact reaching many planes outside the wizard world. Thanks to this, the once fervent wizard war saw a significant decrease in intensity. Many wizard factions seemed to have been doused with cold water, calming down a bit and beginning to reassess the significance of this war. The Wizard Civil War appeared to be at a turning point. Whether it would gradually end or become even more intense was something many were watching closely. In the Holy Tree Plain, the headquarters of the Wisdom Codex. Ronan stared at the documents on the table, his brow furrowed, and his mood somewhat gloomy. Without the assistance of affiliated organizations, the Wisdom Codex had been at a disadvantage in its battle against the Dark Throne. So far, 6 planes had been captured by the Dark Throne. Although 6 planes were not a significant loss compared to the hundreds controlled by the Wisdom Codex, it was still an ominous sign. Currently, the Wisdom Codex could still hold on, but if the situation did not improve, it would eventually be unable to sustain itself. At that point, the chain reaction would likely lead to a rapid deterioration of the Wisdom Codex's situation. Early consideration was necessary. Snapping back to reality, Ronan looked at the officer standing in front of the table and asked in a deep voice, "Is there any news from Myriad-Headed Bird?" "Not yet, my lord." The officer shook his head, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "In the Battle of Saba's Plain, although Myriad-Headed Bird won, it was a Pyrrhic victory, and they suffered significant losses as well. Myriad-Headed Bird's original foundation is not as strong as Blackstone Tower's. They have only just managed to catch their breath. Although they subsequently captured 2 planes, they lost 1 in return. Now, Myriad-Headed Bird and Blackstone Tower are in a tense stalemate, and it will likely be difficult to achieve any significant results in the short term." Ronan's expression darkened slightly. Previously, he had implored the Wisdom Academy to intervene, deploying multiple great scholars and collaborating with many affiliated organization True Spirit Wizards to ambush Blackstone Tower's True Spirit Wizards, intending to create pressure on Blackstone Tower, making them neglect their defenses, allowing Myriad-Headed Bird to seize the opportunity to expand their advantage. However, Myriad-Headed Bird failed to seize this hard-won opportunity, which was truly disappointing. He had originally hoped that Myriad-Headed Bird would resolve the Blackstone Tower issue quickly to free up resources to support the Wisdom Codex, but now it seemed that this plan would not come to fruition. After a long silence, Ronan suddenly asked, "What about the Star Alliance? It seems we haven't heard much from them lately." Chapter 294. Mentioning the Star Alliance, the officer's expression became somewhat strange, and after hesitating for a moment, he whispered, "The situation with the Star Alliance is still the same. In the past 300 years, the wizarding world has experienced numerous ups and downs, with constant turmoil. However, the Star Alliance, which is also caught in the whirlpool of war, has a completely different atmosphere. Despite simultaneously attacking 4 planes, the Star Alliance has maintained a calm and steady demeanor over the years. Clearly having the advantage in military strength, there have been no signs of a large-scale offensive, they have consistently advanced steadily and cautiously. In contrast to the Myriad-Headed Bird and Blackstone Tower, which are fighting fiercely, the Star Alliance seems to embody a strategy of using stillness to counter movement." After hearing the officer's words, Ronan frowned slightly. He too was puzzled by the Star Alliance's intentions. What is Sunan really planning? Although the Star Alliance is an affiliated organization of the Wisdom Codex, the 2 parties are more like a cooperative relationship bound by mutual interests. Since the Star Alliance has already fulfilled its obligation to restrain part of Blackstone Tower's forces, the Wisdom Codex cannot force the Star Alliance to do anything. Ronan was dissatisfied with the Star Alliance's actions but felt unable to voice his concerns. After pondering for a long time, he looked up at the officer and said, "You should personally go to the Star Alliance and ask Sunan for his thoughts. If the Star Alliance is willing to intensify their offensive and put more pressure on Blackstone Tower, we can provide them with some resource support." "Yes, my lord." Ulan Dimension, Ulan City. At the top of the Starlight Wizard Tower, in front of the elemental furnace, Sunan sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes tightly closed and motionless. Dense energy particles surrounded him, almost solidifying into a substance, appearing like a faint mist of various colors completely enveloping him. In the invisible void, countless energy particles continuously flowed into his body every second. After an unknown amount of time, a strange wave suddenly emanated from Sunan's body. In an instant, the surrounding energy particles seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, rushing towards Sunan in a frenzy, disappearing into his body in the blink of an eye. Within just 2 or 3 breaths, the energy particles within 10 meters of Sunan were completely absorbed, and the particles from further away had not yet had time to rush over, resulting in a brief vacuum around him. After a moment, Sunan opened his eyes, a fleeting look of joy flashing across them. I finally broke through. It had been nearly 400 years since he broke through to level 3 liquidation, and he had finally advanced to level 3 crystallization. Gazing into the depths of his consciousness sea, he saw 3 talent crystals and the granular divine power swirling around them. A genuine smile appeared on Sunan's face. Since becoming a wizard apprentice, it had been over 1400 years, and he had finally reached this step. Now, as long as he successfully comprehended law power, he could break through to the realm that countless wizards dream of and ascend to true spirit wizard. After a while, Sunan snapped back to reality, contemplating his next arrangements. Comprehending law power is not a simple task. Laws are the foundation of the multiverse, the original source of planes. Thus, law power is the most profound and essential force in the multiverse. To master this power, one must deeply engage with the essence of the multiverse. For this enigmatic essence, wizards typically use a single term to describe it: truth. Wizards refer to themselves as seekers of truth, and many wizards often say that truth is power. This is not incorrect. The law power that symbolizes truth is, in essence, the most powerful force in the multiverse, bar none. The divine authority, divinity, and divine power of deities are, in essence, also forms of law power. In the vast multiverse, there are many types of laws. There are elemental laws such as fire, thunder, ice, hurricane, and earth. There are also rule laws such as shadow, death, life, and plants. Furthermore, there are existence laws like space and time. Strictly speaking, existence laws are stronger than rule laws, and rule laws are stronger than elemental laws. The difficulty of comprehending laws varies greatly across different levels. As a result, true spirit wizards promoted from different laws have varying strengths. Throughout the countless epochs since wizards emerged, no wizard has been able to master the existence laws of space and time. At most, only a few exceptionally talented individuals have brushed against the edges. Even so, these individuals have invariably become renowned great beings in the multiverse. Next are the rule laws, which are extremely difficult to comprehend, but those who ascend to true spirit wizard through them possess strength and potential that far surpass those who ascend through elemental laws. Large wizard factions like the Deep Blue Alliance, Gloomy Wizard, and Star Spirit Clock Tower have their core high-ranking members primarily as rule law true spirit wizards. Of course, true spirit wizards who ascend through rule laws are exceedingly rare. More often, wizards comprehend elemental laws. Generally speaking, level 3 crystallization wizards will choose one law to focus on for comprehension and seek a breakthrough. However, a very small number of geniuses attempt to comprehend 2 laws simultaneously. The outcome for these individuals is 99% failure, wasting a significant amount of time. Yet, for the extremely few who succeed, the rewards are immense. A true spirit wizard who masters 2 elemental laws is at least as strong as, if not stronger than, a true spirit wizard who masters 1 rule law. If a true spirit wizard simultaneously masters 1 elemental law and 1 rule law, their strength far surpasses the previous 2. As for a true spirit wizard who masters 2 rule laws simultaneously, that goes without saying. However, those who can achieve this are exceedingly rare. An ordinary level 3 crystallization wizard being able to comprehend 1 law power is already commendable. The success rate for simultaneously comprehending 2 law powers is appallingly low. Which law power should I choose? Sunan's expression showed contemplation. He had actually considered this question many times. To reduce the difficulty of comprehension, level 3 crystallization wizards usually refer to their own power systems when choosing law powers, with innate abilities being of utmost importance. For example, a level 3 crystallization wizard who has mastered a fire-type innate ability will have a higher chance of success if they choose to comprehend fire law power. A level 3 crystallization wizard with a bone innate ability will find it relatively easier to comprehend death law power. Sunan planned to do the same. Although he has the synthesis Rubik's Cube as a golden finger, he does not arrogantly believe he is a prodigy capable of comprehending existence laws like time and space. If he were to attempt that, the most likely outcome would be wasting thousands of years, ultimately needing to switch tracks to choose other laws. However, Sunan also did not intend to settle for choosing elemental laws. After comprehensive consideration, he decided to choose one rule law for comprehension, and at most add one elemental law. After all, once he ascends to true spirit wizard, he can continue to comprehend more laws or merge other laws to form higher level laws. The only difference is that the difficulty will be higher. In any case, for now, it is best to play it safe, and he can change later if he has the energy. Liquid metal, absolute forbidden zone, and falling star rain. 3 innate abilities in total. The chosen law should ideally have a high affinity with these 3 innate abilities. Sunan's eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly had an idea. Gravity. Not to mention liquid metal, the absolute forbidden zone itself has gravitational properties. Additionally, the falling stars of falling star rain are also related to gravity. Comprehending the gravity law with these 2 innate abilities will undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, gravity is a manifestation of universal gravitation, and universal gravitation is a geometric effect of space-time curvature. By mastering the gravity law, he might later be able to use it as a foundation to attempt to comprehend universal gravitation, and even further comprehend time and space laws. Overall, while the gravity law may seem inferior to rule laws like death and life, it actually has higher potential and can perform well in practical combat. Of course, it would be best to pair it with an elemental law. Sunan did not deliberate for long and quickly decided to choose the thunder law. The most notable characteristic of the gravity law is its ability to delay and suppress enemies with heavy pressure. If at the same time he can enhance his speed with the power of thunder, the advantages he can gain will be astonishing. In addition, the thunder law is also known for its destructive power, and when paired with the gravity law, they complement each other perfectly. I'll choose the gravity and thunder laws. Sunan quickly made his decision. Next is to comprehend law power. When he was in the Earth crystal plane, Sunan obtained a law crystal. The law crystal is used to enhance comprehension of law power, and its effects are significant. Generally speaking, the first step in comprehending law power is the most difficult. To sense the existence of law power from nothingness in the void is a very challenging task. Many level 3 crystallization wizards spend thousands of years and may not even be able to take this first step, let alone improve their comprehension of law power afterward. However, with the law crystal in hand, the difficulty of this first step is greatly reduced. To comprehend law power, it's best to find a corresponding environment. The thunder law is easy to solve, just find a thunder elemental space. As for the gravity law, I need to find a plane with higher gravity. Sunan quickly searched his mind for suitable planes, but after a long time of contemplation, he had no leads. However, he was not anxious. There are countless planes in the multiverse, and there must be suitable ones. With some time and effort, he would surely find them. If necessary, he could even purchase information. Planes with extremely high gravity are likely not resource-rich, so acquiring plane information shouldn't be too difficult. With a plan in mind, Sunan left the top of the wizard tower and went to his study, casually sending a message to Liz. Before long, Liz arrived. "You came out of seclusion so quickly." Upon seeing Sunan, Liz expressed surprise. Not long ago, Sunan had told her he would be in seclusion for a breakthrough, and she thought it would take at least several decades or even 100 years. She didn't expect him to come out so soon. "You broke through to level 3 crystallization." "That's right." Seeing Sunan nodding with a smile, Liz couldn't help but secretly marvel. Sunan's speed of improvement is still as fast as ever. For an ordinary level 3 wizard, it is common to take 1 or 2,000 years to break through from the liquidation stage to the crystallization stage. But Sunan had only taken less than 400 years. Even those with outstanding qualifications like the descendants of true spirits would likely find it hard to match Sunan. Having witnessed Sunan's miracles many times, Liz quickly regained her composure and asked the most critical question. "What law are you planning to comprehend?" There was no need to hide anything from Liz, and Sunan replied candidly, "Gravity and thunder." Liz was taken aback, not expecting Sunan to choose the relatively obscure gravity law. However, thinking of Sunan's innate abilities, she felt somewhat relieved. As for Sunan planning to comprehend 2 laws simultaneously, Liz was not particularly surprised. Which genius doesn't set higher standards for themselves? Many descendants of true spirits choose dual laws when comprehending law power. Not to mention Sunan, who is even more extraordinary than the descendants of true spirits. If he didn't choose dual laws, Liz would find it strange. Do you know of any plane suitable for comprehending the gravity law? Sunan asked. Liz thought for a moment, shook her head, but then said, I can send someone to the city of all things to acquire information, such planes shouldn't be hard to find. Then let's do that. Sunan nodded, then shifted the conversation to recent developments. He had been immersed in his training for these years and hadn't paid much attention to external matters. After listening to Liz recount the changes in the wizard civil war over the past 300 years, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in his eyes. The development of the situation was not much different from his memories, aside from a few minor details, the overall direction had not changed significantly. Do you think the wizard civil war will end like this? Liz asked. No, Sunan replied decisively. In his memory, the wizard civil war lasted a full 500 years. And since the current developments were not far from his memories, it indicated that the subsequent developments would not change significantly either. The wizard civil war was not yet at its end. The true conclusion of the war would likely not come until after the year 2800 of the starlight calendar. Liz looked at Sunan in surprise, not understanding how he could be so certain in his judgment. However, Sunan's past judgments had generally been accurate, and subsequent developments had proven his foresight. Therefore, despite her doubts, Liz chose to trust Sunan as always. By the way, Liz suddenly remembered something. The Wisdom Codex sent someone over, requesting us to quickly conquer 1 or 2 planes, and they can provide some resource support to the Star Alliance. Sunan raised an eyebrow, a half-smile on his face. It seems the Wisdom Codex is getting anxious. It was evident that the Wisdom Codex was nearing its limit and urgently needed support from its affiliated organizations. From the current situation, the most likely second-tier wizard faction that could free up its hands was the myriad-headed bird. Thus, the Wisdom Codex would request the Star Alliance to intensify their offensive and put more pressure on Blackstone Tower, allowing myriad-headed bird to gain an advantage as soon as possible. The people from the Wisdom Codex are still waiting for our response in Ulan City, Liz said. What should we do? Chapter 295. In response to Liz's inquiry, Sunan did not answer immediately but instead asked about the military expansion of the Star Alliance over the years. In recent years, the Star Alliance's offensive against Blackstone Tower had slowed significantly, but there was no sign of relaxation in their military expansion. After such a long time, the military strength of the Star Alliance had seen an astonishing increase. Taking the report handed to him by Liz, Sunan quickly flipped through it. First was the Golem Legion, which had expanded to 22 army groups and was now in the process of establishing the 23rd Army Group. Next was the Magic Knight Order. Over the years, the Star Alliance had been purchasing magic constructs in large quantities from the City of All Things. More than 80% of the magic constructs from the entire City of All Things had ended up in the pockets of the Star Alliance, causing the price of magic constructs there to rise by more than 30%. The changes brought about by this were also quite significant. With ample supplies of magic constructs, a large number of reserve members were able to be promoted to formal members, leading to a substantial increase in the number of formal members in the Magic Knight Order. Due to the sharp decrease in the number of reserve members, the Star Alliance simply removed the reserve members from the brigade, retaining only the formal members. Now, the Star Alliance had 12 legions, which meant 60 brigades and 600,000 formal members. In addition, there were still over 500,000 reserve members, expected to gradually be equipped with magic constructs and promoted to formal members in the future. In total, including both formal and reserve members, the Magic Knight Order had over 110,000 members. This was already the upper limit for the Star Alliance at present. The lifespan of a Magic Pattern Knight is limited, as new Magic Pattern Knights enter the army, older ones retire due to injury or age. As time passes, these two factors will gradually reach a balance. Ultimately, the total number of members in the Magic Knight Order will stabilize around a certain number, fluctuating slightly. Unless a war occurs, there will be no significant increase or decrease. And this number limit depends on how many mainstream races the Star Alliance controls for human civilization's planes. Currently, the Star Alliance only has 2 human planes, the Ulan Dimension and the Starlight Continent. Having this number of Magic Pattern Knights is already the limit. Regarding the Witch Hunter Legion, the number of puppets had surpassed 5,000. Including all Wizard Tower internal Golem Legions, the current number of Wizard-level puppets in the Star Alliance was nearing 8,000. Due to Sunan being busy with his training, he had no time to modify Twilight Valley, so the upper limit of the wolf pack remained unchanged. However, after more than 300 years, the Twilight Wolf finally reached the upper limit of 602. In terms of war constructs, due to the slowdown in offensives, the Star Alliance had captured very few wizard towers in recent years, mostly building their own. Now, the number of wizard towers had grown to 71, most of which had been reinforced. Outside of the wizard towers, the numbers of star fortresses and the flying fleet had increased significantly. The former had surpassed 500. The latter had also surged to 65. This was mainly because the intensity of war had not been high in recent years, resulting in relatively low losses for war constructs, hence the noticeable increase. However, what pleased Sunan the most was the growth in the number of wizards. After more than 300 years of operation and development, the population advantage of the Ulan dimension had been thoroughly tapped. Currently, the total number of wizards in the Star Alliance had reached 1,767. Overall, compared to the time when they had just conquered the Manluo Plain and the Zij Plain, the military strength of the Star Alliance had more than doubled. Excluding true spirit wizards, the current comprehensive strength of the Star Alliance was already sufficient to qualify as a second-tier wizard force. Once Sunan advanced to true spirit wizard, he would immediately become a member of the second-tier wizard forces. Not bad. After reading the document, a satisfied smile appeared on Sunan's face. Reply to the Wisdom Codex and tell them we agree to their request. After developing for so long, it was time to show their fangs. In any case, Sunan had originally planned for the Star Alliance to launch a major offensive soon to capture the 4 plains of Blackstone Tower, and it was a perfect opportunity to demand some resources from the Wisdom Codex. Liz asked, what resources should we request from the Wisdom Codex? Magic constructs or materials? Neither. Sunan's eyes flickered, we want a fruit of the law. Liz was slightly taken aback, then quickly showed a look of realization. Although the fruit of the law had the word fruit in its name, it was not a real fruit but a collective term for the crystallization of law power, primarily sourced from the realm of truth. Under normal circumstances, law power was an abstract and elusive existence that could only be understood through feeling, not physically touched. However, in the realm of truth, known as the Holy Land of Laws, the dense law power could manifest as a physical entity under certain circumstances, allowing people to actually come into contact with it. All manifested law power was uniformly referred to as the fruit of the law. Most fruits of the law did not have specific attributes. Any true spirit wizard or level 3 crystallization wizard could absorb and transform them to enhance their understanding and control of the laws. One could say that a fruit of the law could increase the probability of a level 3 crystallization wizard advancing to true spirit wizard by 1 to 2%. Although it seemed like only 1 to 2%, the average probability of a level 3 crystallization wizard advancing to true spirit wizard was originally less than 10%, and a fruit of the law could multiply that probability several times, highlighting its preciousness. It was precisely because of its extreme rarity that the Wisdom Codex might not agree to this condition, and negotiations would be necessary to find out. After handing the matter over to Liz, Sunan returned to the top level of the Wizard Tower. Having just broken through, he needed to stabilize his realm. Before obtaining information about the gravity planes, it was just the right time to solidify his foundation. The fruit of the law. Upon hearing the conditions from the Star Alliance, Ronan was momentarily stunned, showing a look of astonishment. Sunan had broken through to level 3 crystallization? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Ronan instinctively wanted to dismiss it. After all, as far as he knew, Sunan had broken through to level 3 liquidation in less than 400 years, it was simply unbelievable that he could break through again in such a short time. Perhaps Sunan had not actually broken through, and wanting the fruit of the law was merely a preparation for understanding the laws after a future breakthrough. However, thinking of Sunan's many astonishing performances to date, Ronan felt uncertain. A prodigy like Sunan was not something that could be measured by common sense. With this thought, Ronan's mood became quite complex. He never expected that he, who had always been recognized as a genius, would one day regard another young wizard as a prodigy. Ronan sighed. First Misha, and now Sunan, there were indeed many prodigies in this world. Shaking his head to dispel unnecessary thoughts, Ronan took out a crystal, pressed it to his forehead for a few seconds, then crushed the crystal, transforming it into a stream of light that vanished into the void. About half an hour later, the stream of light returned and appeared out of nowhere, transforming into a large character in front of Ronan. Okay. Seeing this, Ronan let out a breath and turned to his subordinate, saying, agree to the conditions of the Star Alliance, but they must conquer at least one plane within 100 years. Yes, my lord. When the envoy from the Wisdom Codex arrived in Ulan City, Sunan was no longer in the Ulan dimension. As he had anticipated, the Star Alliance easily purchased information about several gravity planes from the 3 major merchant associations in the City of All Things. As soon as the information was in hand, Sunan set off for one of the planes. This is the Soul Plane. High in the sky, Sunan floated in mid-air, surveying his surroundings. As far as the eye could see, it was a desolate and bleak landscape. The vast wilderness was filled with sand and jagged rocks, with not a single plant in sight, nor any trace of life. It was a scene of utter desolation. It seems this plane is extremely resource poor. If it weren't, those people from the City of All Things wouldn't have so easily sold the information. Sunan didn't mind, he wasn't here for resources. On the contrary, he was quite satisfied with another characteristic of the Soul Plane. Upon entering the plane, he immediately felt an incredibly heavy pressure. The terrifying gravity enveloped his entire body almost simultaneously. This was not ordinary oppression, the pressure from gravity was all-encompassing, affecting every inch of flesh, every bone, and even every cell in a 360-degree manner. If one's strength was slightly lacking, one could be crushed into a pulp by the terrifying gravity in an instant. The gravity here is probably over 100 times that of the Starlight continent. Creatures below the legendary night level would probably perish in an instant upon entering here. Sunan clicked his tongue in amazement. According to the information provided by the City of All Things, there were very few creatures in the Soul Plane, but the few that existed all had the formidable strength of a wizard level. It made sense, those who could adapt and survive in such an ultra-high gravity environment would certainly not be weak. The information indicated the locations of these creatures, but Sunan had no intention of making contact with them. He avoided those locations and began searching for a suitable place to comprehend the laws. In the same plane, the gravity varied in different areas. After spending quite some time, Sunan found a place with relatively higher gravity. He took out the specially prepared magic golem from his cube and set up a simple temporary camp. He ordered the golem to patrol and stand guard around the area, then entered the house, sat cross-legged, and began to comprehend the laws. Comprehending the laws was a profoundly mysterious process that was difficult to describe in words. Simply put, it involved the wizard infusing powerful divine power into the void, or into the plane itself, deeply engaging with the plane's essence, finding the laws within the essence, and identifying the specific law to comprehend among many laws. After that, it was a tedious process of understanding. In a plane like the Soul Plane, where gravity was extremely high, the gravitational laws within the essence were more pronounced compared to other planes, making them relatively easier to comprehend. During the comprehension process, Sunan took out the law crystal and held it in his palm. With the help of the law crystal, it became easier to find the laws within the plane's essence. In the Soul Plane, where the number of creatures was extremely low, no one would come to disturb Sunan. As time passed, Sunan gradually entered a state of focused concentration, completely shutting out awareness of other matters, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the essence of the plane. Gradually, a colorful and strange world unfolded before him. Each color in this world represented a law, and the colors were not distinctly separated but intertwined and mixed, with each containing elements of the others. Sometimes, several colors would blend together to form a brand new color, yet one could still discern the original colors within the new one, giving a sense of extraordinary mystery. The dazzling array of colors nearly dazzled Sunan's eyes. He quickly steadied himself, focusing his gaze to search for the color representing the gravitational law. He did not know how long had passed when he finally made a discovery, finding a deep blue-black color among the countless colors. The moment he saw that blue-black color, a sense of enlightenment surged within Sunan. This was the gravitational law he had been searching for. Overjoyed, Sunan quickly extended his divine power tendrils toward it. As soon as he touched the blue-black color, his entire consciousness sea suddenly erupted with a loud bang, as if his soul had been struck, and after a brief moment of dizziness and confusion, he quickly regained clarity. In his vision, the many colors that had originally been mixed together quickly receded like a tide, replaced by vast expanses of blue-black that surged forth, rapidly occupying most of his field of vision. In the blink of an eye, Sunan was surrounded by the blue-black color. Seeing this scene, Sunan let out a long breath, a genuine smile of joy spreading across his face. He had succeeded. In his excitement, Sunan abruptly broke free from his focused state, and everything before him suddenly vanished into thin air. When he opened his eyes again, he was still in the same small house, surrounded by nothing, as if everything he had seen before was just a dream. However, Sunan knew that everything had been real. On the panel suspended in front of him, a new line of text had appeared. Gravitational Law Comprehension Progress, 0.01%. Sunan was filled with joy. The most critical first step had been taken, the next part would be a slow grind. As long as he continued to comprehend, one day he would be able to master the gravitational law. Coming back to his senses from his joy, Sunan stepped outside. Everything in the camp was just as it had been before he entered seclusion, with no changes. Before entering seclusion, Sunan had specifically ordered a golem to keep track of time. Now, he saw that over 53 years had passed. Yet in his perception, it felt like only a short while had gone by. I didn't expect comprehending the laws would take so much time. Sunan sighed inwardly. With the law crystal in hand, comprehending the laws was relatively simpler for him than for other wizards. Even so, it still took over 50 years to complete the most critical first step. For other wizards, it would likely take several times longer. Of course, the greater possibility was that they would struggle to take that crucial first step at all. Even though he had personally experienced it, if asked to describe the process and experience of comprehending the laws, Sunan still felt at a loss. The previous experience felt like a dream, although his mind remembered it, he could not articulate it in words. If he had to describe it, it would be abstract. No wonder over the years, no true spirit wizard has summarized the experience of comprehending the laws. It's not that they don't want to, but that they can't. Such matters can only be experienced personally, others cannot help much. Sunan shook his head and turned back into the house to continue his training. For now, he had only taken the initial step in comprehending the laws, he needed to continue delving deeper until he truly mastered law power to advance to true spirit wizard. Chapter 296. In a secluded house. Sunan sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly closed. Before successfully comprehending the law of gravity, he had to exert great effort just to capture a hint of it. However, after successfully grasping the law of gravity, when he sensed the essence of the plane, he found that everything around him was filled with blue-black gravity laws. With a slight movement of his mind, a thread of the gravity law merged into Sunan's body, flowing rapidly. Although the law power could not be retained within his body and soon flowed out again, during this process, his understanding of the gravity law increased slightly. He did not know how long had passed when Sunan opened his eyes and summoned the panel, discovering that his comprehension progress of the gravity law had reached 0.02%. Looking at the time, it had been about a year and 2 months. At this rate, mastering the law of gravity will take nearly 11,000 years. Sunan's eyelids twitched involuntarily. As a level 3 crystallization wizard, his lifespan was only around 20,000 years. Ordinary wizards who break through to level 3 crystallization, if they have decent aptitude, are probably already 6 or 7,000 years old. Even if one is lucky enough to successfully comprehend the law, it would still take at least 1 or 2,000 years. That would make them nearly 8 or 9,000 years old. If he spends another 11,000 years comprehending the law, he would likely be on the brink of death before barely mastering the law power, which is extremely limiting. If the progress is even slightly slower, he might not even have the chance to succeed before his time runs out. It's no wonder that true spirit wizards are so rare. For those with slightly poorer aptitude, even if they choose relatively easier elemental laws, the hope of advancing to true spirit wizard is still very slim. Just the gravity law will take 11,000 years, and the thunder law is relatively simpler, but it will still take at least 7 or 8,000 years. Combined, that's close to 20,000 years. Without external assistance, comprehending 2 laws simultaneously is indeed very challenging. Sunan sighed and took out a law crystal. After successfully comprehending the law crystal could now be absorbed. Moreover, unlike the law power in the essence of the plane, the law power in the law crystal can be absorbed and integrated by wizards, significantly enhancing their compatibility with law power and strengthening their understanding of the law. It is precisely for this reason that the law crystal has become a coveted treasure for many level 3 crystallization wizards. Strictly speaking, the law crystal is even more precious than the fruit of the law. After all, the fruit of the law can be obtained from the realm of truth, while the law crystal can only be created by extracting law power from the essence of the law. And the latter is undoubtedly a wasteful act, almost no wizard faction would be willing to squander it like that. Holding the law crystal, Sunan focused his thoughts and began to absorb it. After spending more than half a year, he completely absorbed a whole law crystal, and his comprehension progress of the gravity law skyrocketed to 15.38%. One law crystal saved me nearly 1800 years of cultivation time. Looking at the data on the panel, Sunan couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, many true spirit wizards came too quickly back then, otherwise, if he had waited a bit longer, he could have made a few more law crystals. Shaking his head, Sunan returned his thoughts to the matter at hand. There was only this one law crystal, and once used, it would be gone. The Wisdom Codex likely still had a law fruit available, which should be able to increase his comprehension progress of the gravity law by about 10%. After that, if he wanted to quickly enhance his comprehension progress of the gravity law, he would have to think of other methods. Sunan looked at the panel in front of him, his eyes revealing a contemplative expression. Compared to other wizards, his greatest advantage was having the synthesis Rubik's Cube. Perhaps he could find a way from this point. After pondering for a moment, Sunan had an idea and took out a divinity energy crystal, extracting law power from the essence of the plane to merge into it. Before long, a pseudo-law crystal was formed. The reason it was called a pseudo-law crystal was that this counterfeit could not truly be absorbed, it could only be integrated into his body to gain insights into the law, and the law power contained within would still gradually dissipate over time. If it were just like this, it would be no different from before. Sunan pursed his lips and, using the same method, created more than 10 pseudo-law crystals, then synthesized them all. The final pseudo-law crystal formed was noticeably darker in color than the previous ones. Sunan examined the pseudo-law crystal in his palm, rubbed it for a while, and began to absorb the law power inside. The intangible law power flowed into his body, circulating slowly, and gradually dissipated back out over time. Although it was the same process as before, this time Sunan clearly felt that his understanding of the gravity law was accelerating significantly. It was evident that the synthesized law power was far superior in strength to the previous law power, which also greatly increased the speed of comprehension progress. When the comprehension progress of the gravity law increased by 0.01%, Sunan opened his eyes and realized that over 7 months had passed. It's almost twice as fast as before. A smile appeared on Sunan's face. This method proved to be very effective. Synthesizing law power took less than a day, yet it saved nearly half the time, which was undoubtedly very cost-effective. And this was not the limit, law power could continue to be synthesized. Coming back to his senses from his joy, Sunan continued to synthesize law power while cultivating and testing the limits of synthesis. Law power could be synthesized indefinitely, but the strength of law power that his soul and body could withstand was limited. It was somewhat like drinking alcohol. How much a normal person can drink depends on the size of their mouth and their swallowing speed. How much alcohol they can handle depends on their body's tolerance. Generally speaking, the amount of alcohol a wizard can drink is just that thread of law power. Sunan was no exception. Thus, he could only use the cube to synthesize stronger law power to increase the alcohol content. What he was doing now was finding the upper limit of alcohol content, which is the upper limit of law power strength he could withstand. After spending 4 to 5 years, Sunan finally tested out the most suitable synthesis limit. Ultimately, the experiment showed that the comprehension progress of the gravity law increased by 0.01%, and the minimum cultivation time required was about 4.5 months. At this rate, after absorbing the fruit of the law, I should be able to master the gravity law in about 2,000 years. If I can find a way to increase the synthesis limit of law power, the time can be further shortened. Mastering a rule-based law in 2,000 years is already quite fast. But if possible, Sunan still wanted to be a bit quicker. After all, in his memory, the event where many wizards teamed up to ambush the spider god would occur after 3,500 years in the starlight calendar. Without sufficient strength, it would be impossible to take advantage of that event. With a plan in mind, Sunan stretched lazily and left the house. Having stayed in the silent plain for so long, it was time to return. I wonder how the situation is over there. Since Liz hadn't contacted him, it indicated that the situation was developing smoothly, so Sunan wasn't too worried. Ulan Dimension, Ulan City. Returning to Ulan City after more than 60 years, Sunan found that the city had expanded again, its area now estimated to be 2 to 3 times larger than before. Countless golem puppets and magic pattern knights patrolled back and forth within the city, creating a formidable atmosphere. The changes are quite significant. Sunan murmured softly, and in the next second, his figure suddenly vanished. Starlight Wizard Tower, Training room. Liz sat cross-legged, meditating in silence. Although she had her own wizard tower, most of the time, Liz chose to cultivate in the Starlight Wizard Tower. After all, the concentration of energy particles here was far higher than in her own wizard tower. In fact, the training room in the Starlight Wizard Tower had long been one of the items on the Star Alliance's exchange list, highly sought after by many wizards. Especially the training rooms near the top floor, which were basically reserved by the high-ranking members of various Star Alliances, making it difficult for ordinary wizards to exchange for them. As a core high-ranking member of the Star Alliance, Liz naturally did not need to exchange. She had a fixed training room in the Starlight Wizard Tower year-round. At that moment, Liz suddenly opened her eyes, her expression shifting. In the next instant, she vanished and reappeared in her study, where she immediately saw Sunan sitting behind the desk, smiling at her. "You finally came back." Liz also smiled. "How was your harvest?" Sunan replied with a grin, "Not bad, I have successfully comprehended the law of gravity." Liz was not surprised to hear this. If it were anyone else, comprehending a rule-based law in just over 60 years would surely be astonishing. But with Sunan, it seemed quite ordinary. One could only say that Sunan's past performance had raised Liz's expectations of him. "How is the situation in the war?" Sunan asked about the main matter. Liz's expression became serious as she replied, "As per your instructions, we are primarily attacking the Tino Plane and the Purple Moon Plane. By the year 2695 of the Starlight calendar, we had already taken the Tino Plane, and now we have captured about 1/3 of the Purple Moon Plane. Our army is at an advantage, and we will definitely take the Purple Moon Plane within 20 years. As for the Baikal Plane and Barren Plane, we are mainly focused on containment for now." Sunan nodded in satisfaction. In the past 300 years, the military strength of the Star Alliance had increased significantly, but the forces of Blackstone Tower in these 4 planes were also much stronger than those of the previous Ulan, Zuj, and Menluo planes. Moreover, attacking 4 planes simultaneously with dispersed forces posed a considerable challenge for the Star Alliance. To have captured the most valuable and heavily fortified Tino Plane in just over 60 years, while also establishing a strategic advantage in the Purple Moon Plane, was already quite impressive. The Tino Plane is a high-value plane dominated by human civilization. Taking this plane and carefully managing it for a couple of hundred years would lead to a significant leap in the overall strength of the Star Alliance. What about Myriad-Headed Bird? We have tied down a considerable amount of Blackstone Tower's forces, and Myriad-Headed Bird has now broken the stalemate, turning the tide against Blackstone Tower. So far, Myriad-Headed Bird has captured 4 planes from Blackstone Tower. Sunan nodded in understanding. The overall strength of Myriad-Headed Bird was only slightly inferior to that of Blackstone Tower. With the Star Alliance restraining part of Blackstone Tower's forces, Myriad-Headed Bird could naturally gain the upper hand. Blackstone Tower has a total of 22 planes, with 4 captured by the Star Alliance and another 4 by Myriad-Headed Bird. They are left with only 14 planes. Moreover, it is foreseeable that this number will decrease sharply in no time. Additionally, with the previous deaths of 2 true spirit wizards, among the many wizard factions involved in the Wizard Civil War, Blackstone Tower has suffered the most significant losses. However, Blackstone Tower still has 1 true spirit wizard remaining. Although the opponent is severely injured, they cannot be underestimated. Once Blackstone Tower faces a crisis of annihilation, that true spirit wizard will certainly disregard any agreements and most likely take action, which must be approached with caution. After all, the power of a true spirit wizard is formidable. Even an injured true spirit wizard can cause significant trouble for the Star Alliance. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. Liz's expression suddenly became more serious. The population of Starlight Continent has increased significantly over the years, and I plan to relocate some of the population to other planes. Sunan raised an eyebrow. You want to conduct plane immigration? In the wizarding world, planes where human civilization exists and where humans are the dominant race are the most valuable. However, the number of human planes in the multiverse is scarce, and most are already owned, making it extremely difficult to acquire them. Thus, some wizards have taken a different approach, relocating portions of the population from human planes to other planes to propagate and artificially create human planes. Over tens of thousands of years, there have been successful examples, but there are far more failures. After all, the difficulty of plane immigration is higher. One issue is that the plane being immigrated to must be suitable for human habitation, with sufficient resources and energy particle concentration, requiring prior modification, otherwise, even a simple case of acclimatization could significantly delay the immigration plan's progress or even cause the entire plan to fail. Another issue is that the population of the immigrating plane must be sufficiently large, otherwise, hastily relocating a significant number of people could hinder the plane's development and even lead to a substantial regression in productivity and development levels, resulting in a net loss. However, after hearing Liz's explanation, Sunan realized that these 2 points did not seem to be problems. Under the management of the Star Alliance, Starlight Continent has developed remarkably over the years. The promotion and popularization of magical technology have allowed the economy and productivity of Starlight Continent to grow rapidly. Since the blockade of the plane was lifted over 700 years ago, the population of Starlight Continent has surged by more than 4 to 5 times. Even if a portion of the population is relocated in a short time, it would not have a significant impact on Starlight Continent. As for the immigrating plane, Liz decided to choose the Zij plane. The Zij plane already had a human race, albeit in very small numbers, which also proved that the environment of the Zij plane was relatively closer to that of human planes, unlike the harsh conditions of the Manluo plane. With some minor modifications, it could be transformed into a plane suitable for human propagation. Furthermore, the average physical quality of Starlight Continent's residents has significantly improved over the years, with a substantial increase in the proportion of knights, allowing for better adaptation to the new environment during the immigration process. Considering all factors, the likelihood of successfully implementing this plane immigration plan is very high. Chapter 297. After thinking for a while, Sunan finally agreed to Liz's proposal. If they could create another human plane, it would greatly benefit the development of the Star Alliance. The plan can be implemented, but don't rush it. This is not something that can show results in just a few decades or 100 years. The time span for plane migration is extremely long, often measured in thousands of years. Transforming a plane takes time. Transferring the population takes time. After a successful transfer, the population must go through several generations of reproduction before truly taking root in the new plane and expanding to cover a significant portion of it. Only then can the new human plane be considered fully formed. After finalizing the details of the plane migration plan, Sunan shifted the topic and asked about the law fruit. Liz flipped her wrist, and a sparkling diamond-shaped crystal appeared in her palm, shining with a captivating beauty under the light of the magic stone. Sunan's gaze fell on the crystal, and he could clearly feel the law power fluctuations emanating from within. It was very similar to a law crystal. You didn't stay long in the fallen spirit plane, and the Wisdom Codex sent messengers to deliver the law fruit. However, they also made a request, stating that within 100 years, at least one Blackstone Tower plane must be conquered. In fact, Sunan had guessed that the Wisdom Codex would surely agree to his conditions as soon as he learned that the battle situation was progressing smoothly. However, seeing the law fruit with his own eyes still filled him with joy. Now, his understanding of the law of gravity could be significantly improved. After taking the law fruit, Sunan examined it for a moment before storing it in his space ring. You've worked hard during this time. He smiled at Liz. But next, I need you to continue leading the war. I have to return to the fallen spirit plane to continue my training. Liz said seriously, you just focus on your training. I will handle things here. She understood very well the importance of Sunan to the Star Alliance. Now, the overall strength of the Star Alliance had already caught up to that of a second-tier wizard force, they just needed a true spirit wizard. As long as Sunan successfully broke through, the Star Alliance would immediately rise to the ranks of second-tier wizard forces, gaining a higher status and broader development prospects. Everything else had to take a back seat to Sunan's promotion. Sunan arrived quietly and left just as quietly. So much so that, apart from Liz, no one knew he had returned. Back at the temporary camp in the fallen spirit plane, Sunan immediately took out the law fruit to absorb it. The entire process was no different from absorbing a law crystal. After spending about half a year absorbing the law fruit, Sunan's understanding of the law of gravity increased to 26.04%. Just as I expected. A satisfied smile appeared on Sunan's face. At this rate, in about 2007 or 800 years, he would be able to master the law of gravity. The law of thunder should be relatively easier, I should be able to master it in a little over 2000 years. Sunan's gaze flickered slightly. There is no upper limit to the synthesis of law power. If he could find a way to enhance his body's and soul's capacity to withstand law power, he could synthesize a stronger law power for comprehension. That way, his comprehension progress could be accelerated even further. However, at his level, ordinary biological modifications could no longer enhance his body and soul. Even elementalization and bloodline fusion wouldn't work. After pondering for a moment, Sunan shook his head, deciding to temporarily set this matter aside and think of a solution later. Gathering his thoughts, he continued to immerse himself in his training. In the following time, Sunan basically stayed in the fallen spirit plane. Apart from occasionally returning to Ulan City to synthesize some resources, he spent most of his time comprehending the law of gravity. Meanwhile, the Star Alliance also began the transformation of the Zij plane. Time flew by. In the year 2730 of the Starlight calendar, the Star Alliance conquered the Purple Moon plane. With this plane-level super-large magic plant garden, the Star Alliance's supply of magic plant materials suddenly became much more abundant. Liz waved her hand and began constructing more night academies in the Starlight continent, Ulan Dimension, and Tino plane, preparing for the expansion of the Magic Knight Order. In the same year, the transformation of the Zij plane was completed, and the Star Alliance began transferring the population from the Starlight continent to the Zij plane. The most up-to-date novellas are published on Fruitnoelo. With the active cooperation of the Star Empire, the entire process had some minor hiccups but was relatively smooth. The entire population transfer lasted over a decade and was not declared complete until the year 2745 of the Starlight calendar. After that, the Zij plane entered a long developmental period. During this time, the Star Alliance's attacks on the Baikal plane and Barden plane did not cease. After conquering the Purple Moon plane, the Star Alliance sent the main force of its army to the two planes, intensifying their offensive. Faced with the Star Alliance army, which far outnumbered them, the Baikal plane and Barden plane had no power to fight back and were steadily retreating on the battlefield. In the year 2753 of the Starlight calendar, the Star Alliance captured the Baikal plane. In the year 2762 of the Starlight calendar, the Star Alliance captured the Barden plane. By this point, all 7 planes of the Blackstone Tower had fallen into the hands of the Star Alliance. The number of planes controlled by the Star Alliance surged to 9, significantly increasing their strength. On the other hand, the myriad-headed bird also frequently celebrated victories, advancing steadily on the battlefield against the Blackstone Tower. In the year 2775 of the Starlight calendar, the myriad-headed bird captured the E-Serpent plane. This was also the 8th Blackstone Tower plane captured by the myriad-headed bird. As a result, the number of planes still under the control of the Blackstone Tower decreased from 22 to 7. Under the joint assault of the Star Alliance and the myriad-headed bird, the once powerful and glorious Blackstone Tower now appeared to be in a state of turmoil. Dark Dragon Plane, headquarters of the Blackstone Tower. The magnificent buildings, coiled like a black dragon on the ground, had lost their previous solemnity and majesty, filled with an atmosphere of impending storm that made one feel somewhat depressed. In the central Dark Tower, the heavy atmosphere in the spacious conference hall became increasingly palpable. Dozens of wizards gathered in the hall, all with gloomy expressions and furrowed brows. The myriad-headed bird is already mobilizing its main forces, preparing to concentrate their strength to attack the Moho plane and Nether Tree plane. Their momentum is strong, and we are afraid we won't be able to withstand it. No matter what, we can't let the myriad-headed bird continue to conquer. If we lose a few more planes, the Blackstone Tower will be finished. That's easy to say, but how do we stop the myriad-headed bird? Sigh, it was all fine at the beginning. Why has it come to this? Listening to the discussions, a hint of confusion flashed in Lucius's eyes. Yes, why has it come to this? Is it because the myriad-headed bird is strong? No, that's not right. In terms of strength, the Blackstone Tower is much stronger than the myriad-headed bird. The situation has developed to this point entirely because of the Star Alliance. Thinking of this, a deep sense of regret surged within Lucius. Who would have thought that a small third-tier wizard force could cause such great trouble for the Blackstone Tower? In the more than 500 years of war, normal wizard forces usually grow weaker as they fight. Even the myriad-headed bird, which captured 8 planes of the Blackstone Tower during the war, did not grow much stronger. Instead, they exhausted much of their foundation and accumulation due to the war. After all, victories take time to digest. Only the Star Alliance is an exception. After all these years of war, not only have they not weakened, but they have also grown stronger. Aside from lacking a true spirit wizard, the Star Alliance's strength has now subtly caught up with that of the myriad-headed bird. If they had known the Star Alliance would be so troublesome, they should have concentrated their forces to deal with the Star Alliance first. Even if it meant losing 1 or 2 planes, they should have eliminated the Star Alliance first. If that had been the case, the situation would not have developed to such a dire point. Unfortunately, it is too late for regrets now. Even if they concentrated their forces to turn against the Star Alliance now, they might not be able to defeat the latter. The Star Alliance is no longer the small wizard force that could be easily wiped out. After arguing for a long time without reaching a conclusion, the hall gradually fell silent, and everyone unconsciously looked towards Lucius, who was sitting at the head. Seeing this, Lucius took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Send someone to negotiate with the myriad-headed bird and the Star Alliance." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback, but after realizing it, they showed extremely complex expressions. At this point, unless the Blackstone Tower intends to go all the way to the end, risking annihilation to fight to the death with the myriad-headed bird and the Star Alliance, there is no other option but to negotiate. However, the Blackstone Tower is the strongest among second-tier wizard forces, one of the most promising candidates to become a large wizard force. They have always been the ones to bully others, and now they have to turn around and beg for mercy. Just thinking about it is incredibly frustrating. For a moment, everyone felt complicated emotions, a mix of feelings. However, in the face of death, pride must ultimately take a back seat, and soon someone spoke in agreement. "I agree to negotiate, but Lord Lucius, I'm afraid the myriad-headed bird and the Star Alliance will make exorbitant demands." Lucius said expressionlessly, "It's strange if they don't take advantage of the situation to make exorbitant demands now that they have us in a tight spot. At this point, as long as they accept the negotiations, even if it means giving up 2 more planes, we can only agree. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about a lack of firewood. As long as they can preserve their living strength and endure, there will be opportunities for a comeback. One day, he will make the myriad-headed bird and the Star Alliance pay the price." "What if the Star Alliance and the myriad-headed bird refuse to negotiate?" someone hesitantly asked. A flash of ferocity crossed Lucius's face, and he coldly said, "The Blackstone Tower is not easy to bully. If they refuse to negotiate, then we will fight them to the death." In the sky above Ulan City, a plane rift suddenly appeared, and Sunan stepped out from it. Today is the annual return day. According to past habits, he needed to go to the laboratory to synthesize a batch of new resources for the Star Alliance to use for the coming year. With the development and growth of the Star Alliance, he no longer had to worry about many mid to low-level resources, but a few high-level resources, such as construction potions and enhanced wizard tower facilities, still relied on his synthesis. However, as soon as Sunan arrived at the laboratory, he was stopped by Liz. "The Blackstone Tower has sent messengers to negotiate with us." Sunan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, but quickly returned to his normal demeanor. At this point, the Blackstone Tower had completely fallen to the disadvantage, so it was not surprising that they wanted to negotiate. "What did the myriad-headed bird say?" Sunan asked. The myriad-headed bird had likely also received the Blackstone Tower's request for negotiation. "Gavin came by not long ago, wanting to meet with you for talks. Since you weren't here, he left and told me to inform you as soon as you returned. Then arrange for me to meet him." Upon receiving the news of Sunan's return, Gavin hurried over, and as soon as they met, he looked at him with a strange expression, sizing him up. "I heard you've comprehended the laws." "That's right." Sunan did not hide it and admitted openly. Upon hearing this, Gavin's expression became extremely complex. As a descendant of true spirits, he was only at the 3rd level of crystallization and had not yet successfully comprehended the laws. Meanwhile, Sunan had only been at the 3rd level of liquefaction before the wizard civil war broke out. Who would have thought that he would not only rapidly break through to the 3rd level of crystallization but also successfully comprehend the laws? The speed of his strength improvement was simply monstrous. He had always considered himself exceptionally talented, but compared to Sunan, he suddenly felt as if he had been training like a dog. He wondered what law Sunan had comprehended. To succeed so quickly, it was likely an elemental law, right? But then he thought, given Sunan's talent, he would at least choose a rule-based law. If it were a rule-based law and he could comprehend it so quickly, that would be even more exaggerated. After hesitating for a moment, Gavin ultimately did not ask. After all, what kind of law one comprehends is a wizard's secret, and inquiring carelessly could easily offend someone. Regaining his composure, Gavin brought up the main topic. The Star Alliance should have also received the negotiation request from the Blackstone Tower. What are your plans? Sunan did not answer but instead smiled and asked, the myriad-headed bird doesn't plan to agree to the negotiations, right? Gavin was slightly taken aback, then chuckled, I can't hide anything from you. His expression then became serious, this time, we have finally managed to bring the Blackstone Tower to this state. It's a rare opportunity. If we don't take advantage of this chance to completely eliminate the Blackstone Tower, once they recover, they will definitely retaliate against us. If we don't cut the grass at the roots, we will face endless troubles. Sunan pondered for a moment, not immediately revealing his thoughts, but in reality, he agreed with Gavin's statement. Black wizards are all a vengeful bunch. The Blackstone Tower has suffered such a huge loss this time, it would be strange if they didn't think about revenge. Of course, the more important factor is still the benefits. Under normal circumstances, it would not be easy for the Star Alliance to conquer a few new planes. Only during large-scale wars like the Wizard Civil War can they form alliances and attack nearby to capture multiple planes. Right now, the Star Alliance has a rare opportunity before them. As long as they eliminate the Blackstone Tower, they can gain control of several more planes, which would greatly benefit their future development. From any perspective, the Star Alliance should not miss such a good opportunity. The myriad-headed bird clearly had a similar thought. Seeing Sunan lost in thought, Gavin could no longer hold back and said, we can team up to attack the Blackstone Tower as before. The myriad-headed bird will be responsible for attacking 4 planes, including the Dark Dragon plane, while the Star Alliance only needs to act 3 planes. Sunan's eyes flickered, and without hesitation, he said, the 3 planes that the Star Alliance is responsible for must include the Endlune plane. Endlune is the 3rd human plane of the Blackstone Tower, aside from the Dark Dragon plane and Tyno plane. Chapter 298. Gavin smiled wryly and said, you really are quite ungracious, having already taken the Tyno plane. Sunan smiled slightly and replied, the myriad-headed bird isn't at a loss either. The Dark Dragon plane, being another plane where humans are the dominant species, is far superior in both population and development level compared to the Tyno plane and the Endlune plane. Moreover, the myriad-headed bird has already taken several resource-rich planes, so it can't be considered a loss. Gavin frowned and said, the Dark Dragon plane is the headquarters of the Blackstone Tower, attacking there will come at a significant cost. Sunan smiled, half-jokingly, how about we take over? Cough. Gavin cleared his throat and said, the Blackstone Tower still has a true spirit wizard stationed at the Dark Dragon plane. As long as we are willing to pay the price, the Star Alliance is confident in dealing with that true spirit wizard. True spirit wizards are indeed formidable, but the Star Alliance is not without its own means of resistance. With dozens of wizard towers and hundreds of thousands of war constructs combined, there is still a possibility of killing a true spirit wizard. However, the cost would undoubtedly be enormous. But if they could obtain the Dark Dragon plane, it wouldn't be considered a loss. Seeing that Sunan had brought the discussion to this point, Gavin sighed helplessly and said, let's go with your terms. Sunan smiled and extended his hand, pleasure to cooperate. Gavin shrugged and shook Sunan's hand. Pleasure to cooperate. Once an agreement was reached, the Star Alliance and the myriad-headed bird wasted no time and immediately put their plans into action. In the year 2778 of the Starlight calendar, the Star Alliance and the myriad-headed bird launched another attack on the Blackstone Tower. The myriad-headed bird withdrew its troops from the Endlune, Barren, and Yake plains, and the Star Alliance subsequently advanced, taking over the myriad-headed bird's garrisons in those 3 plains and launching a fierce assault on the Blackstone Tower stationed troops. Meanwhile, the myriad-headed bird was able to redirect the troops it had recalled to attack 4 other plains. Under the combined assault of the 2 major wizard factions, the Blackstone Tower found itself in a precarious situation, shaken to its core. At the same time, the war situation among other wizard factions also changed dramatically. In the year 2780 of the Starlight calendar, the Mithril Council captured the Silver Sub-Plane, killing many high-ranking wizards from the White Egret Tower, leading to its downfall. In the year 2782, the Neptune Whale annihilated the Magic Cocoon Society. In the year 2785, the Pale Mask destroyed the Cliff Society, one of the affiliated organizations of the Wisdom Codex. In the year 2786, the Sky Raven, an affiliated organization of the Wisdom Codex, joined forces with the Abyssal Dawn to wipe out the Flame Crest Society. It was as if the war had been put on fast forward. In less than 10 years, more than 10 wizard factions had been destroyed. More than half of these were second-tier wizard factions. The entire wizarding world underwent a massive reshuffle, resulting in earth-shattering changes. While the larger wizard factions fought fiercely against each other, their foundations were solid, and they could not afford to devour one another, so they were not at risk of annihilation. At most, one side would suffer greater losses. As many second-tier wizard factions either emerged victorious or were destroyed, attention gradually shifted to the war between the Star Alliance, the myriad-headed bird, and the Blackstone Tower. In the year 2788 of the Starlight calendar, the Star Alliance captured the Endlune plane of the Blackstone Tower. In the year 2793, the Star Alliance took the Bare Eye plane of the Blackstone Tower. In the year 2797, the Star Alliance seized the Yake plane of the Blackstone Tower. At the same time, the myriad-headed bird also captured several planes of the Blackstone Tower. By the year 2803 of the Starlight calendar, the main forces of the myriad-headed bird gathered at the Dark Dragon plane to launch their final assault on the Blackstone Tower. At this point, the Blackstone Tower was left with only one plane, and to others, it appeared to be on its last legs, its demise imminent. Even the Blackstone Tower itself believed this to be true. In the year 2805 of the Starlight calendar, the last true spirit wizard of the Blackstone Tower, Ryan, brazenly tore up the agreement and attacked the myriad-headed bird, slaughtering their troops on the front lines. However, the myriad-headed bird had long been prepared, and two true spirit wizards quickly intervened. In a fierce battle, the two true spirit wizards of the myriad-headed bird killed Ryan on the spot. With that, the Blackstone Tower lost its last trump card, and its defeat was sealed. In the year 2807 of the Starlight calendar, the myriad-headed bird completely occupied the entire Dark Dragon plane, with Blackstone Tower wizards either dying in battle or surrendering, and only a few managed to escape the Dark Dragon plane. The destruction of the top second-tier wizard faction, the Blackstone Tower, left many people sighing in disbelief. This was the strongest wizard faction to be annihilated since the outbreak of the Wizard Civil War. As the initiators of the Blackstone Tower's downfall, the myriad-headed bird and the Star Alliance attracted a great deal of attention. Especially the Star Alliance, which became the center of focus. A wizard faction that was merely at the tail end of the third tier before the war had participated in the annihilation of a top second-tier wizard faction and contributed significantly, which was truly astonishing. However, what was even more shocking was the rapid development of the Star Alliance. In just over 500 years, it had expanded from controlling 2 planes to holding 12, including 3 core human planes. This rate of growth was indeed alarming. Anyone could see that the Star Alliance was now just one true spirit wizard away from becoming a second-tier wizard faction. Congratulations! After 500 years, when Sunan met Misha again, it was in Holy Tree City of the Holy Tree Plain. This was a magnificent city built atop a giant tree. From a distance, the city seemed to merge with the giant tree, presenting a strange beauty of perfect harmony. This was also the headquarters of the Wisdom Codex, with its governing body, the Wisdom Academy, located in this city. As soon as they met, Misha smiled faintly and congratulated Sunan, feeling a bit emotional. Although she had long anticipated that the Star Alliance would perform brilliantly in the war, the development of the situation still caught her off guard. The Star Alliance's performance in the war against the Blackstone Tower even overshadowed that of the myriad-headed bird. Of the 22 planes controlled by the Blackstone Tower, the Star Alliance had captured 10, only 2 fewer than the myriad-headed bird. Given the initial disparity in strength, the Star Alliance achieving this was nothing short of a miracle. Not to mention that the current strength of the Star Alliance was not much inferior to that of the myriad-headed bird. However, what surprised Misha even more was Sunan's rapid increase in strength. As a true spirit wizard who grasped the laws, she sensed a faint aura of law power emanating from Sunan at their first meeting. This was proof of his comprehension of the laws. It left Misha secretly amazed. She remembered that when the blockade of the Starlight Continent plane was just lifted, Sunan was only a level 2 crystallization wizard. In just over 800 years, he had broken through to become a level 3 crystallization wizard and successfully comprehended the laws. Looking across the entire multiverse, there was no other wizard who had advanced so rapidly. The congratulations Misha offered were both for the Star Alliance's great victory in the war and for Sunan's successful comprehension of the laws. After exchanging pleasantries, Misha got down to business. "You asked Blythe to say you wanted to see me, is there something you need?" Sunan became serious and said, I would like to ask Lady Misha about something. Go ahead. Is there a way to increase a person's limit for bearing law power? After successfully comprehending the laws, Sunan had made numerous attempts to research how to enhance the limit for bearing law power, but he had spent a lot of time and effort without any results. After all, even in his previous life, he had never advanced to a true spirit wizard, and his research on law power was quite limited. After much thought, he decided it would be better to consult a professional. Upon hearing Sunan's words, Misha's expression shifted slightly as she looked deeply at him. Typically, a level 3 crystallization wizard would not consider such a question. After all, most level 3 crystallization wizards' bodies and souls are not capable of bearing more law power, just extracting a trace of law power from the plane's essence is enough for normal comprehension. Only a very few exceptionally gifted geniuses with deep accumulation would think about how to accommodate more law power and accelerate their comprehension speed. There is indeed a method, Misha said. Sunan's eyes brightened as he said, as long as you tell me, I can offer a reward that will satisfy you. Misha shook her head slightly, no need for a reward, this isn't very secretive information, so it's fine to tell you. If it were someone else, Misha might not be so accommodating. But given Sunan and the potential of the Star Alliance, she was more than willing to do a favor. Do you know about the Apocalypse Potion? Misha asked. Apocalypse Potion? Sunan's expression shifted as he recalled and pondered, I've heard of it, I remember it being a special potion used by true spirit wizards to assist in comprehending the laws. Misha nodded gently, that's right. The true effect of the Apocalypse Potion is to temporarily enhance a wizard's affinity for law power, allowing them to comprehend the laws more easily. Essentially, it also increases the limit for bearing law power, and level 3 crystallization wizards can also take it. Sunan's gaze flickered. He knew about the Apocalypse Potion but had always thought it was exclusive to true spirit wizards, so he hadn't considered it in that context. Now, with Misha's reminder, he finally understood. But then he frowned slightly. A potion used by true spirit wizards would undoubtedly be extremely precious. Considering that this potion could also assist level 3 crystallization wizards in comprehending the laws, its value would undoubtedly be even higher. Even if the Wisdom Codex could produce such a potion, it certainly wouldn't sell it externally, it would mostly be for internal use. How to obtain the Apocalypse Potion was a problem. Seemingly sensing Sunan's thoughts, Misha said, the production of the Apocalypse Potion is extremely difficult, and the materials required are mostly rare. Only true spirit wizards can make it, so the quantity is very limited. Even true spirit wizards don't have enough, and they basically won't sell it externally. After a pause, she added, if you want it, you might try your luck at the City of All Things. Sunan pondered. Indeed, purchasing the Apocalypse Potion from other wizard factions was impossible, so the only remaining option was the City of All Things. Ordinary trading houses certainly wouldn't have it, but he could try his luck at the 3 major trading houses. Especially the Radiant Pavilion, known for having a wealth of treasures, they might have the Apocalypse Potion as well. With this thought, Sunan formulated a plan and smiled at Misha, I understand now, thank you for your clarification. You're welcome. Misha shook her head slightly, then changed the subject, now that the Blackstone Tower has been destroyed, what are the Star Alliance's plans next? The Star Alliance has gained a lot from this war and needs some time to digest it. Next, we will focus on development and not get involved in other matters. Sunan glanced at Misha and smiled, but speaking of which, the war should be coming to an end soon. Misha looked at him in surprise, you are quite perceptive. She did not deny it and candidly said, your guess is correct. The major wizard factions have already been negotiating privately, currently discussing the distribution of the law source of the Earth crystal plane. Once a consensus is reached, the war will end immediately. As expected, just as he remembered. Sunan felt a bit wistful. The cause of the wizard civil war was the competition among major wizard factions for the law source of the Earth crystal plane. But after such a large-scale battle, the major wizard factions had not suffered any significant injuries, let alone annihilation. Ultimately, if they could share in the law source, the losses from the war could be completely compensated. On the other hand, the second and third-tier wizard factions that got involved, like the Myriad-Headed Bird and the Star Alliance, which had captured many planes, were fine, others that gained nothing or whose gains were far from compensating for their losses were in dire straits. As for the Blackstone Tower, Greenfield Society, Magic Cocoon Society, and Cliff Society, which were annihilated, it could not simply be described as bad luck. In the multiverse, the principle of the survival of the fittest and the supremacy of the strong was vividly illustrated. After bidding farewell to Misha, as soon as Sunan returned to the Starlight continent, he sent people to the House of All Things and the Hall of True Laws in the City of All Things to inquire if there were any apocalypse potions for sale. If there were no results, he would personally visit the Radiant Pavilion. After the destruction of the Blackstone Tower, the Star Alliance entered a period of digesting its gains and no longer participated in any wars. As the war progressed to its later stages, the intensity suddenly increased, to the point that the newly acquired Tino plane and the other 7 planes had not yet been fully controlled. It was expected that it would take several hundred years to completely master these 7 planes and turn them into the driving force for the Star Alliance's development. For a long time to come, the Star Alliance would enter a period of rapid development. In the year 2808 of the Starlight calendar, the wars between wizard factions visibly decreased. As the major wizard factions ceased hostilities, the remaining wizard factions sensed the end of the war and tacitly withdrew to observe. In the year 2809 of the Starlight calendar, the major wizard factions seemed to have reached a private agreement and began to cease fire and withdraw their troops. Thus, the Wizard Civil War, which had lasted for over 500 years, came to an end. The wizarding world returned to peace. As for the matter that many were most concerned about, the distribution of the law source of the Earth crystal plane, the major wizard factions kept their lips sealed, and no news leaked out. Sunan was not concerned about this. After handing over the affairs of the Star Alliance to his subordinates, he focused entirely on his cultivation. The person sent to the City of All Things quickly returned with news, and to his disappointment, neither the House of All Things nor the Hall of True Laws had any apocalypse potions available. Reluctantly, Sunan had no choice but to personally head to the City of All Things. Chapter 299. Just like the first time he came, the Radiant Pavilion still had the same ordinary appearance of a hotel. If someone who was unaware of the existence of the Radiant Pavilion were to glance at it, they would likely overlook it entirely, never suspecting that this establishment was one of the 3 major merchant associations in the City of All Things. Sunan looked up at the sign and then entered the building. Contrary to its seemingly small exterior, the interior was spacious and bright, with a dozen wooden shelves sparsely displaying various items. Behind the counter near the entrance, a tall, golden-haired young man was flipping through account books. It was the Radiant Dragon transformed into human form. Noticing a guest had entered, the Radiant Dragon lazily lifted his head, and upon seeing Sunan, he was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if recalling something, his platinum-colored eyes brightened slightly. "It's you. It's been several hundred years since I last came." Sunan approached the counter and smiled. "Do you still remember me, boss?" The Radiant Dragon smirked. "I wouldn't normally remember people, but your engraved gemstone left quite an impression on me." "Then I owe it to the engraved gemstone," Sunan chuckled. "What do you want to buy this time?" The Radiant Dragon's gaze was fixed intently on Sunan, clearly eager for him to produce the engraved gemstone. The Dragon clan indeed had a fondness for gemstones. Sunan sighed inwardly and got straight to the point. "Do you have any apocalypse potions here?" "Apocalypse potion?" The Radiant Dragon showed a look of surprise and scrutinized Sunan closely. "I didn't misjudge you after all. I always thought you would achieve something great in the future, but I didn't expect you to grasp the law so quickly." Back when they first met, the Radiant Dragon had stated that Sunan would eventually become a true spirit wizard. However, even he hadn't anticipated that Sunan would take this step toward understanding the law so soon. Unfortunately, true spirit wizards guard the apocalypse potion very closely. It basically doesn't circulate outside. "I don't have any apocalypse potions here." Sunan felt a wave of disappointment, but then he heard the Radiant Dragon change his tone. "Although I don't have the apocalypse potion, I do have another type of potion that I think you might be interested in." Sunan asked curiously, "What potion?" The Radiant Dragon waved his hand over the counter, and suddenly a bottle of potion appeared on the previously empty surface. Inside was a light silver liquid that shimmered with a captivating glow under the light of the magic stone lamp. "This is the Enlightenment Potion, a replica made by some wizard based on the Apocalypse Potion. Its effect is only about 1/3 of that of the Apocalypse Potion." "There's such a thing?" Sunan looked surprised but quickly reacted. "Why have I never heard of this potion before? Even if it only had 1/3 of the effect of the Apocalypse Potion, it was still quite good." If what the Radiant Dragon said was true, the Enlightenment Potion would have long been sought after by many level 3 crystallization wizards, and Sunan shouldn't have heard nothing about it until now. The radiant dragon chuckled and said, "This potion has a side effect, it causes slight damage to the soul after consumption, so it must be taken with a potion or magic plant that can nourish and restore the soul." Sunan suddenly understood. No wonder. The importance of the soul to a wizard goes without saying, and a potion that damages the soul naturally leaves a bad impression. Even if one could overcome this point, the other aspect would be difficult to manage. Potions or magic plants that can nourish and restore the soul are all incredibly precious and hard to come by. If one had to use such a treasure in conjunction with this potion, the cost of using the enlightenment potion would likely not be much less than that of the genuine apocalypse potion, and its efficacy would be significantly lower. In comparison, the enlightenment potion suddenly seemed quite useless. No wonder he had never heard of any enlightenment potion, it was likely that very few wizards would be foolish enough to use such a potion. However, this was quite suitable for Sunan. As long as he used the magic cube to synthesize it, any side effects could be completely eliminated. Feeling overjoyed, Sunan maintained a calm demeanor, took the potion, examined it for a moment, and said, "I need to verify if this potion is as you say." "No problem." The radiant dragon gestured for him to proceed, "But if you use the potion, you'll have to buy it." Sunan nodded and stored the enlightenment potion in the magic cube, where the corresponding information quickly appeared. Just as the radiant dragon had said. After confirming it was correct, Sunan took the potion out again, placed it back on the counter, and asked, "How much is it?" From the radiant dragon's perspective, the potion had only disappeared from Sunan's hand for a few seconds, seemingly being stored in a space ring, and then it was taken out again. Seeing Sunan's demeanor, it seemed he had already verified it. Such a strange method of verification left even the well-informed radiant dragon somewhat puzzled. However, he wisely refrained from asking further and extended 2 fingers, saying, 20 of those engraved gemstones from last time." Seeing Sunan frown slightly, he spread his hands and said, "The materials for making this potion aren't cheap. The value of the materials has nothing to do with me, I only care about the efficacy of the potion." Sunan pondered for a moment and said, "Forget it, I won't buy the potion. I want the formula for the enlightenment potion." The radiant dragon shook his head in refusal, "I don't sell the formula." Sunan said with a half-smile, "Very few people would buy the enlightenment potion, right? Even if the formula stays in your hands, it won't generate much profit. Wouldn't it be better to sell it to me for a one-time gain?" Seeing the radiant dragon show signs of interest, Sunan seized the opportunity and placed an engraved gemstone on the counter. "Perhaps you can take a look at this first." The radiant dragon gazed at the engraved gemstone, momentarily stunned, his eyes glued to it. "This is..." The radiant dragon's eyes revealed an unmasked fervor. Sunan noticed this and couldn't help but smile slightly. After successfully grasping the laws, the engraved gemstone's effect on him had significantly diminished. That said, before coming to the Radiant Pavilion, he had still taken the time to synthesize some engraved gemstones. Each one was made from over 200 basic engraved gemstones, far superior to those he had traded to the Radiant Dragon back then. As long as someone was keen on collecting gemstones, they wouldn't be able to resist. After a long moment, the Radiant Dragon reluctantly withdrew his gaze, hesitated for a moment, and gritted his teeth, 5 of these engraved gemstones, and I'll sell you the formula." Sunan smiled faintly, "Deal." With 5 engraved gemstones in hand, the Radiant Dragon's mood visibly brightened, looking at Sunan with admiration. "Your skill in crafting magical items surpasses that of many true spirit wizards. I've never seen a wizard capable of creating such high-grade engraved gemstones. It's quite difficult to make, I only have a few on hand." Sunan casually made up a story to block the Radiant Dragon's probing questions. Having achieved his goal, he naturally had no need to linger any longer. After chatting for a bit, he planned to take his leave. Just as he was about to step out the door, a man suddenly walked in from outside. The two bumped into each other, pausing their steps simultaneously, their gazes sizing each other up. The newcomer appeared to be around 30 years old, with ordinary features, but there was a peculiar black pattern on his right cheek. The pattern was quite simple, just a wavy black line, but when Sunan's gaze fell upon it, it felt as if he were staring into a pitch-black abyss, giving him the illusion that his soul was about to be sucked in. Sunan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly averted his gaze, secretly astonished. Law power. From that black pattern, he distinctly sensed the power of the laws. Moreover, with his current strength, the mere sight of such a presence could evoke this feeling, undoubtedly marking him as a true spirit wizard. True spirit wizards rarely appeared in the city of all things, and Sunan was curious about the purpose of this unfamiliar true spirit wizard visiting the Radiant Pavilion. However, after some thought, he decided to suppress his curiosity and exited the shop. Just as he brushed past, the man glanced at Sunan, his gaze carrying a profound meaning. It was only after Sunan's figure disappeared that the man withdrew his gaze and entered the store. Radiant Dragon, who was happily admiring the gemstones behind the counter, looked up at the newcomer, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. A rare visitor, Jude. Why aren't you in the realm of truth? What brings you here? Jude didn't answer his question but instead asked, who was that person just now? Playing dumb, are we? The Radiant Dragon rolled his eyes. The Star Alliance has dealt you Dark Throne such a heavy blow, and even your staunch supporter, Blackstone Tower, has fallen into the hands of the Star Alliance. I don't believe you wouldn't recognize the master of the Star Alliance. It really was him. Jude shook his head, not caring about the Radiant Dragon's sarcastic tone. He had indeed seen Sunan's image and knew that the Star Alliance had such a figure. However, he had clearly sensed the aura of the laws emanating from Sunan, and according to his knowledge, Sunan had only been a level 3 liquefaction wizard over 500 years ago, so it was illogical for him to have grasped the laws so quickly. That was why he had doubted whether he had mistaken the person. But it turned out that the person was indeed Sunan. Only 500 years to break through from level 3 liquefaction to level 3 crystallization and successfully grasp the laws, such talent surpasses that of many descendants of true spirits. With such qualifications and strength, it's no wonder he has made such a name for himself. Jude glanced in the direction Sunan had left, a flicker of light passing through his eyes. Noticing that Jude remained silent, the Radiant Dragon put away the gemstones and impatiently asked, "What do you want to buy?" Jude didn't mind his tone and replied calmly, 10 bottles of God-hiding potion. The Radiant Dragon raised an eyebrow and smirked, "Which god are you planning to target this time?" Jude looked at him with a calm expression, not answering. The Radiant Dragon found it uninteresting, shrugged, and tossed out 10 bottles of potion. Same old rule, 10 shadowy gemstones. Jude didn't haggle, placing 10 gemstones on the counter, then turned and left without looking back. Watching his retreating figure, the Radiant Dragon shrugged. Looks like another god is in for some trouble. Back in the Starlight continent, Sunan immediately dove into the laboratory of the Starlight Wizard Tower and began crafting the Enlightenment Potion. The warehouse had ready materials, so Sunan directly instructed Tower Spirit No. 1 to gather them. Now, his potion-making skill had reached level 7, which was top tier even among true spirit wizards, more than enough to craft the Enlightenment Potion. After 2 or 3 attempts, Sunan successfully produced the first bottle of Enlightenment Potion. The effects displayed by the magic cube were nearly identical to the one the Radiant Dragon had produced. After that, Sunan made over 10 more bottles of Enlightenment Potion and proceeded to synthesize them. As expected, after putting 4 bottles of Enlightenment Potion into the magic cube, the newly synthesized Enlightenment Potion had no side effects whatsoever. Not bad. Sunan nodded in satisfaction. Next, he needed to test the compatibility of the Enlightenment Potion with himself. It was obvious that the Enlightenment Potion couldn't be infinitely synthesized for enhancement, as he had his own limits to bear. What he needed to do next was to determine this synthesis limit. After spending quite some time, consuming over 10 bottles of Enlightenment Potion, Sunan finally matched the best version of the Enlightenment Potion. The final synthesized Enlightenment Potion could increase his speed of grasping the laws by about 120% compared to the original, which was more than double the previous rate. At this rate, I should be able to master the gravity law in about 13 to 1400 years. Sunan was overjoyed. This was much faster than before. Indeed, having cultivation resources to assist was essential for quicker strength enhancement. Coming back to his senses from his joy, Sunan fell into contemplation. The current speed of grasping the laws was already quite good, but he still felt it wasn't enough. There were less than 700 years left until the ambush on the Spider Queen event. It would be best to master the gravity law before then, so he would have the strength to navigate the upcoming event. Collecting some magic plants and potions that enhance physical and soul strength to assist in cultivation should further increase the speed of grasping the laws, but the increase might not be significant, not as much as the Enlightenment Potion. Wait a minute. Sunan suddenly realized and couldn't help but slap his forehead. All along, he had been looking for problems within himself, trying to find ways to enhance his capacity to bear law power, but he had never considered that he could try changing the external environment. After all, grasping the laws is about experiencing the essence of the laws. If I comprehend the laws in a higher gravity environment, wouldn't that slightly improve efficiency? Sunan felt it was worth a try. With that thought, he immediately entered the fallen spirit plane. Setting up a high-gravity environment wasn't difficult for a level 3 crystallization wizard, it was just a matter of arranging a magic array. Sunan quickly completed the array setup, then sat down in the center of the array and activated it. The gravity in the fallen spirit plane was already much higher than in an ordinary plane, and with the enhancement of the array, the gravity reached an astonishing level. The moment the array was activated, a heavy pressure, as immense as mountains, suddenly enveloped Sunan's entire body. Even with his strength as a level 3 crystallization wizard, he found it hard to breathe for a moment, his upper body slightly bending forward, and it took him a while to adjust before he could straighten up. Taking a deep breath, Sunan began to comprehend the laws. The results pleasantly surprised him, the efficiency of grasping the laws had indeed improved. Effective. Sunan was overjoyed and continued to improve the array, increasing the gravity. With successive enhancements, the gravity in the array had risen to a level that would crush even a level 2 wizard into a pulp upon entry. Under such intense pressure, Sunan was completely pinned in place, unable to move. Even just sitting there, he could hear the sound of his bones straining under the burden. Is this already the limit? Sunan sighed, abandoning the idea of further increasing the gravity array, and focused on his cultivation. It must be said that although cultivating in such a high-gravity environment was exceptionally arduous and painful, the efficiency of grasping the gravity law was extraordinarily high. Combined with the magic plants and potions he had previously gathered to enhance physical and soul strength, after consuming them, Sunan's speed of grasping the gravity law surged once again. Thus, Sunan immersed himself in the painful yet joyful cultivation, completely unaware of the passage of time. Chapter 300. The vast plain stretched towards the horizon, dotted with dense woods and grassy patches, interspersed with lakes shimmering with a sapphire-like beauty, resembling blue diamonds amidst a green curtain. At the center of the plain stood a towering ancient tree, its branches and leaves spreading wide, forming a canopy that shaded a 1,000-meter radius beneath it. Countless handsome men and women dressed in white robes wandered, conversed, played, and rested under the ancient tree, the atmosphere peaceful and serene. Atop the tree's crown, a beautiful woman stood quietly, gazing up at the night sky. She was exceptionally tall, nearly 3 meters by human standards, undoubtedly a giant, yet she did not appear heavy or cumbersome, instead, she exuded a delicate and slender aura. Draped over her was a form-fitting silver battle armor that accentuated her graceful curves. Her long, shimmering silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall, reaching her ankles, the silver glow swirling and flickering, enveloping her in a faint light. Behind her, a man clad in a robe adorned with stars stood 3 to 4 meters away, calmly gazing at the sky. Though it was clearly daytime, the moon in the sky was distinctly visible, even brighter and clearer than at night. At that moment, a sudden cold wind swept in from afar, mixed with yellowish sand and gravel. Though it was a great distance away, the howling sound was as clear as if it were right beside them. Simultaneously, a scarlet glow emerged from the horizon, surging towards the ancient tree like a tide, but was quickly blocked by the bright moonlight, its speed drastically slowing. The sudden phenomenon caused a stir among the crowd beneath the tree, many of whom hastily grabbed their weapons and peered into the distance. Only the woman atop the crown and the wizard remained calm. "She's coming," the wizard spoke slowly. His tone seemed calm, but a careful listener could detect a hint of deep apprehension. The woman furrowed her brow, sighed, and turned to the wizard, whispering, "How do you know she intends to strike at me?" The wizard replied calmly, "Your Crescent Moon Divine Authority and the Spider Queen's Divine Authority are highly compatible. If she devours your Divine Authority, her power will undoubtedly rise to a new level, which is why she has been eyeing you covetously. This is something many people are aware of." The woman, known as Crescent Moon Goddess Illyria, could not deny a smile. She understood that this was merely the wizard's excuse, the real reason was undoubtedly something else. But she had no intention of pressing further. The Star Spirit Clock Tower was renowned for its deep research into deities, without exception. They always had channels to obtain some secret information related to the gods, so knowing the Spider Queen's movements was not surprising. The fact that they had come specifically to warn her was not out of goodwill. Star Spirit Clock Tower was famously averse to deities but rather to watch her and the Spider Queen fight to the death, then reap the benefits. Of course, the greater possibility was that she would be killed by the Spider Queen. After all, the Spider Queen's power far surpassed hers. Just in the brief moment of their conversation, the sky underwent new changes. Under the seemingly endless tide of blood, the bright moonlight gradually dimmed, retreating slowly. The eerie blood color resembled a massive beast, slowly devouring the green of the plains. The lush grass and beautiful flowers quickly withered and faded, trees decayed, lakes dried up, and all vibrant colors vanished, leaving only the ancient tree unchanged. Soon, the entire sky was engulfed in blood, and the moon that once hung high above seemed to vanish as if the space had collapsed, turning into a bottomless black hole. This was the Spider Queen's divine realm invading the Crescent Moon Divine Kingdom. This was a battle style unique to deities. In battles between gods, the first move often involves manipulating one's divine realm to invade the opponent's, thereby neutralizing the enhancement provided by the opponent's divine realm, allowing them to fight purely based on their strengths. However, invading a divine realm was not easy. As long as one side resisted with all their might, the other deity would find it difficult to fully invade, making it hard to kill the opponent under the protection of their divine realm. This is also why deities rarely die outside the true spirit realm. Even among deities, it is generally difficult to kill another deity, let alone a wizard. But there are exceptions. If the divine authorities of both sides overlap and are of similar nature, the stronger party can manipulate a similarly natured divine realm to quickly erode the weaker party's divine realm, thus killing the opponent. Just like what was happening now. For thousands of years, Illyria had been drifting in the endless void to avoid the Spider Queen. She never expected to be found by her. She did not know if there were people from the Star Spirit Clock Tower or other wizard factions involved behind this, but at this moment, she could not afford to investigate further. An unprecedented crisis loomed before her since her birth. If she could not overcome it, today would likely be her day of downfall. After a brief commotion, the petitioners resting beneath the tree silently stood up, each holding their respective weapons. Despite the unusual situation, there was not a trace of fear or panic on their faces. They stood calmly and silently in front of the ancient tree, as if in a brief silence before a storm. Seeing this scene, Illyria sighed softly, her deep blue eyes filled with sorrow. Behind her, the wizard from the Star Spirit Clock Tower had vanished without a trace. In the distance, a dark shadow suddenly appeared on the horizon. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be thousands of spiders. They varied in size and shape, waving their 8 long limbs, surging towards them like waves, as if to engulf the ancient tree. The Spider Queen's attack had begun. The moment the spiders stepped onto the plains, the ground beneath them suddenly cracked open, countless vines bursting forth from the earth, growing rapidly, tearing through the air with a flowing, flickering light, striking the spiders like whips. Instantly, the sound of explosions filled the air as the first wave of attacking spiders burst apart, scattering into pieces. But more spiders surged forward, an endless tide. Some spiders began to transform mid-run, morphing into grotesque demonic forms: Glabrezu, Baylor, Succubus, Vrock, and various other bizarre demons. They wielded massive swords to slash at the vines, breathed fire to burn them, or spread their wings to fly over, rushing forward at high speed. Before long, these demons charged into the area covered by the ancient tree. The petitioners, who had long been poised for action, expressionless, surged forward to meet the demons in battle. They wore no armor, only thin robes, yet moonlight generated from thin air enveloped them, shielding them from the demons' attacks. In addition, their swordsmanship was exceptionally sharp. Though they were vastly outnumbered by the invaders, the petitioners did not fall behind at all. Illyria paid no attention to the battle below, her gaze heavy as she focused on the distance. Among the vast attacking army, a single spider floated upward, as if climbing an invisible thread. When it was almost touching the sky, violet demonic flames suddenly appeared, swirling around it, fluttering like a phoenix. When the flames extinguished, the spider had transformed into a stunning woman, her body wrapped in a gown and cloak woven from transparent spider silk, a green spider dagger playfully shifting from hand to hand, suddenly vanishing from sight. It was the Spider Queen Rose, the infamous abyssal demon web queen of the multiverse. She tilted her head back, looking at Illyria atop the ancient tree, her full lips curling into a slightly mocking smile, though her violet eyes remained expressionless. "Long time no see, Illyria." Illyria pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent, drawing the crescent moon blade from behind her, the sword tip vibrating in the air, producing a crisp sound. She raised the moon blade, pointing it at the Spider Queen. In a flash, the two goddesses locked eyes for a moment, then simultaneously moved forward, rushing towards each other. Illyria's moonblade vibrated rapidly, a bright full moon rising behind her, illuminating the night sky and slightly driving back the heavy blood color, before she lunged forward to stab Rose in the chest. Rose floated backward, and Illyria pursued closely, the two goddesses engaging in a deadly duel in the air. Illyria's movements were light and graceful, each gesture infused with exquisite elegance, as if she were performing a sword dance even in the midst of life and death. In contrast, Rose appeared much more sinister. She resembled a spider hanging on a thread, the entire air filled with her webs, advancing and retreating directly, moving like the wind, seemingly stiff and without deviation, yet every movement was calculated for maximum efficiency, with no unnecessary flourishes. Though it was a direct confrontation, each of her attacks felt like an ambush, embodying the style of a standard assassin. Clang! The crescent moon blade and the spider dagger clashed, erupting in brilliant light, a mix of crisp and muffled sounds echoing. The two combatants seemed oblivious, but the invisible shockwaves rippled outward, tearing apart the surrounding void, everything dissolving into dust, only to reassemble in an instant, repeating endlessly. The scarlet blood surged like dark clouds, an overwhelming pressure emanating from it, nearly overwhelming consciousness. Only when Illyria swung her moon blade, reflecting the bright full moon behind her, did a few glimmers of light scatter in all directions, slightly pushing back the darkness. This is the power of a deity. A wizard from the Star Spirit Clock Tower, hidden in the distance, watched this scene with admiration on his face. The use of spells has countless techniques and tricks, but in the face of deities, all of that is meaningless. Even powerful 7th or 8th circle spells struggle to harm a deity. Only the highest level 9th circle spells can pose some threat to deities. But even then, it is only a slight threat. True spirit wizards, when dealing with deities, generally do not expend the considerable resources required for 9th circle spells, they rely more on law power, which is on par with divine power and divine authority. Only law power can truly threaten deities. Whether it's deities against deities or deities against true spirit wizards, their battles essentially revolve around the clash of law power. It's a contest of who has a stronger grasp of the laws and a deeper understanding and control over them. The battle in the distance continued. Illyria steadily fended off Rose's repeated assaults, but each of her counterattacks was also skillfully evaded or blocked. The disparity in power was evident. Had it not been for the suppressive effect of the crescent moon blade in Illyria's hands against Rose, she would have likely fallen to Rose's spider dagger by now. However, the wizards knew this was merely a temporary stalemate. In the face of such a significant power gap, the final outcome would not change. It was precisely for this reason that they had informed Illyria of the situation, hoping she would prepare adequately and not suffer too devastating a defeat, at least inflicting enough damage on Rose. This way, their subsequent plans could continue. As the two deities clashed, the blood-red clouds and the bright moonlight filled the sky, intertwining and mixing, surging like waves in a storm. Gradually, the forms of the two deities became indistinguishable, only two swirling masses of blood-red and silver light could be faintly seen colliding. Uncertain how much time passed, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed in the high sky. Then, a massive hole tore open between the mixed blood-red and silver clouds. The figures of the two deities re-emerged. Illyria retreated like an arrow, her weapon flying from her hand, shattering into dozens of fragments in mid-air, scattering everywhere. "Goodbye, Illyria," Rose declared with a cold smile, a vast web descending from above, wrapping Illyria within, tightly entangling her like a cocoon, pulling her into the black hole above, disappearing from sight. "Ah!" The petitioners on the ground let out a piercing roar, desperate to save their faith, but with Illyria's defeat, the moonlight surrounding them also dissipated, quickly being overwhelmed by the endless spiders and demons. Watching this scene, Rose let out a low laugh, wiped the blood from the corner of her lips, and cast a distant, haunting glance towards the direction of the wizards before stepping forward, her figure suddenly vanishing into the void. Discovered. In the distance, a wizard frowned slightly but quickly regained his composure. Being discovered was of no consequence. The Spider Queen had long coveted the Crescent Moon Goddess's divine authority, with such a tempting bait before her, even knowing it was a poisoned lure, she would surely take the bait. This was an open and above-board scheme. The current developments were in line with their plans, the bait had already been swallowed, and even if the Spider Queen sensed their involvement, it was already too late. The war on the plains had ended, without the protection of the Crescent Moon Goddess, the petitioners had been completely annihilated. Endless spiders scattered, rejoicing and screeching. The scarlet blood spread in all directions, its hue growing ever more intense. The abyssal demon web was rapidly consuming this divine kingdom. Before long, this place would also become part of the Spider Queen's divine realm. The wizard withdrew his gaze, tearing open a rift in the plain, stepping into it and disappearing from sight.